It's pretty special to be here at Worlds. Like, you play the whole season just for this moment.
TSM, 5-man pylon at the bottom.
我应该是没什么机会可以在世界舞台上面。
Westor slipping and sliding through the entire dark passage front line.
압도적으로 이기고 싶어요, 첫 경기부터.
Could it be a triple? Yes, it will. This is what everybody has been waiting for.
Welcome to Day 2 of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. We've got a full day of action as 8 teams from around the world will continue to battle it out for a shot at the Summoners Cup. We were looking live at the National Taiwan University Sports Center just as the Taipei Assassins are actually walking themselves into the venue, getting themselves set up for the first game of the day. This is Gilius as well as Candy Panda in the SK ready room, getting themselves sorted for their match as well. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me to lend their League of Legends knowledge to our special Worlds analyst desk is, of course, Evil Genius's Mitch Crepo Forcepulse. Kicking it down the line, we welcome Complexity's Neil Prolly Hammond, formerly of the LCS. On-game net Costa, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels.
Formerly of the LCS.
Well,
oh, yeah.
David Freak Turley from the North American LCS.
I'm still in it.
Welcome to the desk, guys. All right, from day one, we have a lot to discuss. We have seen 6 games under our belt. I want to ask everybody what your opinions are. I'm going to start with Prolly. You were watching from backstage. What was your takeaway from the games yesterday and the teams that you saw play?
I thought kind of the biggest difference and most impressive thing was the non-Western teams' grouping phase. It was really nice that they were efficient with it. When you saw them at Dragon, they weren't just sitting there dancing for vision. They grouped for Dragon and they took it. They grouped for mid and they take mid. And I think that kind of decisive grouping was really important.
Monte Cristo?
I mean, for me, there weren't a whole lot of surprises. I came in expecting the Korean and Chinese teams to outclass everyone and make a deep tournament run. It's exactly what we saw. I'm still waiting for that upset, guys. I'm still waiting.
Well, it might happen today.
Well, yeah, I think it still has the chance of happening. What I really learned is that the teams were more mortal than I expected. I agree, Samsung White and the rest of the Korean teams likely are going to be heavy favorites throughout the rest of this tournament. But to kind of look at that Samsung White versus EDG game, White was up 8,000 gold 25 minutes in, and then it took them 43 minutes to win the game. And for 18 minutes, they just sat there not knowing how to close a game out anymore, and that's something you can't keep doing in a tournament of this caliber.
Really? You weren't impressed by Split Push Zillion? I was super impressed.
That's a CLG special. You must have topped them.
It's the backdoor. It's the backdoor, man.
Oh, sorry.
That's the CLG special.
Well, let's roll this one along. Crepo, what's your thoughts on day one?
I learned that I was wrong. I pitched TSM to win, and sadly they didn't. But yeah, it was a very close game. I think TSM could have won that if they just managed to stall out and just not die until Bjergsen got big enough to split push. But it went wrong. You know, top lane Dyrus got surprised by a really good gank from Insec, and then at the same time bottom lane, that trade was just beautifully exploited by Uzi. He just saw there was no bubble on Nam. He just immediately jumped in. Even his support was surprised, so he was chasing after him, trying to shield him. But he won that trade so hard, and then yeah, like both side lanes were losing. Like Amazing was pretty much playing Evelyn instead of Jarvan because he was completely invisible, and
Ooh,
yeah.
Harsh words. Right, we'll see if they can...
They can win the next time, and I'm still rooting for them.
We'll see if Apple Pie shines through. All right, yesterday featured some very incredible plays, but there was one #World's big play to rule them all, and this one came from TPA's very bloody battle against Starhorn Royal Club, and it actually features Wins Lee Sin breezing his way to a triple kill. Thank you very much from @GGC Manisier. Says it's got to be Win's triple kill against Royal. Win or lose, he went huge for the home crowd. Here's your #1 big play.
Is Insect going to be able to get away? There's the knockup. A shockwave over on the backside as Jay goes down as well. Korn now at less than half. Zero, Cola, both the less than half. Niculan, Wins goes through.
I just really liked how incredible everything was. He landed every single Q as well. I actually wish that play were 10 seconds longer as well, because right before that, BB flashes a tidal wave perfectly to like single-handedly kill Uzi. Like the whole thing was amazing.
#NotWorld's big play was the Oriana ultimate, which we felt very strong about.
It's really hard to avoid looking at that kind of thing.
All right. Remember to send us your favorite plays using the #World's big plays and sending them to us at LOL Esports. We also want to pay a tribute to some of the high-level plays that did not result in kills. This is just a good old-fashioned player escaping with their life, and it's much easier said than done at the World Championship. So this is a segment that we're going to kick off called Dem Jukes. So our first one that we're going to be playing comes from Dark Passage versus AHQ and features some fancy footwork by Westall's Fizz.
And right here, watch how good his camera movement is, because he sees Nami casting the tidal wave and backs off sort of very early on in the cast frame.
Manages to sidestep that tidal wave.
Yeah, well, this is just really decent Fizz control. He just knows the damage is coming, so he's Zonias and gets out. But really the most impressive part was indeed sidestepping that tidal wave, because if you don't know, the Lantern, if he clicked that Lantern, he would have gotten cancelled there, and he haven't been able to catch up. But yeah, he just knew exactly what he was doing, and he was on top of his Fizz game.
Yeah, Westall on Fizz. I think definitely one of his main champions.
Yeah.
All right, today the action gets underway with one of the home teams, Taipei Assassins versus SK Gaming from the European LCS. Then the LPL's Edward Gaming takes on Dark Passage, followed by Starhorn Royal Club battling SK. I'm personally looking forward to the TSM versus Taipei Assassins match later in the day, because one of those two teams could be advancing to the quarterfinals. Remember to head over to lolesports.com for a complete schedule and to vote on all of today's matches. You can match your predictions against the guys on the desk. Simply choose the team that you're picking to win, click the thumbs up, and we'll be checking it throughout today's games. Then head over to Twitter. We're asking you once again to share your Worlds experience with us. We want to know, how do you Worlds? Send us pictures of your viewing parties, how you're showing your team spirit, or just what your desk setup looks like and how you're enjoying the games. Use that #Worlds and address them once again to @LOL Esports. We will be combing through some of the best snapshots and send them later in the broadcast. Try beat the guys from Slytherin yesterday. Coming up, we've got our first match of the day with the Taipei Assassins facing off against Europe's SK Gaming. But first, fans have been anxiously waiting to see the best teams from around the world compete, but they are not alone. Even the pros have players and teams that they're excited to watch and play against.
我自己认为就 A 组应该是 EDG 还有那个三星嘛，然后 B 组的话，可能是 TSM 还有我们。
I would actually watch EDG just to see if they can pull something off the Samsung White, who come in as the top favorites basically.
압도적으로 이기고 싶어요, 첫 경기부터. 저희 팀이 좀 쪼여 들어가는 플레이를 많이 하기 때문에 숨이 막히게 좀 해주고 싶어요. A 的话，我觉得是那个谁送坏的，然后我前面讲过那个 Dandy， 因为 Dandy 嘛，我觉得他是送我觉得打得最好的中国选手。
Haven't seen Nami play too much, but everyone just says that he could potentially be the best AD carry in the world, and he's the best AD carry in China. So really looking forward to see how well he'll do.
TPA 的Wins吧，Wins 就是个人比较喜欢的，这打的真的是，就我认为跟外国队是顶尖的一样。
I think it's always hard to predict which team is going to do well, because everyone's always going to give even more at Worlds, and you know how much it means to them, so it's going to be on a different level.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We are kicking things off with GPL's Taipei Assassins versus SK Gaming from the European LCS. And the Taipei Assassins will be hungry for a win after their game yesterday. They lost to Starhorn Royal Club despite looking like it was theirs for the taking. Crepo, I want to start with you. Talk to me a little bit about what TPA did right, or in this case, what they did wrong in not closing out.
Yeah, they had a really strong start, but they just didn't have the ability to close out the game. But at the same time, SK didn't even have the ability to get a lead in that game. So TPA will still have an edge in this matchup, and it'll be really rough for SK to come out on top, unless they have like this refound new synergy with Julius, because it was his first match. Maybe he flicked the switch, maybe he got some feedback, but it's going to look really grim for SK.
It's going to be a difficult one. I know Wins in particular stepped up. He once again performed in the international stage. Monty, you're quite fond of him as a jungler. Wins versus Gilius?
I think it's really hard not to be fond of him as a jungler, especially with his performances yesterday. I mean, we saw he was the big play yesterday, getting that really clean triple kill on Lee Sin, and I think you got to keep him off that champion moving forward. And especially in this matchup too, if we look at SK's weakness right now, it's a sub jungler, and we look at TPA's strength, it's Wins. I mean, that is a huge disparity in terms of matchup that in this game. And I don't have a whole lot of hope.
Would you even go as far as saying Wins is their win condition?
Wind condition?
I mean, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But honestly, yeah, like Taipei Assassins to me are... Basically, the question I had was how good were they? Because their region is underrepresented, a little bit small. There's only a couple of good teams or top teams for them to face. And so what we saw was that all their individual skill is there. Wins is one of, one of the best junglers at this tournament. The more I think about this team, they feel like a mini Samsung White in that they have this like ludicrously good jungler, and their laning phase is good, and their late game shot calling was a little bit suspect, right? Because they haven't played a lot of top teams who normally will roll over and just die to these guys, right? They 3-0'd the regional, like the GPL region is easy for TPA, and so. Late game is hard for them because they're not used to actually being up against the ropes or being fought back against. And so throughout this tournament, we'll see that late game improve for them, but they're going to keep those early game strengths.
Now let's roll this one over to SK. I know probably you felt quite strongly about Jez's in that mid lane and the difficulty he faced yesterday.
Yeah, so they got a comfort pick with him, Orianna, which was his most played for a long time. And the kind of problem they had against TSM was he's just not ready for that kind of camp. I don't think TPA will put that kind of camping on him, so as long as he's able to kind of pull the lane, avoid those ganks, and kind of farm up and be that team fight mage he's known for, I think they'll do a lot better today.
And do you think the rest of the team is going to be able to sort of match TPA in terms of SK's player? You know, Freddy in the top lane, we've been touting him quite successfully, but he was target banned yesterday, Nidalee and Aatrox taken off the table. Yeah,
I don't really think just bans are going to be able to stop Freddy, though. He is a really big playmaker, and a lot of teams are weak against top lane playmakers, so I think they'll be able to capitalize on that.
This matchup is also going to be difficult for SK because later in the day they'll be playing Starhorn Royal Club. Confidence is going to be a difficulty for them. I think we need to move this one along to the predictions. We've heard some opinions from you guys, so let's see who you actually think is going to walk away with the win. Freak, who's going to be TPA or SK Gaming?
Taipei Assassins, I'm a big believer now, even though they did lose to Royal Club and they're 0-1 in the groups. They look stronger than I expected, so I'm going Taipei Assassins for sure.
Crepo, you're next.
Yeah, pretty much everything Freak said. TPA.
Fair enough. We're going to move this one along. Probably new kid on the block. Who's going to pick up the win and why?
Yeah, I will go with TPA purely because SK was really shaky yesterday, and it might be really hard for them to pick it up today, but I'm going to do the safe pick and get TPA right now.
Yeah, home crowd playing into their advantage as well. Monte Cristo, is it going to be a TPA clean sweep? Is there anything SK can do to hold them back?
I don't think so with their substitute situation. And the other thing to consider about TPA is when we talk about their poor Baron dancing, it wasn't because they lacked wards. In fact, their recall timings, they had all of the tools necessary to be successful, and these are very small tweaks that I think they're going to make over the course of this group stage, and I think we'll see them close stronger from this point forward.
Ironically, if they were just a different side team, their wards would have been perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is a problem that will be solved.
Well, we will find out if it has been solved because, according to LOLesports.com, you are also calling this one for TPA. 77%. That is a fairly hefty number. Let's hand this one over to the casters to get our day on the Rift started.
Thank you very much, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller, and with me for our first 3 matches today are Lee Demon Smith and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. And guys, yesterday was epic, but I think today's going to be just as amazing. I've got a feeling in my bones.
I got a feeling as well, Joe, but I think that's because we're just big bone, mate. That's for sure.
Could be.
Well, I'm right there with you, my big boned brothers. Don't worry.
So our first game coming into this one going to be an absolutely massive clash.
Absolutely huge clash, and could be a decider between maybe trying to fight for that third place, maybe the second place up for grabs, who knows? There's a lot of games to play. We're going to get straight into the game with a look at the starting lineups over on the blue side. Starting out is the GPL champions. They are the Taipei Assassins. In the top lane is Achi, Wins in the jungle, Morning in the mid lane, BB is the AD carry, and Jay alongside him as support.
And of course, on the red side, representing the European LCS, it's SK Gaming with Freddy122 in the top lane, Gilius in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, and the duo of Candy Panda and N-Rated.
Excited to see this one, get started because they talked a lot about bans and, the bans going at Freddy. Those will probably be expected once again. But there is an interesting story here with the mid laners. Even though you don't really think of star mid laners when you think of Morning and Jez's, they have those overlapping champion pools of Orianna and Ziggs that could be fought over. And one of the big things in SK's defeat by TSM was camping mid. And Wins is also going to be able to do a strategy like that. We'll have to see if Gilius tries to switch something up to try and counter it.
Yeah, and actually, if you saw yesterday, there was a tweet from Jez that said, I was just so used to Svenskeren knowing what I needed in the mid lane. I wasn't putting the calls out for Gilius, so he kind of felt responsible that, obviously Bjergsen and Amazing were basically sitting on that mid lane, and he just wasn't calling for help. He was expecting it to just come to him, and obviously when you're playing with a substitute, that is the problem.
Yeah, just like Prolly alluded to, it's up to the laners to also call for help for the junglers.
And that's the interesting thing here, because I was having a little sneaky peek in SK Gaming's warm-up room today, just to see how the general mood was. They actually seem pretty happy with themselves. It's not like they're down in the dumps. They certainly have to pick things up here, though, as we start to move into this game. And the bans, as Nidalee will be banned away. We could have called that one a mile off. Freddy, of course, brilliant Nidalee player. Zillion taken away over the other side, and Zillion being a very strong pick so far.
Well, very much sitting on exactly what TSM did yesterday. Nidalee and Aatrox focused heavily on Freddy, pulled him off his game. He is the shot caller. He pulled out Mundo yesterday, not to great success. Another top lane ban. Maokai finally coming out. Alistair was also taken away, so really the top lane is pretty sparse right now.
Top lane is definitely loaded up with bans here. We'll have to see, because SK, they do like to have Freddy on something that can split push. Still are options open for them, and Ryze has gone through. That's been the next tier in top lane picks here, after all of these have been banned out.
So we see Kha'Zix, the first pick for the Taipei Assassins, will of course land in the hands of Wins, probably the man to look at in this Taipei Assassins lineup. He's played Kha'Zix 3 times so far this season, has a 100% record as well with that Kha'Zix. We'll see now what SK Gaming decide to go for in their first picks. And well, top lane, of course, is an interesting point for us at this stage because of the fact that there are so many bans. Will that mean that SK Gaming try at least to get something early on the board?
They very well could, or they could try and leave it for later, because they do have last pick here and try and counter. But really, I do want to go back to that first pick you're talking about with Wins, because Kha'Zix is such a strong early jungler here. He's really risen to prominence with all of the nerfs to the other strong dueling junglers, and this is really going to be one of Wins' most recent favorite champions that he's on, so he's very comfortable here. Once again, the Sona, though, very surprising. I saw your face, dude, man.
Yeah, this is something, we were discussing after the TSM game, of course, how it really didn't work out for them in that bottom lane. The Sona pick Wild Turtle. He was dominated against the Starholm Royal Club, but against SK Gaming, they put the moves on that bottom lane pairing of Candy Panda and Rated with Sona.
Yeah, a lot of the support mains are sort of calling Sona like Nami Light here. It's a little bit sort of a weaker version of Nami. And Nami is currently up right now, so he's opted for this. Is definitely a N-rated special. He's put a lot of time in on this champion. This is for SK's team fighting. They want to make use of the crescendo. They just feel like the tidal wave is too slow.
Got to be a big one for them here. If we look over to TPA, it looks like they'll be picking a mid laner here for Morning. Syndra once again for him, which kind of falls a little bit outside of his normal pool. You mentioned that earlier, that him and Jesus have a very much overlapping champion pool. They also took Lucian here for BB.
Yeah, and there was also, we saw Ari finally locked in for Jesus. This is the champion I feel he should have been playing yesterday. It is probably arguably his best champion, honestly. 6-1 on him throughout the summer split. fantastic champion. But back to Morning, obviously playing Syndra yesterday, it was the first time we've seen him play it, because Chowie, of course, is the substitute for TPA. He can play at this World Championships if they require him.
Exactly, and something that TPA were really big on in their interviews is that they've changed up a lot of strategies, and they've brought multiple strategies for the different teams that they've been researching here. So Syndra, a big part of that. However, we did see he's a little uncomfortable on the champion. It takes a bit of practice to start aiming those stuns, because those are 2 key clicks rather than just a single key click for your stun this time, and the accuracy was a little bit off. That could open up windows for Jez's to go for those kills, because Ari can dance circles around you. If you miss your stun on Syndra, then you will be a sitting duck.
And it shows the faith that TPA, I think, have in Morning, in the fact that he's not played it. Chowie is the Syndra player. If the plan is to play Syndra, you'd expect maybe that Chowie would be the one to lead the way, but they played brilliantly yesterday. Unfortunately lost out in that game, but showed some real good signs. We did see Jarvan picked in here for Gilius, a champion that he's played multiple times in the Challenger Series. Of course, he's now officially an LCS player with Unicorns of Love, having qualified from the promotion tournament. On the other side, Rise and Janna were the 2 final picks for TPA.
So they have the double AP comp, but it's not like they're lacking attack damage threats here, because Wins especially has been very, very dangerous on Kha'Zix, and BB once again on the Lucian. Very comfortable with this champion, played it yesterday. They're also bringing the Janna, so we'll have to see if they listen to any sort of the analysis yesterday, and he goes for Mikhail's earlier rather than going with the Medjai's. But really the Mikhail's would have to be used to get somebody who gets caught by Ari to safety.
Interesting team comps from both of these teams, honestly, because you've got a mix between a mid and a late game on both sides, honestly. I mean, obviously, clearly BBJ down the bottom lane, they're going to be pushing the towers, but Candy Panda, when he gets going later on with the Tristana, will be strong towards him. Of course, then you've also got the Rise in there. He's going to be massive against the Mundo. Mundo's going to be massive towards the end. It's a definite mix between this one. I think we're looking towards a longer game than we're expecting.
Yeah, they are fairly balanced here. We've heard so much about the Mundo and Tristana combos. When teams pick both of these up, they just have ridiculous scaling on the front line and in the back line for their team. But you can never count out Rise. We've seen how ridiculous he does get later.
And let's be honest here, I mean, we're talking about 2 teams who have traditionally gone very, very long in terms of their game, so can't count that one out. But now that the players have decided on their champions, who do you guys think is going to win? Let us know by tweeting hashtag TPA win or SK win to @LOL Esports. We'll find that one out as we get in game. Of course, it was a 77% vote for TPA. Obviously, massive favourites here in the stadium. They're on home soil, and we'll see if that advantage plays into their game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, SK are using a substitute. Whether they're going to continue throughout the groups, of course, Svenska will be able to play after today. This is the last 2 games. He's had a 3-game ban, so we'll see whether he comes in, whether they stick with Gilius. You know, I said to Freddie, I saw him just before this match, and he was like, wishing him good luck, and he said, we're sure as hell going to need it. We'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, and I do like Kha'Zix in this matchup, just because it's a bit easier for Wins to outplay Gilius. If he is able to juke the knockup from Jarvan, then it's 100% going to be 1 skirmish for Wins. And that early game, if it does go again in favor of TPA, then really the things that we do have to worry about is looking at how they finish out the game. Because yesterday, they had such a great lead, but they kind of made that classic James Bond villain mistake where they've got him tied up. They've won pretty much. They've got him tied up on the floor. They've got a gun to his head, but they don't finish him off. Instead, they stand walking around and they tell him just how good their planning was to get to this point. By that point, it's too late, though. James escapes and everything goes down the drain.
Don't get
Look at this, though.
Face check! Face check going in there. Radiant's going down here. The exhaust used on him. The ignite's going. BB, surely one more shot will do it. It's Jay that picks up first. The Candy Panda walks away to the tower, but that is a straight up face check.
And that is another early lead here for TPA. The money, though, it went to Jay, so it's not as bad for SK as it could have been. A first blood over to BB would be a horrendous start. Let's see what Jay goes for this time. That may just fuel his Medjai's counter this time.
And disastrous start for SK Gaming, and this is where they, in theory, should still be at their strongest teamwork-wise. Is this bottom lane, Candy Panda and Rated, been impressive together throughout the last couple of splits, and just not what they would have wanted, and certainly won't help their confidence out. Also, I feel, showed their hand in terms of level 1 very early on, with Jesus skilling up his orb rather than, you know, just waiting for a little while in case anything happened and maybe taking a charm. Spotted by Morning. We thought that was it for level 1, but the face check giving first blood over to the Taipei Assassins. And Jez is going very aggressive there onto Morning. Did see both of them starting with that door and Drink, so we'll see how this mid lane does develop in the end. But it's standard lanes, Kobe, here with the 2v2 down bottom and the Rise versus Mundo up top.
Look at this trading right here. As soon as BB jumps in, Jay puts on the shield. Great harass, gets the double shot with the extra AD there. Chases them off of the minion line. This is how the Lucian Tristana match is really supposed to go. He gets that bullying down. The first blood actually translated into boots, so not that big of a deal for the combat effectiveness of the early trades in the bottom lane.
Interested to see how this one works out. It's interesting, more importantly for me, to see Sona coming back here, because there was a reason he fell away in the 2014 season, was because the changes in the bottom lane made those supports a little bit squishy, because everything got a little bit more aggressive down there, and we're already seeing them rated taking a lot of harassment from BB&J.
Well, I expect to see much more aggression from BB&J because of the assist money that BB got. He got 3 potions now, so he can continue to trade over and over again and sustain up, using that extra attack damage from the Janna shield, as well as the shield to soak up damage itself. He can sit there and sustain right along with Sona.
Telegraph gank in the top lane. Gilius gets spotted. BB once again is going in. Candy Panda trading back with this one. The Howling Gale preventing any more damage done. SK are not backing down too heavily on this one. They want to trade.
And I'm not sure that it's a bad decision for them as well, with that Sona in there to keep the heals coming in for them. Obviously, BB, as you mentioned, got himself a few more pots, but has since worked through those. So we'll see how that one all develops for him. Currently, CS pretty level as BB is once again going to go in. Howling Gale will come through, but not connecting onto Candy Panda, and a very aggressive bottom lane so far.
Yeah, and these Howling Gales, like, you kind of want the Howling Gale to time when you're going in with your AD carry rather than right after the trade is over. Seems to be continually BB starting the exchange and then the Howling Gale sort of ending it there. Not quite perfectly on point. But really, again, let's take another look at the junglers, because once again, Gilius trying to make something happen earlier. You got a lot of criticism for not making enough action early, whereas Wins, he's been hard farming the jungle there with Kazis. He's very calm, he's not trying to rush into anything, and he's a little bit ahead of Gilius now, just because Gilius has been trying more things and sitting in the bushes.
And Jez has been unable to really get in there so far and do much to Morning. He's sat all the way back there behind that midway point of the map, making sure that he doesn't get in trouble. Meanwhile, Freddy taking a bit of a beating in this top lane, but he is ahead by a good chunk of CS.
Gilius, just looking at him, trying to take a look around. He's desperate to try and create a gank. He's been running around the top, the bottom, the mid, looking for anywhere to create an opportunity. And as he said, Wins is just happy farming right now.
Yeah, so this is one of the dangers, when even if you get some criticism for a slow performance last game, it's hard for a jungler to instantly change their style. If you instantly try and turn into an early attacking, early ganking jungler, then a lot of the times you're going to have to work on the timing for those ganks, because you can see there he wasted a lot of time sort of sitting in the bushes just because he felt like he had to get something happening. And now Wins, he's already been back to purchase. He's got wards already on the map down right now, and the sustain of his Sightstone completed.
Yeah, it's not like these junglers have some magic switch that they can just flip and, reverse their entire year's style. Wins is down on this bottom side of the map. Brayton actually moving in there with the ward. He's going to take a big amount of damage. Will, in fact, flash away there back towards his turret. So Wins coming down. Okay, no kill, but he's forced the support's flash.
Managing to pull that one out. It does mean Wins is going to back away. So first aggression we see from Wins already causes one summoner spell to go down. In that mid lane, there is a rather large gap starting to appear in terms of CS. 52 to 37 already. Both have just been back to buy. So Morning building a big advantage over Jezz early on.
And that is very worrisome, because look at the wards that Wins decided to place. He placed them over by this blue buff for the second blue buff spawn. If your mid laner is already ahead, this opens up the opportunity for assassinating Jezz when he goes to pick up that second blue buff handoff. This could be the makings of a well-laid trap here from TPA if Wins heads over there and tries to get in position. You can see Jez has sort of had the same thought, though. He just places a defensive ward over that wall into the river to sort of watch that avenue. And, as you can see, it's just a defensive handoff of their own blue buff.
Well, it's a matter of time. We'll see whether TPA decide to swing straight down there. They did start, obviously, their own blue early on, which means the red will be spawning, which is, it seems to be where Wins is going at the moment, so they're not going for it just yet. A little bit of a roam from Jesus, looking to go further down, getting a vision, taking a peek towards the Wraiths. He hasn't spotted anything yet. Meanwhile, down this bottom, despite all the heavy trading back and forth, the actual CS between the two, BB and Candy Panda, is pretty even.
Oh, Freddy here, gonna do some decent damage. Can he finish off a kill, though? See, Archie got himself that tier stacking up. Wins is now moving in, so those wards earlier on as Gilius coming down into the middle. Ultimate from Jesus as well. Can't quite get over. Gilius is going to go down. Morning does fall, and that gives the double buff over. Wins going to dive onto the top of Jesus. Hardly got the damage to finish him off. Flash actually onto the other side. He needs one more Q, surely. Good jump from Jesus. I think that's going to be it. The void spikes do land, but not quite enough damage from Wins.
Yeah, they were going for setting up that attack sort of in the blue buff corridor handoff, but Gilius had different plans. He was just going straight for the gank. They weren't trying to hand it off. As soon as Ari hit level 6, they wanted to get that kill. Morning did a great job of getting the first blood before he went down, though. Does result in the blue buff steal here, because Wins the last jungler left standing.
Crescendo goes down. Candy Panda jumps in, but a quick ultimate from Jay blows them all away. And while all that play was begun by SK, it's TPA that come out on top.
However, Wins took a lot of damage there. Their jungler extremely low. SK take the opportunity. They're going to push this dragon.
Oh, this is dangerous. Candy Panda down at half HP and rated, not exactly much healthier. Jesus has come back in. Don't forget those double buffs there for him and available to go for damage. That's a 3-man stun coming up. SK do manage to get dragon. Zephyr goes towards Candy Panda. They're trying to get away. Gilius going to be back onto. Wins gets one. Exhaust onto Jesus. That's 2 kills. Morning picks up the second.
Completely worth it for TPA there. Not only did they get the kills and the double buffs back, but they have complete control of mid, so they can answer objectives as well.
Big pickup from TPA here. SK trying to force a play. They're trying to create something, and TPA just have answers for them every step of the way. The entire play was begun by Gilius and Jesus in that mid lane. Everything has just ricocheted out of their way, out of their control. Candy Panda down the bottom. He's going to back off, but TPA just gained a whole chunk of gold, and all of the assists across the board. Everybody benefited from everything there.
All right, so we'll take another look. Make sure here there is no smite for Wins, so this is not a smite fight. This is 100% for Gilius. However, he uses his flag and drag on the dragon, so he has no escape after this. Cooldown's not going to be there. He's a sitting duck. Yes, they secured the dragon, but that's going to be 2 kills and the double buffs going back over to Morning.
Yeah, and he's now going to become even more of a problem. He's 20 CS ahead as a start. Got those 2 kills. The themes is done for him. Something that Jesus has not been able to achieve as of yet. Cheese also possible.
Feeling hungry, mate?
Yeah. Big bone and all that.
We just started today, guys.
If we look at the AD carries and their items, Avarice played BF Sword was the start for Candy Panda, so mixing it up a little bit on that front. Other side, BB not messing around here. He's got pickaxe as well as the BF Sword.
Jesus has fell quite far behind Morning as well. Double buff was picked up during that. That's going to be clear out in a moment. Gilius did just have a peek and wonder whether he could get near them, but 90 CS to 66, 2 kills to the 1. It is all going Morning's favor. And, you know, we were questioning before this tournament began whether he could do it, whether he could turn this around, because when we saw him at Katowice, he had that one big showing on Ziggs, but outside of that, he was not that impressive. It seems, though, Chowie has been taking him through some training school for Syndra.
And, you know, the game plan for the next 5 minutes here from TPA should be very, very clear. Well, yeah, we do have Gilius sitting in this bush right now, and Achi may be in a little bit more trouble than he thinks. Let's see how well Freddy can actually bait this. He doesn't want to give it away.
Oh, wow, what a flash, but there is a Cataclysm, leaves him trapped inside. He's turning the damage round on towards Gilius. He's just at less than half HP, but the damage is there. It's Freddy that picks up the kill on his Mundo.
Yeah, not much he can do there. I mean, he flashes the knock-up only to get hit by the Cataclysm, and that means you're going to be stuck in there forever. Let's see how well this dive works out, though. They're sitting on a ward, and because top one teleports in.
That crescendo was way too early from Enrated. The rest of the team reacted. Jesus goes in, he gets on towards wins. We can see Morning flash away. They will only get that one kill. Again, if that crescendo would have delayed a little bit longer, I think they may have got more from that one.
It wasn't a bad reaction from SK Gaming, though. They saw them coming in, instant TP from Freddy to get down there. Ended up getting themselves a kill. Yes, they burnt a decent amount to actually make that happen. As BB going aggressive again in bottom lane. Candy Panda has to be careful here. They get rid of the minions. That'll keep them safe for now.
Yeah, really, it was the 100% perfect reaction for them because they had two members up top, so they didn't need both of them to shove it into the turret. They left the jungler up there, and they instead teleport down with Freddy. They got the advantage because no way Achi can teleport to answer. He's dead.
And they did the turret teleport as well. Oh, double stun comes in. Candy Panda in trouble. Ultimate used by Morning. It's not quite enough to take him down. And SK do manage to get away. They will lose a turret, but their lives are safe for now.
Double flash used there by the SK bottom lane, and it means that the tower is going to be falling here. TPA picked that one up, and a 1,500 gold lead is now settled for them. Jesus not able to come around for this time, and again, Morning just moving around the map nicely to start off those plays on the tower.
All right, so let's get back to that clear game plan for TPA. Because they have this early lead, their mid lane is much stronger, their bottom lane is much stronger. Wins himself is much stronger. So this jungle, he should completely take over the blue side jungle of SK. That should be TPA territory right now. They set up an outpost there, litter it with wards, and they can continue to control all the consecutive dragons that are about to come up. 1 minute on the next one, they hand off this blue, then head over down to bottom side. Could be a very easy pickup.
This is a tricky situation for Gilius. I don't think he realizes just how many members of TPA are nearby if he were to try go for something. Freddy instead wisely tells him to back away, and there's no gank opportunities. SK gathering a little around the mid lane here. Dragon is up in 50 seconds, and they want to start trying to gain control of the Serpentine River.
Let's see here, because Achi still has his teleport as well. If they send Achi back up to deal with Freddy and sort of shove this top lane wave as hard as he can, then yeah, this dragon should be TPA's for the taking. Freddy's not going back right now, so pretty much no way he could join that fight.
If you look at some CS numbers here, though, it's TPA that'll definitely lead.
Oh, they're going Hallingale.
Oh, little bit off there. Slightly off, the ward was down, so he had vision and expecting, I think, SK to move a little further out. But if you look at TPA, just as you said earlier, Kobe, get that vision down in the blue side of SK's jungle and really start to dominate that side of the map. They've got the vision, but they're now backing away to leave it again.
Yeah, that being said, Freddy did take that time to back. So he backed just in time here. Dragon is available, but he's heading towards the area. And Rise does take towers very slowly because he's pretty much all mana at this point in the game. He's just got his rod completed. So if he stays up in that top lane, it will take him a while to earn the objective for TPA. However, free minions for Rise in itself is a pretty big win for them. If TPA can sort of delay SK around this dragon, then that will slowly gain them advantage. Let's see how decisive SK are around this dragon, though. They decide to force something. Because slowly but surely, Achi up top gaining little leads.
They may just choose the opportunity to swing around. They can see there's 3 members pinned across in the jungle, N-rated with the ward down. Does keep them separated. They're miles away from this one. They're going to start it off, and there's a lot of damage done on that dragon already. TPA, too late to the party. Wins is going to have to jump in. No, it's SK's taking it, and that equals up the goal.
Okay, so they just decide to play it safe and keep Rise up top. He will get this turret eventually. Extremely low, probably going to need 1 more minion wave up there, and he should be able to get it before Freddy is actually able to defend.
Let's see if Freddy chooses to TP. I don't think he will with that minion wave, that's what they're called. Winion wave also. And they are going to take that tower, and there's the vote. 1% of you extra in that swing, 78 to 22%. All right, forget that, 82% then. So big swingy up for the Taipei Assassins. And honestly, SK, yes, they're a little bit behind in this game, but they've done well to control the dragon so far. If they can keep doing that, and obviously start to scale things up with that Mundo and the Tristana. This is by no means a done deal, as SK here pushing that middle lane.
Yeah.
Morning and Archie are going to come in, but it might just be too late. The tower's going down.
Yeah, just the one more little hit. It's all they required. Wins goes aggressive on this one. I think they should be safe. There is no tower, remember. And the charm being flung out by Jesus just as a warning shot. It does give them a little breather, though. TPA, this is the question, though. They were a little indecisive yesterday when they had that lead over Star on Royal Club. They have no lead right now. It is equal. Now Blue Buff just gets dragged across by Morning. That's going to get taken away. Another one stolen away from Jesus, but it hasn't hampered him too much just yet.
There is just now the completed static Shiv as well for Candy and Panda. So that's more good news for SK. They've got extra wave clear right now, much needed. That will supplement Ari's wave clear, and they can hold out. They can try and wait until Candy Panda actually completes his Infinity Edge. Right now, he's got the biggest pieces of it.
TPA, though, looking like they may try to get vision control over the top side of the map. Let's not forget that epic game against Royal Club where they did get great control over the map, but were unable to finish off that game. We'll see what they actually do here. I said vision control, not really much of it did end up going down. One inside the Baron pit, one by the Wraith camp that's at the Sims, being cleared actually by Gilius. So that means not too much gain from that little push onto that side of things. BB actually going to go down bottom. Candy Panda has no turret behind him, but not sure they want to fight at this point.
So, something we've talked about, obviously we've covered SK for the entire season. They've always been very slow in the lane phase. They're coming out on the lane phase, equal on gold. Oh, Jesus, that's a deep dive. Morning gonna get caught out, Crescendo in there. They only need to hit the tower once, but it doesn't matter. They take down the mid laner. And what I was about to say, that's the tower gone down. They're gonna back away from this one. Freddy's coming around the side. They may still keep pushing this mid lane.
Yeah, this is dangerous for TPA. We see here that BB being forced away by Candy Panda. Minions been taken down slowly but surely there, which means that TPA will hold on this turret for now. Morning going to be respawning back in, but that leaves Jesus now at 3-1-0, and we saw the CC train there really coming in. Jarvan diving on top into the Crescendo, into an easy charm. You just don't escape from that. There's Jay actually going very aggressive. TP from RG as well.
Henry, he's not getting out of that one. No. Gives his life up there. The question is, will TPA turn this and run down the mid?
Exactly. They've got one kill, but it was just on the support. How much can they really gain mid? This Static Shiv, Tristana, plus Ari wave clearing. SK have a pretty decent chance of defending here. Okay, it's just a straight charm on the support. Not explosive because he is gone with the Athene's route, not rushing for the Deathfire.
Well, just a couple of minions there, but they are being kept at bay. There's a good chunk of damage. Killius going very effective and just gets destroyed where he stands. Don't think he was on the same page as the rest of his team there. SK happy to just hold off the tower. Freddy having to use his ultimate to keep himself alive. Morning continuing to put pressure on them. Now they're going to keep pursuing here. Crescendo is still not up, and SK, they are just simply trying to clear some vision here. They're trying to clear the waves, but TPA, they're not giving up.
Pushing straight through onto this one. A big stunt could be all it takes. Somebody there! He gets 3 men! They blow up the AD carry! No, not the AD carry. The mid lane, it was Jesus that went down. Candy Panda to half HP. There is Monsoon used just to top TPA back up. Don't think they want to tank the turret right now.
They will.
I'll be proven wrong on that one. They go straight in onto it with wins, and that will be the inner turret going to TPA along with the kill.
Morning with a couple of good kills, and it does earn them the secondary turret here. SK with a couple little slip-ups there. Gilius going a little aggressive. I do have to commend him, though. He's going for combat effectiveness with his build. He's got the extra Giant's Belt there, and he's got the Hex Drinker to try and protect him from the same thing happening again. The full burst there from Morning. Next time around, he'll have that shield. I don't think he had that completed when he got hit the first time.
So, barring the crazy jump in from Gilius, back to my point, my trail of thought was, when SK come out of lane, generally even, their late game is there. That's their area of expertise. That is where they tend to shine, but Gilius jumping in like that, not quite on the same page, and that is the differential of having a substitute on your team. But do not write SK off. It's only a 3,000 gold difference. I think they were a little caught off by the pure aggression that TPA showed in that mid lane push. Of course, Jesus completely caught out. Them big stuns from Morning are really on point this game.
and it's going to have to be, you know, N-rated and these crescendos answering. 12 seconds here left for Dragon. Freddy does have his teleport ready for this if SK want to try and rush in there, but TPA have cleaned out the entire river for Vision, and rushing into Fog of War against Syndra is very dangerous. They're going to do it though. Gilius runs right up.
This is a very brave move from SK Gaming. Dragon's going to go down. Are they going to try and close in? TPA are inside of the Dragon Pit. It's Freddy that goes in. Wins is actually going low and will fall down. Zenrated that picks up that kill. And TPA, they're stuck in the back. There's a Cataclysm. Jesus has caught Phoebe around the backside. Is he going to get the kill? Almost goes down. Meanwhile in the pit, Gilius and Rated, Candy Panda all low. Will they get 3 kills? Make that 4. And now Archie's in trouble.
Tagged. It's going to be an ace.
Run in there. There's another one. He got slowed just as he flashed though.
The minions! Well, ignore it. They shouldn't chase. They should just go straight for mid. It looks like they want to go for Baron
looks like
instead.
they're bringing on this Baron instead, and it is just a rise, so that should be Baron for SK. Now that fight, it looked like TPA just called every man for himself, and they tried to scramble out of the Dragon Pit. Wins just jumped headlong by himself to try and get out of there, and everybody's left scrambling inside the pit. This is definitely going to be the Baron here for SK. What a huge swing.
So the big thing I want to check, we're hopefully going to get the replay in a moment. I'm pretty sure the majority of the flashes were down for TPA, so they were stuck in that pit. And check Freddy. Freddy just dumped them out.
Yeah, they just kind of all panic inside. Wins he jumps headlong for N-rated, and everybody else is still just scrambling inside the pit. Freddy's the gatekeeper here, the bouncer at the front of the Dragon Pit. He's not letting anybody in. Nobody's got IDs on them. They're all stuck inside. BB almost gets a kill over the wall, but he doesn't get it, and it turns into the 4-kill plus Baron. What a huge, huge swing here for the Mundo Tristana team.
Worth noting there, though, was Jesus' position. He went around the back of the Dragon Pit and said, okay, if you've got a flash, feel free to use it. Come in here and I'll kill you.
Arms open.
Almost went down to BB, but almost doesn't count. He got the kill. He's now got a DFG in there as well. So he's got a lot of potential to be singling out these targets. And TPA, we saw it yesterday that the later the game went on, the more decidedly dodgy some of their calls became, and that one was just not on point for them. They've fallen behind now in gold. They're up against an SK Gaming team who now have Baron on them. Some big items were completed in there, including the Warmogs for Freddy, that DFG they already mentioned, Infinity Head and Shiv now there for Candy Panda.
Yeah, and actually being behind this time as the game gets later for TPA is a really big problem, because with their team, it's very hard for anybody to get back to a late game Tristana. As the range scales up further and further, Candy Panda becomes extremely safe, and it really has to be a positional mistake from Candy Panda for him to get caught in this. SK though, N-rated gonna have to blow his flash.
This is interesting play from TPA. They are being the aggressive one. SK have Baron, but TPA are the ones that are being aggressive. SK is silly realizing it, thinking, what are you doing, guys? We have the upper hand right now. We have the power. Now they've finally grouped up. TPA do back out in time, but it did force the flash from N-rated. He had Crescendo available if they piled in, though.
Forced the flash and bought some extra time, taking very, very crucial seconds off of that Baron buff timer for them.
All morning. No. Not going to get chased down here. We do see Gideus coming across. Flag and drag was used. He gets the ward down. Spots Jay and Morning, though, quickly chooses to back away. But so, 5 members pushing down the bottom while BB pushes mid.
And when you're facing a team like this that has the upper hand, you don't try and defend. You try and trade. Whenever your opponent is much stronger than you, you try and work around their power. TPA, they take this opportunity, try and shove up mid to try and answer back some advantage. They probably won't be able to get a lot of turret damage, but they did shove the wave all the way up and moved away from the dangerous zone of the map.
And if we look at the story of SK Gaming, specifically in the summer split, they never had a particularly impressive laning phase. It was all about building the strength, trying not to fall too far behind, and relying on the late game and the calls. And I almost feel that Gilius fits the late game SK style better than Svenskeren does.
Yeah, because Svenskeren was very much all about stealing the kills for himself sometimes, honestly. He was very much a selfish jungler. I think he is safe to call him that. We'll see how it works out, because Now that they're out of the lane phase, that's the time when a sub is the really the handicap for you. Now they're together as a 5, they're grouping as a 5. You can't really do too much wrong as a sub, other than maybe making a positional error. He's with the team. He is the big tank in the front. Well, obviously, Mundo will be the big tank, but for now, when he's split pushing, he will be the main man that blocks them out. So
exactly.
The handicap is gone from them right now.
He's going to be the big Cataclysm to group people up. He's the one who's trying to get people in the Cataclysm for end rated to ultimate. If they get that combo off, then it's very easy for Candy Panda to stay safe on the back line and just dish out damage the entire fight.
Freddy is become enormous. We just saw the culling going on him, the tower's hitting him. It didn't even take 1,000 hit points off him. That tower was taken down, full on tanked out. The Baron buff had worn off, but they just walked in and took it.
This is why, you know, a lot of people have been sort of getting tired of seeing Tristana over and over. The Tristana and Mundo, I always pointed out, the strongest scaling tank and AD carry. It's going to get very, very difficult for any answers. Freddy just stands on the front line, takes all of the hits. The only thing that can get back to Candy Panda is a morning stun. Syndra stun will go right through him. If they can get that and capitalize, then maybe they'll be able to swing this back in their favor.
But that's very tricky because they're basically hoping that Morning can land the stun and BB goes in. But with Candy Panda on Tristana, he can jump on his face. Jesus can Spirit Rush on towards him, so it's going to be very hard for BB to land the perfect position. And they're going to try it again here. This is going to be another stun try and start out by Morning.
Oh, gets the knock up onto Freddy. They're going to try and do some damage to him. Any bit of damage that they can really get onto that health bar is a bonus for them at this stage. But SK deciding to move towards the Dragon. TPA here have cleared out the wave. May decide to push up mid. Look at that. They see nothing on that bottom side of the river. SK had moved up to the brush. Decide though that they do want that Dragon. They will be able to take that down. Baron's coming up in 1.5 minutes time, which is pretty much the perfect amount of time here for SK to spend everything that they've just gained with those pushes and be back in time for Baron.
And relocate their own wards. TPA took that opportunity. They know they were going to give up this Dragon, so they at least went to try and put down some vision by Baron, but it's very sparse vision that they have down there, and it will be very easy for SK to clear that out. That being said, they can, again, shove up the lanes and then just gain control of that entire side of the jungle.
Dragon was what turned things around last time. That led to a big massacre by SK of TPA and picks up that Baron afterwards. That will be up in just 40 seconds time. There is good vision in there for TPA, but I feel SK will no doubt come through and sweep out that. You can see a pink ward on N-rated. Jesus gets himself his blue buff. He's going to be happy. And the next fight may well be a bit of a dance around the Baron.
I feel that is most likely going to happen here. It's been somewhat of the European style. I think TPA, I mean, they showed it, yes, against Royal Club, that they're not scared of doing that Baron dance either. So seems like a likely option to actually happen in this one. For now, Freddy just pushing that top wave out to have it going in their favor. TPA have already got a good bit of coverage down on their side of that Baron pit. SK now finally starting to move in with a few pink wards. Once again though, TPA is setting up the trap. Gilius, is he going to face check? Freddy came in and that scared TPA off.
That was nerves. That was nerves. They could have gone for that and they were just like, is this the right play? I'm not sure. And they rightly backed away because Freddy came around that corner at just the right time. Tricky moments here for both teams.
Yeah, setting up traps with only 4 of your members.
Oh, Jay.
Oh, Cataclysm comes down. Monsoon now actually knocked it back. Candy Panda gets the kill. The culling wasn't enough to really return much there onto SK Gaming, and that gives them a big advantage. Yes, you can argue it's just the support down and rated here. Trying to play the bait. That's a good stun from Morning. Hits 3 of them, gets in rated low. Jez is going to go in towards Archie and actually using his ultimate there, so they may want to try and move forward from this one. Gillia's trying to get in. Another good stun comes out from Morning, but SK push them back and can just go back to Baron.
Yeah, perfectly played there by SK. They get the vision and then they go for the picks. Gilius especially, great job jumping on that Janna. They get the important cooldowns out and the extra kill. Then Jesus goes for a pick. He doesn't.
Crescendo comes out, but maybe gets the smite out there. That's going to be Gilius that picks it up, but SK take a very low in the pit here. Candy Panda jumps back in, but it's TPA coming out on top. Have they got the damage? They damn well have. Jesus gets picked down. BB goes huge.
They quickly need to shove up mid and try and get that inhibitor down. The wave is halfway there, so they'll probably at least be able to get the turret. Let's see here, 20 seconds. They don't have BB. Crucial kill there at the very end for Freddy to be able to take down BB. Will make this push much slower.
And they've not got much health either from that one. You see Jay and Wins trying to dodge off there on the damage that they're going to take. Minion wave comes in to make it easier. They're going to take the turret, they're leaving. They don't want to stick around and risk that ace that they've just got being turned around onto them. TPA going to back away, and this game back and forth. Let's have a look at that Baron fight again.
All right, so the Crescendo and BB with the beautiful sidestep right there. A great stun. Let's see here. They corner them inside. Wins jumps right into. Jez is on the outside, can't lend enough help, and then the beautiful cleanup here from Wins. BB, this is the point. Freddy flashes in to finish him off. And that right there saved them the actual inhib kill.
Yeah, wow. So, we got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in it, and it is just a 2,000 gold differential. Baron completely wiped off the board. Nobody keeping that one for SK Gaming. And it is all square once again. 5 towers to 4. TPA taking that one inhibitor turret down. The question is, how will SK react? They had the upper hand. They still technically do in terms of gold, but that's definitely going to put a scare amongst them.
Yeah, I mean, basically they didn't get any use out of the Crescendo because everyone was on Baron, and BB in fact even dodged it. So next time they have a team fight, SK probably still have the upper hand here as long as they are together and they're able to actually make use of all their crowd control. The fact that they were all focused on dealing damage to Baron was really the only reason that TPA were able to clean that one up. And they still have the gold lead here. So this is why they're continuing to pressure mid. If they just play it sort of solidly here, should be able to take down.
Well, they siege down this turret. We'll see whether they do manage to stick to it. Morning trying to follow through. I want you to get your stats head on you. Channel your inner freak right now, because I want to see how does it compare. The fact that Candy Panda did have to go for that third defensive item. He's only got the IE and the static shiv compared to BB, of course, who went towards that last Whisper.
So it is going to hurt them a bit because they've got the Mundo and Jarvan with, you know, Jarvan adds a little bit of damage, semi-damage, but really it's going to be about the solid plan from this team anyway. This team's not about having to rush things. So Candy Panda just playing defensively, not worrying about the actual long DPS over time in this team fight because their composition is so safe. This is sort of like the Greek phalanx here for SK.
Candy Panda pushing out that bottom lane. There's a dragon that will be a freebie, but I say freebie, we look at TPA and they're actually pushing up the mid lane right now. They've got Freddy to try and hold them away. The inhibitor, of course, is open, and SK tried to move in from the side. Spotted by a good pink ward there by TPA, and TPA going to keep pushing from this one. Freddy actually going to use his ultimate to get that region in. Cully comes out from the side. Are they going to go for this one? Morning isolated on the top side, and actually, yeah, Gilius went for him, but the rest of the team went down middle. Bit of coordination problems there, but they get the kill in the end. Candy Panda picks that one off. That's a lot of damage gone from TPA.
That's a big, big pickup by Gilius there. The sub coming out huge and singling out that mid laner. Very well worked for them. There was no flash available for Unrated either, so he couldn't get that flash Crescendo because 4 of them were stacked so tightly that it would have worked perfectly. Instead, though, SK taking advantage and pushing down that inner turret.
That's gone. There's no way that they can have that one. The question is whether they can actually defend here on the inhibitor turret. 20 seconds still until morning will come back up. Freddy was not pretty low in that last fight, if we can even really call it a fight. It was more of a positional face-off, which ended up in Gilius catching out Morning on the top side. But SK recalling, and TPA are just going to push back up mid.
Yeah, the sort of safety-first mentality of SK kind of paying off here. The more I do look at it, though, I mean, Candy Panda has so many safety nets that he can fall back on. A third damage item would speed this game up for them a bit. But with that Banshee's Veil, it just means that even if Morning does land a Miracle Stun through Mundo, through the front line onto him, he's going to have that blocked. So it makes their composition just that much more safe.
That third damage item is now in, and Candy Panda is not going to have too many problems with Achi anymore either. He's got the damage. TPA are waiting off the side. They want to try and set up a gank bush, but they're against SK Gaming. They've played Fnatic all season. They know what this is all about. Are they going to fall for it? Freddy's the man that gets singled out, but he's got 4,500 hit points and a whole stack of armor. He does not care too much what Baby does to him.
Yeah, last whisper, all well and good, but quite frankly, he's got enough to just say, I don't really care, even if you're hammering away on me. A minute until the Baron comes up. Freddy, of course, was, I mean, despite the fact that they got ace, you could probably argue the hero of that one flashing in to kill BB and stop them from taking the inhibitor, which has given them the respite. We do see, though, that TPA sat in the death brush here trying to bait SK in.
Yeah,
on a ward, though.
They really need to get some sort of surprise, because if your enemy is stronger than you in the straight-up 5-on-5, you don't fight a fair fight. You try and get the element of surprise on your side to pick somebody off, because if they stack up 5-5, look at this. Who is Wins ever going to get a reset off? Talked about the safe sort of style from this team. Everybody here is hard for them to take down. Even N-rated there. He's got the extra shield for everybody, and he's working on extra health items for himself. Very hard for TPA to actually ever get resets for Wins.
I gotta give it to TPA. They're persistent. They were staying in that bush for a long time, and SK were just like, we know you're there. We're not falling for it. This has happened too many times to us throughout the year to just stroll on into that death bush. And now SK have got themselves advantage. They've moved in. They're getting the wards down. The Baron has spawned, but TPA, they're always giving that little edge of threat. There is no tower in that mid lane, remember. They can wall straight onto the inhib, but it's a risky, risky play if they go for it.
And SK now feeling very confident. If they once again control vision around this Baron and then wait for the picks. They have the Ahri, they have the Jarvan with both Flash and Cataclysm available. So picks are very, very easy for them to pull off. Vision is controlled. Now they play the slow game. Not that slow, actually.
Whoa! Freddy going down to less than half HP. There's the culling. They've managed to lock him up, but can they finish him off? They can't at this stage. And SK actually starting off the Baron, doing about half of the health bar. Haven't finished that one off, and TPA have not only done the damage to the big tank, they've managed to actually stop them doing the Baron. They're going straight up mid.
So this is a completely different phase for TPA. A decisive move when their backs are against the wall. Baron's going down with this level 18 Tristana. They force it. They engage on the Mundo, pull them off of Baron, and now they've run SK all over the map, shoving mid and switching over to Baron. Teleport on their trap.
This is really risky. They've got to take that Baron down very fast there, and they are doing the damage to it. The TPA are going to get it. They've taken the Baron, and SK are just too slow to the party.
That's what decisive calls would do for you. Engage on the Mundo to draw them off of Baron, then shove mid to make them all recall to try and defend the inhibitor. What good objective selection from TPA. 1, 2, 3, they got the Baron, burned it down, even with the teleport from Freddy, able to pull it off in time.
It's just so hard to call this game because we've seen it swing back and forth already. We saw TPA in the lead. They end up losing out and must have had this deja vu, a horrible deja vu feeling from yesterday, but they get that Baron. They're still 5k gold behind, but we're 40 minutes into this matchup now, getting to the point where the gold is going to be less and less impactful. But what are TPA going to do with the Baron? This is where, yes, we've just seen that decisive play for the Baron. Now they've got to be even more decisive and show us what they can do with that big Baron advantage.
Well, the really, really big thing for them is that the middle inhibitor turret is already down from the last time they were able to rush it. Even though BB went down after that and they weren't able to finish off the inhibitor, they've got that open door.
Can see just TPA. They got the Baron. They want to make this play. Jez is hanging off the side. I'm not sure that's the right move, and he's having the same thought himself as he comes around. This is going to be very hard for them to push into SK's face, though.
Keep your eyes on Candy Panda. The Banshees is popped. Morning was able to land the stun there, but as we said, defensive item there for Candy Panda, able to block one. We'll see if the cooldown comes back up and they get a second.
Freddy standing at the door. That big bouncer that we've talked about already, trying to keep them out and away from that inhibitor. But you see TPA stepping forward, trying to get those stuns off. BB needs to be very careful how close he goes in, because Jesus, if he gets the pick, will go in there, but they do manage to force SK back. The inhibitor goes over to the Taipei Assassins. Now they're going to have the super minions coming in, but if you look at top and bottom, it's already on SK's favor, so they need to just spread out those time lanes. They're trying to set up a trap, but they were on a ward.
Yeah, that's not going to work out for them. They're trying.
There is a giant minion wave down bottom for SK, so that at least they have pressure down there. But TPA turning their sights towards the top tower. They want to make use of the Baron while they still have it.
Trying to trap in the jungle. This time around, not going to work out. There is a big wave, as you said. That's going to be the top tower, the inner going down. The bottom may well get dealt with by those minions. SK do have that advantage, as you mentioned, but this wave, will it get cleared out quick enough? It's going to be taken. TPA get himself another tower. The stun on Jesus isn't enough. The Cully doing the damage. He gets caught with the Rune Prison. And BB down by BB. Straight on towards him. Crescendo still not used. They've been raided holding on to that one. But SK are down to 4 members.
This is dangerous for SK Gaming. Jesus has got a 1-minute spawn time, and TPA knocking on the door on this top lane. Are they going to be able to work their way in? There is the next minion wave coming in. Watch for Morning, because he's been brilliant with his stuns so far. They managed to lock up Freddy for a while. There is a Crescendo. Morning actually using the Zonias. Monsoon from Jay. SK trying to push this one back. There's the damage to Candy Panda. Not enough though. They came off Morning. Gilius will fall. Archie is actually pretty low. Winter's forced the ball back away. Double for Freddy before he goes down. That's 3 dead for SK, 2 dead for the Taipei Assassins. This time they've got the AD carry up with them. They're going to try and win the game.
The super minions coming in the mid lane. Win's taking a hell of a lot of beating now, but BB goes aggressive and Ready taking low. He gets dropped down. Candy Panda, the last man standing. Jez is up in 9 seconds time. They're going to try and push on towards the Nexus turrets. One goes down. Can the second one? BB goes in, annihilates him, and that's going to be the game for the Taipei Assassins here on the home ground. What a match!
And listen to that crowd roar there. Taipei Assassins did so well yesterday against Royal Club. You should argue that they probably should have won that game. This one was far from easy for them once again. They had that traditional TPA great early start. They also had then the traditional TPA ropey later stages, but they managed to hold on, making that decisive call which led to the Baron. And this time they make no mistake the later they went.
And man, do I like watching BB on Lucian. He doesn't hesitate to dash in to finish off AD carries. He sees the high priority target low, and he uses the skill as it's there. Relentless pursuit. He's always following up on the damage, and that's what counted. He got the kill, and they were able to snowball that all the way into the base. I'm sure that Freak is going to have some words about that defensive item. Third for Candy Panda as well. We'll see, because BB did not go for one of those earlies, just making the McHales so that he could continue to go aggressive.
What a back and forth match that really was. In TPA leading in the beginning, SK clawing the way back into it after a great ace down at the Dragon. Actually wasn't quite the ace, was it? That he only got the Quadra there in towards it, gets the Baron straight off the back of it, gets a second Baron as well, but TPA, they answered so well, catching them in that Baron pit and then picking up a tactical, masterful Baron. They just forced them up the mid, led them on a merry dance and ran straight up and picked that Baron, and that really was where it all turned for them. They just pushed in towards the middle inhibitor, taking along the top turrets and completely running SK in a merry dance. That flash Rune Prison though, on towards Jez's was incredible, because he'd already flashed, but the Rune Prison went down as it was going through, and that is what left them in a 4v5.
Yeah, it was great follow-up. They get Cinder Stun into Flash Rise Rune Prison, and then BB dashes in to finish him off. Everybody on the same page there. Completely different phase from TPA than we saw yesterday. Maybe it was jitters for their first Worlds game, and now everybody's in sync, but they look much more cohesive. Maybe it is having their back pushed against the wall is all that they needed.
The speculation coming into the tournament was SK Gaming TSM, TPA, who's going to be the second spot coming through? I think general consensus was that Royal Club were the strongest team in this group. And now, later on today, we're going to see a 1-1 TSM going up against a 1-1 Taipei Assassins. And that could be a big deciding match. That's going to be brilliant.
And let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is only day 2. This is a
true as well.
round-robin group stage. These guys all have to play each other again, so there's still lots of matches to go on. But my God, we're getting some fantastic games in these early group stage games.
Yeah, these are very, very exciting. This one goes super late, too. Everybody likes to see the late game that actually are decisive because there was nonstop action in this one.
I mean, there was a lot of back and forth. Are we going Baron? No, we're not going Baron. Let's go Baron. Let's not go Baron. We're
It's a
from
European
Europe.
team.
We're used to seeing that, so for us, it's not all that bad. But, you know, TPA, I was hoping for them that they wouldn't make any kind of mistake the later things went. They've already shown that they've got that trait, which they'll probably not really like having that trait themselves. It cost them dearly yesterday against Royal Club. They've got to work on that one. And as you mentioned, there's still a few games to go in the group stage. They've still got to play each other twice. And we're getting such great games the first time around. The second time these teams come to play, they'll already have a match to kind of look through what went wrong for them. And the evolution over a group stage itself can be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, one of the biggest things coming into these group stages was so many teams had all this time to prepare. They all came here in boot camp, and we didn't get to see what everyone was working on for several weeks. So now that they've had that first day and they've got that first glimpse, the second day is exciting to see how they'll adapt to what they've seen.
Absolutely fantastic match and a win for the Taipei Assassins. For more on that one, we're going to send it over to Shox, who's standing by with TPA's wins.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, congratulations, wins. Fantastic victory here for the Taipei Assassins versus SK Gaming. Yesterday, you guys almost won versus Starhorn Royal Club. How did you guys manage to win this one?
恭喜你们今天赢得胜利。那昨天对皇族你们也差点赢得胜利。那今天你们做了什么不同的，让你们赢得这次的胜利呢？
今天就是我们回去有想过为什么我们昨天输，然后就是让自己冷静下来，就是赶快想好今天比赛要怎么打，然后换个战术，因为对每个队伍的战术不一样，然后想办法用新的战术来赢得这场比赛。
They went back and they were calm and they went to the drawing board and think up a strategy to face the team today, and that paid off.
Well, that's one win already for you today. Later up, you're going up against TSM, the North American team. How do you think that matchup will play out?
今天你们赢了1胜，那接下来要遇到 TSM， 然后你觉得会那场会发生什么事呢？
我觉得我们双方实力应该是差不多，然后我觉得 TSM 他们的中路非常的强，我觉得只要我们就是不要让他们中路拿到太多优势的话，我觉得我们可以有机会赢他们的。
We think our strengths are almost the same, and TSM has a really good mid. But if we all perform right, I think we'll have a really good game.
Well, we'll see how that game plays out. Now, Wins, you were on the world stage last year with the Gamma Bears. How well do you think you can do here now that you got the Taipei Assassins with you?
你之前跟 Gamma Bear 有打过 Worlds， 那现在你跟 TPA， 你觉得你可以打到什么好成绩呢？
因为其实去年是直接进8强，然后我们直接遇到一个单出的那个冠军的 SKT1， 然后我们确实是被打得非常的惨。可是这一年我觉得我自己也想了很多，然后也换了一个新队伍、新气象，然后我觉得这是我们可以拿到更好成绩，因为我觉得我这一年都努力了很多，因为去年真的打得不够好，就觉得有点难过，就今年要打回来，讨回公道。
So it's unfortunate they faced SKT, the eventual champion last year, but this year he put a lot of work into it, and hopefully he'll do better this year.
Well, this was a great start already. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to kick it back over to the guys at the desk to analyze TPA's win.
Thank you very much, Shox. And what a game to kick off day 2. Yesterday, we had a killer match to start day 1 of Worlds. Today, similar case. SK come out swinging. Definitely a marked improvement. Let's talk picks and bans, team compositions. Monty, you were not particularly sold by TPA and what they put together.
No. I mean, they won this game, but and obviously team compositions aren't anything. They outplayed and kind of out-rotated their opponent in the mid lane when that whole Baron skirmish happened, and then they forced them back and kind of took the inhibitor as a result. But when we're actually looking at the picks and bans here, the issue is that they're riding a very small power spike with their Siege, with Lucian and Syndra, and Janna really does nothing. They only have one form of engage, which is a Syndra stun, which was why it took them so long to close. They couldn't really get a team fight. They got a nice fight when SK was in the Baron pit, but other than that, there's not a good way for them to actually win the game. And so with very little engage, there wasn't a backline threat because SK could just stand there, and if Ryze walks up, you just charm the Ryze, you kill the Ryze first, and then you can collapse on the backline once the front line is dead, and the kiting will come in from SK at that point. So there's no point to the Janna. You're not going to have a good disengage, and you don't have engage either. You don't have really good siege. It's just wishy-washy, and against better teams, you have to be able to draft better than that.
So I want to cut you off because I'm exactly opposite to your opinion here, which is that I actually love the Janna a lot because we don't see her much, but my read on her is this. Number one, I think she is the best support in the game at 20 minutes because that is when she gets level 9 and she has a 50 attack damage shield to put on a 1-item AD carry. And when you've got a Lucian who does so much physical spell damage, he is far and away the strongest champion in the map with a Janna shield on him. And we saw that timing window, the 22 minutes they come in, Syndra can one-shot somebody, the Kha'Zix has power spike with the Brutalizer. They've got so much darn damage there that things just blow up. And Syndra is enough engage against champions that squishy where no one's really come online yet, and that team turns into, by the way, we've got a late game Ryze, by the way, late game Kha'Zix, and then even Lucian was actually building a Blade of the Ruin King so we could deal with Mundo late game as well. So this kind of team turns on at 20 minutes and then grows. And I thought it was a wonderful team comp that eventually just builds into an unstoppable team.
It helped that SK walked into a number of Syndra stuns as well. Crippo, let's add here, we'll keep this conversation rolling.
I know we had a couple of replays coming, so I'm going to keep it short. I would have still preferred a Thresh for multiple reasons, just for like extra engage or just Thresh is looking for picks. But what worries me or what's interesting is the Sona pick early. It opens you up to get countered really hard, and I feel like TPA dropped the ball on that. I watched the entire bot lane again, and BB&J just weren't in synergy. They kept going for trades one by one, separated. There was no tornado follow-up. There was no Lucian Q poke in lane, and they just basically allowed Sona Tristana to tie farm Lucian Janna, which should never happen, even after First Blood, and that's a really big mistake. Secondly, one thing on SK side, I would have loved Unrated to pick up an earlier Chalice and maybe even an earlier Mikhail's. Because he didn't even build that after finishing his locket. I really think he needed kills.
There's a theme on the analyst desk, Creppo disliking support build orders. Prolly, we haven't heard anything from you. I want you to take me through our first replay. Let's pull this up. First of all, Gilius deserves a high five. His early game presence was a marked improvement from yesterday's games, and SK put a lot of focus on Dragons. Let's roll this clip out and Prolly talk us through it.
So I really like this fight specifically for Jez's position. You can see him coming around the back right now, and right now he just disappears. TP has no idea where he goes, and this kind of gives them a lot of indecision and they don't know what to do. At this point, Wins jumps in right when they see Ahri, and you see the rest of them in the pit. They're just too scared to move out with Ahri behind them, and now it's Freddy and Jezzy's just closing in on these threes without, much escape, and it's just kind of TPA not really making that decisive decision early, and now it's up to SK kind of to pick and choose who they kill first.
Yeah, you were talking about the fact that you felt TPA was maybe afraid of Freddy and just trying to get away from him. Do you still feel the same after rewatching the replay?
Yeah, rewatching it really did seem they were more scared of Ahri, and then once they saw Ahri, they were like, this Mundo's in front of us and we don't want to touch him.
Yeah, he managed to run a wreck. Now, before we move on to the next replay, what's your take on the game? I see you wanted to chime in while the disagreements were happening. TPA, they sort of fell behind early, but they strategically outplayed SK and got control back.
I think the biggest turning point was definitely that Baron, and that was what TPA really needed. They didn't have good engage, and SK doing Baron basically gave TPA an engage. It forced SK to sit in that pit and do that objective, and TPA just walked in and fought. And if they had just left that Baron, what was TPA going to do? They can't really run them down.
It was a good dodge on the crescendo as well.
Yeah, we actually have a replay of the Baron fight if we can pull that one up. This is the one that TPA comes in and cleans people up. So the thing that's going on here, by the way, is the call for SK is to finish Baron. Candy Panda flash crescendo to try to stop TPA from coming in to stop the smite. Problem is he misses win. So let's roll the clip out, and you're going to watch him go for the flash crescendo here. And it's just barely away from Kha'Zix, so it doesn't quite tag him. He actually walks forward into it, and he actually gets into range to smite. You're going to see Wins actually puts a smite down here. It's just a little bit too early is all. but at this point it's a big misplay. So Sona's out of mana, no Chalice. Candy Panda also flashes the wall, he's so afraid, realizes, oh wait, I'm not dead. Rocket jumps back in, but by now it's already too late, as Jess is flashed out himself and can't get back in. And so it's a really, really badly coordinated fight by SK. It's of course easy then for TPA to clean up the rest.
I just want to add in very quickly, Morning, this is his second professional game on Syndra. For TPA, when they have played Syndra in the GPL, it is Chowie that has been playing it. He pulled out Syndra yesterday for the first time. That was a great stun. And yes, positioning it's made easier, but he hit those stuns multiple times throughout the game.
Yeah, Justice also didn't even have his ult. He had already burned it before that fight started, so that was another problem.
Yeah, adding on to that the Crescendo was then down for the fight. I completely understand what went through in Raider's head there. Like, a lot of times people call burn Baron, okay, support goes Stalin, but what are you going to do once you get the Baron? If you're 2 ultis down against that team coming in at you, that desperately, like probably said, needs an engage, and basically you become their engage, then it's going to get really hard.
Final thoughts, Monty, before we move on?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know they don't have engage, so you don't flash to engage. You wait. You wait for them to walk into you. You use the Crescendo as a counter engage, tie up their front line. That way the Janna never does anything because she's too busy protecting the back line that doesn't need protecting. You burn down Ryze, then you just follow up and clean up.
Well, definitely a game that got the analyst desk talking. Very exciting. All right, LPL's Edward Gaming and the international wildcard team Dark Passage are preparing for our second game of the day. And I think we're actually going to take a look in at the venue in a moment. We can actually see Name, the rest of the team in their practice room, getting themselves ready. Dark Passage will also be taking to the Rift. They're squeezing in some time on the games. We'll be back in a second, guys.
Jesus has caught Phoebe around the backside. Is he going to get the goes down?
That's going to be Gillians that picks it up, but SK take a very low in the pin here. Candy Panda jumps back in, but it's TPA coming out on top. Have they got the damage? They damn well have.
There is a Crescendo. Morning actually using the Zonias. Monsoon from Jay. SK trying to push this one back. There's the damage to Candy Panda.
Welcome back to the first group stage of the 2014 World Championship here in Taipei. I'm reporting Riptide with Insect from Starhorn Royal Club. Always a pleasure to talk to him. And starting off, Insect, yesterday you guys got to play TPA and TSM. What are your impressions of your group after day one?
인색 선수 우선 안녕하다고 말하시고요. 어제 1일차 때 TSM이랑 TPA 상대로 이제 1승을 거두셨는데요. 어제 TPA랑 TSM의 경기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하셨는지 간단히 설명해 주세요.
TPA전은 TPA가 초중반에 잘해서 저희가 많이 말렸고, 하지만 저희 조합을 보고 후반을 가면 이길 거라고 생각해서 잘 버텨서 이긴 것 같고, TSM은 이제 저희가 원하는 거의 모든 챔프를 가져갔기 때문에 충분히 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
So our game against TPA, we had a really hard time during the early and mid game. They're really good. They really harassed us in the early mid game, but we thought that our composition was good in late game, so I think we were able to pull it off. And against TSM, we had all the champions we wanted during the pick and bans, so I think it was relatively more easy.
Let me revisit that game versus TPA again, because Wins here in front of his home crowd has been doing very well. What do you think of his style?
이제 TPA 팀의 윈즈 선수가 어제 되게 매우 인상적인 활약을 펼치고 있는데요. 윈즈 선수에 대해서 좀 더 얘기를 해주세요.
좀 간단하게 표현하면 초중반엔 정말 잘하셨는데 이제 후반 갈수록 약간 힘이 빠져서 그래서 후반 갈수록 그냥 힘이 빠지신 것 같아요.
I think his Lee Sin was really good, especially his early game. Like he was really threatening to our team. But Lee Sin in general, he kind of fades out in the late game, and I think he made some mistakes. So yeah, we were pretty good.
All right. Then after that game, I talked to Uzi, who said how far you guys wanted to go as a team. What is your relationship like with Uzi now?
어제 경기 승리 후에 우지 선수 인터뷰 때 이제 그 우지 선수가 이번 롤드컵 때 우승하고 싶다고 말씀했었는데 어떻게 우지 선수와의 관계는 괜찮은가요?
이제 애초에 저랑 큰 트러블은 없었고 지금은 다 해결돼서 전부 남은 토너먼트에 집중할 수 있도록 전부 잘 준비하고 있습니다.
So Uzi and I, we don't have any problems with each other. We're working really hard as a team, and we really want to focus throughout the rest of the tournament.
All right, very good to hear. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to throw it over to the guys at the desk for a look at this next match.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We are setting up for our next Rumble on the Rift. It will be between Edward Gaming and the international wildcard team, Dark Passage. Let's start with Edward Gaming. They are by far the favorite for this matchup. It is China's #1 seed. However, they did have a rough start to their Worlds trip yesterday as they were taken out by Samsung White relatively handily. It just felt like Samsung White had the better strategic play. What do you think, Monty?
Well, I think that what Freak brought up earlier is true, that they were a little bit shaky in the late game. Yeah.
Edward Gaming struggling.
Yeah. A little bit shaky, but it's, I still think that, Samsung White here is obviously going to be the favorite, and I think their play is just going to get cleaner as the group moves on.
So for Edward Gaming against Dark Passage, it is definitely a David and Goliath side to this. Freak, you particularly like Nami.
Yeah, David.
Despite...
I'm with Monte Cristo. Samsung White is the favorite here. No, Edward Gaming definitely are incredibly strong. They just... They're just going to outmatch these guys ultimately. They are incredibly strong. Name especially is incredible. Again, in the previous game they played against Samsung White, he had the highest damage dealt in the game, the champions, despite such a rough start. And it's just an all-star powerhouse. What can you say?
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, the other side of the Rift, it is Dark Passage. They struggled yesterday against AHQ. They were fairly outclassed on an individual level, but they did dig deep. They did hold off against the Southeast Asian squad. What are they going to need to do here against the Chinese squad, Crepa?
Get really lucky, I think. They got outclassed, they got outclassed by AHQ, and if you just compare AHQ and EDG, then the comparison, the gap just even gets bigger. So this is probably going to be really one-sided match. So I just wonder, is Dark Passage going to play their signature champions, or are they going to go for some cheese, or it's unconventional stuff? What are they? If you're in Dark Passage seats, what is your strategy? How do you go into the game?
I'm going to ask Prolly that exact question. What would you do if you were in Dark Passage up against the
you're used to not being the #1 favorite for
I'm very versed in being the underdog, so this is basically easy for me. For them, I would say the best idea, picks and bans-wise, is go for a very early game team-oriented kind of pick thing and go for an early dragon. Do a risky early dragon and bait them into fighting it. If EDG gives it up and is smart about it, I don't think Dark Passage will have a chance, but I think they can bait EDG, since they are a very aggressive team, into something early and punish them for it.
Well, we'll see if that does work. We're going to skip down to the bottom line. I think I know where these predictions will go, but let's see anyway. Who is going to come out with the win? Is it Edward Gaming or Dark Passage? Probably you spoke last. You can predict first. Who are you going for?
I'm going to go with Edward Gaming.
Yeah.
I'm doing safe picks for a while until I get a good ratio, and then I'll start, wavering from there.
Crepo.
Yeah, Edward Gaming. We stated all the reasons. It's probably going to be this way.
David versus Goliath. Before we get to David, Monty, your prediction.
Well, even with Prawley's expert advice on how to blue turtle shell, I'm still going to take EDG here.
Yeah, I still don't actually know what blue turtle shell is. You'll have to explain to me in-game. Freak up next.
Blue turtle shells only hit the first place team, so Edward Gaming going to probably take second in the group, and they're going to win this one.
All right, well, down the line. Let's compare that to the fans' predictions over on lolesports.com. Right now, you're calling this matchup for Edward Gaming to the tune of 68%. Still ahead of the curve. Let's throw this one over to D-Man, Joe, and Kobe to get us into the game.
Thanks a lot, Quick Shot. And let's get right to it with a look at the team starting lineups. On the blue side from China's LPL is Edward Gaming, with Koro in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Yu in the mid lane, Name the AD carry, and FZZF on support.
And in a mammoth task on the red side, it is Dark Passage from Turkey. Fabulous in the top lane, Crystal in the jungle, Naru in the mid lane. AD carry is Holy Phoenix, and Touch alongside him as support.
All right, so yeah, as they already prepped for us, this is really going to be one of those underdog stories, the David and Goliath. We'll have to see. Dark Passage, they're kind of in a similar situation the HQ were in yesterday when they were going up against Samsung White, this team that everyone's talking up and is obviously extremely strong. So we expect probably early game focus there from Dark Passage to try and get maybe a level 1 invade, try and snowball some sort of early gold into some sort of momentum.
Well, you say that, but that is exactly how AHQ lost the game against Samsung White yesterday with a 5-man face check at level 1 and got ace.
It's a big risk. It's called a high risk for a reason. It's like, if it works out and suddenly you get yourself a little bit of an advantage and maybe, just maybe, you buy yourself some time. But if it backfires, like yesterday Samsung White were ready and waiting for it, then it can look a little bit harsh on yourself. It is a thing that they need to do, though. I mean, you look at the champions. If you looked at Dark Passage, you say, Holy Phoenix is the guy that has to carry him. He's up against Name, who's considered one of the best AD carriers in the world. It's a tricky task, that's for sure, for Dark Passage. We'll see how the bans work.
And I think that's a really good point to bring up, too, because Name's not this really good AD carry that even has a big potential to go sort of crazy and throw games. He's not like he's going to give you even that small opening where he jumps into a team fight. He's very cautious with his play, and he's very smart and patient with his play. So if they do get ahead, then he doesn't leave a lot of openings for a team to jump on.
So let's have a look down the bans here. We see Edward Gaming banning out Nidalee, most played champion from Fabulous in that top lane. Alistair, another just all-around very strong pick at this point. On the other side, they actually ban out Twitch, first of all. Third most played champion statistically for Name, with a decent record as well. We'll see how that one goes. Zillion also banned away, and it's hard to ban someone like you out because he just plays pretty much everything.
Well, that Twitch ban is exactly what they did as their first ban yesterday. I wonder if it's just something that Dark Passage as a team do not like dealing with, maybe.
Well, Name very scary on Twitch.
Yeah, of course.
I'm kind of sad that they're actually banning out the Twitch and Zillion, because EDG do run a very cool variations on Twitch Zillion compositions in which they speed up, and you do get to see Name's patience and his really skillful positioning. Won't see it this time around, though. He's definitely versatile. He can always go with that Lucian as well. Maokai goes through, though, with EDG spending 2 top lane bans and the Rise coming in for the final ban. It's a pretty easy pickup for them. Many Chinese teams love to have that team fighting. Maokai, one of the premier team fighting top laners. It's going to be a very big pickup for Koro.
Well, Dark Passage first picked Lee Sin yesterday. We'll see whether they stick with this Kha'Zix that Crystal is currently hovering over. We do see Lucian getting locked in for Holy Phoenix, so we'll see. Of course, has had a pretty successful win rate so far in the World Championships, Lucian.
Yeah, and they do take it away from Name. So sort of 2 takeaways from him, and we'll get to see what his third string sort of is here. The Kazakhs, as we said last time, I really just like this jungler all around right now. He does pretty much everything well, except tank. We'll see here though. Rengar locked in on the other side. Yes, we get to see the hunt. If this game goes long, then maybe we do get to see that epic hunt between Kazakhs and Rengar.
It's got to be 2 level 16s. There's a bunch
Hey,
of, there's
it
a bunch
could go
of
that
conditions
long.
in there. It could go that long. Don't get me wrong. Could well do. FCZF though, getting in that Janna once again, expecting to see the Meki Soul Stealer again from him. Not too many people running Janna. Really just Jay, FCZF, and of course we're going to see it probably later on from Najim Whiteshirt when we reach Singapore.
Yeah, I think the thing with Janna is that it was really a recent trend that emerged right before everyone went into boot camp before Worlds. So there's no telling how many of these teams took that boot camp time to actually pick up Janna. She's not that hard to pick up for a team. No. And we've seen so many
It's an
people,
old champion that's been around for a very long time throughout the years. And as you mentioned, on the hunt, but more importantly, Clear Love, this is a Rengar, this is his second most played champion. You could argue, obviously, alongside Kazakhs as well. Jarvan being his main one. Interesting that he didn't go towards that when he's played it 15 times throughout the season.
Yeah, they've also, though, had a lot of Rengar bans aimed at them, 8 in total across the season. So a lot of teams saying we don't want Clear Love to get in on towards this one. We've seen Nunu actually being picked up here for Dark Passage alongside the Kazakhs. So, and Thresh is in there. So I was going to say Nunu support, then I look down the list and then you've got Thresh there. Fabulous going to bring out a top lane Nunu. How are they going to go with it?
All right, Joe, I'll give you a 3% chance that it's a top lane Nunu, because that is a viable option, but it would definitely mean they will be lacking in damage. Probably going to be a solo lane Kazakhs and a jungle Nunu. That's where I'm going to put my money.
Fabulous. It's a pentakill. That's what he got it on back in, well, season 3, so it's a long time ago. But of course, it is a champion he has played very well. Catching us all off guard there, honestly. Orianna in the mid lane and Kog'Maw picked up for Name. We'll see how that one works out for him. Strong champion for him. It's his second most played. He's 9-1 on it from the summer of the LPL.
Another favorite from Name, and he does have the Janna and the Orianna, so shields on shields for him, plus they have the reset if they need it. And Maokai, one of the best peeling tanks in the game, so good at protecting Kog'Maw. He doesn't have to use Twisted Advance to engage, he can use it if Kazakhs ever jumps in. He's so good at locking down Kazakhs. If you take away that mobility of any of these melee assassins like Kazakhs, then it really stymies their team fighting here. And this EDG team just looks like it's going to be very hard for Dark Passage to really break into.
So final pick for Dark Passage was in fact Xerath. We did see Naru playing Xerath once during International Wildcard. Funnily enough, out of the 7 games he played 7 different champions. So already shown that he's got depth in his champion pool. He's up against you this time around, who may not be the most formidable mid laner in China, but he's going to have a hard time.
We're going to see how this one works out. Definitely an interesting team comp. Edward Gaming, honestly, it is a strong composition from them. Dark Passage, we'll see whether this works out. Are they going to try and fast push those towers? Is it going to work out against them? Because that's not really a team comp they can do it against.
Right. I mean, we do see oftentimes solo lane Kazakhs, they'll pick up the Tiamat into the Hydra, so then they can sort of split push. But EDG, not only do they have massive team fighting, but they've got a Rengar on their team. And if ClearGov gets any sort of foothold in this game, Rengar's great at taking out split pushers. I don't know. It seems like EDG have so many answers for this game here.
Yeah, if we think back to the last Rengar, Insec on it yesterday, going full damage. And with that Maokai in there, there's a possibility that he'll go the same way. We'll find out. Don't forget, guys, you can keep sharing your predictions for this game over on Twitter. Send the hashtag EDGWin or DPWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be checking back a little bit later on to see if the voting shifts once we're actually in game. We've said it before, this is a mammoth task for Dark Passage. Gonna be a hard game for them, but honestly, you also have to feel that at this stage, the team has nothing to lose.
Yeah, and I want to see what they do with sort of the beginning of this game, because ClearLove on Rengar, he'll probably be hard farming his jungle here. ClearLove sort of likes to do that anyway, and so on Rengar, it's a pretty clear path for him. This is going to be up to Crystal and the rest of Dark Passage to try and do some counter jungling, take away as many of the large jungle monsters as they can to delay the Pharaoh Flare stacks and the experience gain.
Yeah, he just saw him. I think they were trying to set up a cheeky push gank there, but we saw in the previous matchup it can't work. But this time Name, spotted it out.
A delayed invade over a ward. This is not a good situation. And this is only a 3-man invade here, so you should probably not go through with this.
I'm just getting flashbacks to Samsung White yesterday. We'll see, though.
Oh, looking for the lane.
Putting a ward down there, and we can actually see that Maokai and Rengar are on the top side of the map, so kind of switching position here. EDG looking for that invade. As you mentioned, the ward went down between the turrets to spot those early movements towards the lane.
Yes.
Exactly the same done by EDG. That ward was spotted on the top side, though.
Looking for that lane swap. Let's see. You know, Kog'Maw, he gets a huge boost in lane power when he does get that level 6. In which case, then they'd want to swap it back. Let's see here. Dark Passage. They haven't... I don't think that ward saw them yet, so they don't know the Kog'Maw's down bottom. But they're already sort of initiating lane swap.
I think Naru saw him earlier on, remember. There's the ward that spots them, though. Name and
they head back down.
Spotted out. So will be a 2v2. Yeah, they're going to choose straight to head back down there. There goes Holy Phoenix in touch. And they are going to get to lane a little bit later than EDG.
Yeah, so they were sort of preparing for the situation where EDG would lane swap top, but since they did not do it, it actually gives the early shove and lane control over to Name and FCZF. Let's see here, the Kog'Maw plus Janna early. They don't shove it. Don't want to get overextended at all. Pretty much though, we'll see how he does work his way towards that level 6.
Interested to see how Holy Phoenix does. Obviously, his first real major tournament. Couldn't compete in International Wildcard last year because, well, quite frankly, he was too young. You might not believe it by having a look at him. The guy looks, well, certainly older than his actual age at this point, but this is his chance to really shine and show what he's made of. The hook, right? Aim from touch, just didn't quite have the range there to land onto Name.
And Name doesn't even flinch. He's got the extra move speed from Janna, just keeps walking the straight line, barely out of range of that hook.
This is a matchup and not seen in a while, that's for sure. Maokai versus a Kha'Zix. We'll see how Koro deals with this one. Fabulous. The champion he's well versed on. And the fact that he didn't go towards it yesterday, I was interested to see how he would choose this one. Got to keep our eye on exactly how he builds this Kha'Zix. Of course, a lane Kha'Zix is something we've not seen, certainly in Europe and North America, for quite a while.
Yeah, not since the days of mid-lane Kha'Zix and the bursty build that he was. After he got changed, a lot of people pretty much gave up mid-lane Kha'Zix altogether, but Fabulous, this is an old favorite for him. It's something he's very comfortable on. He's taken that extra Crystalline Flask just because he is melee and up at melee range with Maokai. Maokai doing all that AoE damage. Straight magic. He doesn't want to get shoved out of lane.
And Touch here, just exerting a bit of dominance down on this bottom side. We'll see if they can set anything up there. We're expecting Clearlove to be a little less active, I think, on these lanes, just due to the fact that he is one of those junglers, and with Rengar will want to hit level 6 as fast as possible. And of course, as I say he starts headed towards the top side.
So the other thing about Maokai is that he's also great at setting up ganks, and Clearlove in the perfect position to get that jump from Bush.
Oh, no, he got away. I think he has. He's reached the tower just in time. Clearlove could not get close enough. Good play from Fabulous. The leap of flash required.
Very good flash there from Fabulous. And he did have a ward in the side bush too, because the way you lane Kha'Zix is that you harass with your Qs, which do not draw minion aggro, and then you go into the side bush to get your passive up. Then is the only time that you would want to trade with an auto attack. Do that every once in a while, and then you have to reset your passive by going back into that bush.
Clearlove waiting again towards middle. We saw Naru basically using his entire mana pool earlier on just to burst down a little bit of damage. Though. Crystal coming up around the backside of Koro here. That's going to be a lot of damage. First of all, we'll twist and advance away, but they've got double slows here. Not exactly easy to run off, but Koro manages it with the help of the flash, though.
Gank for gank, flash for flash. So far, so good for Dark Passions. Up 200 gold. And Nunu, of course, has rushed with the Quill Coat here, so he dropped an extra ward in that river. Very safe setup here for Fat Fabulous in the top side. Not a lot of good pre-6 gank paths here for Clearlove, so I expect him to stay back in the jungle, hard farming from now on, especially with their bottom lane, the Kog'Maw and Janna, as we said, trying to get to that level 6 point before they really go too aggressive.
Just going to hold off and keep the farm going, doing a fairly decent job of it. Holy Phoenix is doing what's required on Lucian, just to bully him as much as possible. His Death Sentence is not quite landing yet from touch.
Yeah, and you just heard there, ooh, 4 men roaming down bottom.
Level 6.
Level 6. They're going to actually spawn from this ward here, which means an instant move back.
They saw him.
This could be really bad. There's a Lantern actually going down. You will put the ball on towards touch, and that ward basically saving them there.
Only just though. My God, it was close. Crystal now caught out. Clearlove putting some good damage down on towards him. Only the support of Naru is what forces Clearlove away. If you would have been a bit closer, they could have got the first blood.
Efficient pathing so far here from Clearlove. You can see he's got the slight level advantage. I mean, Crystal's almost to that 5, so it's not too big. But really, that sort of half gank down bottom was only a few steps for him. He was clearing out double golems, and it only cost him a tiny bit of time to head over there.
This mid lane going well for Naru so far. 55 to 50 CS, both of them with the Chalice and Doran's Ring. Naru has now hit level 6 as well. And no, he's also a champion where if he decides to go down and touch can land a hook in, he can obviously at high range do a good bit of damage with that ultimate. Meanwhile, Koro and Fabulous again on this top side, just going to be exchanging a little bit of damage. Koro going for that Rod of Ages start. We're getting the Catalyst in there soon.
Meanwhile, Fat Fabulous, since he's against the AP laner, going for early Hex Shrinker, double AP team, it will serve him well. Even Kog'Maw with a decent amount of mixed damage there.
Interesting to see how Clearlove builds this Rengar as well. We've seen a number of different ways of building a Rengar, building into what you're against, whether it'll go aggressive, whether it'll go full on defensive. Expect a little bit of aggression, especially since they are considered the massive favorites coming into this match, but EDG fairly risk averse. They don't want to, go too aggressive this early on. It is, after all, only their second game of the group.
And remember, the team that they brought into this game, their composition, they're very well equipped for team fights much later on, and they're waiting. Here's the point. Clearlove actually level 6 with red buff with 4 stacks of ferocity. We'll see how many he ends. Oh, he's getting 5 off the double golems. 4 is not enough. This is 100% very well prepped gank. Everything from Clearlove. Let's see if they're able to position in time. Crystal is coming in just in the nick of time for a counter gank here.
Let's see how this one works out. Rengar will only be getting involved here in a second. FCZF that will get hooked up. Crystal is going to come in with the Lantern. Absolute Zero comes in. Holy Phoenix and Name might go down as well. Solo burn from the red. Fabulous comes down with the TP. Can they get any more? Koro's been hooked in. Touches on top of him as well. Koro does get the kill on Crystal. They're so low there underneath the tower, but DP come out.
Here comes Orianna too.
2 for 1. Orianna's going to be too late, I think, to come to that one. But you looking to get in on the action. Naru even moving down, he might, go for it here with his ultimate. He's going to go to the back of the Dragon Pit. Slightly too late.
Too early. Oh, if only Fabulous had evolved his wings, he'd have got the reset and he could have cleaned up there, but instead he went for the Void Spikes, wasn't to be. But what a great clutch from Dark Passage.
Beautiful timing here. Crystal, he got into position. They set up this gank. What a hook from touch there. Fakes them out. You think he's going for the AD carry. Actually hits SCZF. So SCZF out of the fight instantly. And they also got the exhaust down onto Clearlove as soon as he jumped in. So he wasn't able to return a lot of damage. Nunu, that was basically the best position for him to be in. You get the Lantern into the fight and pop off your ultimate. There's no way that EDG can get away from that. The Dragon fight, though, starting out during the replay.
Dragon low. There is Crystal off to the side. He's got Smite available. He's going to come in for it. It goes over to EDG, though. Clearlove trying to get involved. Crystal is going to fall. But can they get any more? They're focusing towards touch. That's 2 kills for EDG, plus the Dragon. And just like that, they gave themselves a 1,000 gold lead.
They answer back very quickly. They use that team fighting that they've brought. Maokai plus a good shockwave, followed up by Clear Love. Dragon and several kills here for EDG. They don't really let that bottom lane shenanigans sit for long before they answer back.
Fabulous fancies this one. Koro taking a lot of damage. He's got that ultimate. Sorry, the passive worked out here. He has got a red buff, but Koro, he's safe. He's on towards the tower, and Fabulous though, not afraid to brawl. Caught actually on towards the tower. Fabulous, not quite the damage. One more Q. No, he takes a tower hit. Has to back away. So close. In comes Clear Love. Stealthy towards him. Slowed down by the Void Spikes. How's he going to get close enough? No. Fabulous is safe.
Evolved Void Spikes, D-Man. There you go.
Yeah, that is why.
They may have not got the reset, but man, did it save him there. Beautiful shot. Fortunate shot.
Yeah, I mean, he was stealthed up running in there, worked out for him perfectly. Now look at this Crystal. Success on his first move to the bottom lane. He's in that brush without being spotted once again. Absolute Zero is up and available, but can they bait them through? There is the hook, gonna go wide, and that might give EDG a bit of comfort in this bottom lane now to move forward.
They did ping in that bush as well. That was a blue ping from EDG in this bush. Yes, there is a pink ward, but maybe he was a little bit sloppy getting in and a minion saw him. Or they just have good game sets. There he is.
One way of spotting it. So Name hurting him towards that Triforce, while Holy Phoenix, he's a long way towards that Infinity Edge. He's coming out quite well here with that kill and assist that he got down in the first brawl of the game. Touch taking a bit of damage, but they're giving as good as they're getting down this bottom lane. They're doing well against FCZF and Name.
Well, he's got the Lucian Thresh and some babysitting as well from Nunu. Really, though, the top lane, I mean, this is where Fabulous should start to take over. Oh, what?
Oh, and he's going for it again. Koro taking a good chunk of damage here from Fabulous. Actually, has popped his ultimate. He's going to go for this one. Ulti for Koro as well. Here's Fabulous going to go for this one the whole way. The Void Spikes come in. Koro, once again, going to go incredibly low. His TP just came off cooldown, though, so he can get straight back up to that lane.
It's working so well for him in that top lane. Just not quite enough damage, so the Brutalizer will be picked up soon. He's got to be careful he doesn't stick around here. Koro is baiting him in. Clearlove's going to try and sneak around the side, but it is a ward.
Ultimate is not quite back up for Clearlove, and that's definitely going to be a back. Pretty dangerous to bait that one, but Clearlove does get to soak up some extra experience. Let's see here. He's got 21 stacks on his Flare of Flare. Still a ways to go.
This bottom lane, really nicely done so far. I mean, they're going to have this advantage. I can also say collapsed nicely for those kills earlier. Crystal actually went back in tower range, which was the death of him. So not perfect execution on that one, but Dark Passage giving as good as they've got here, as you mentioned earlier, Demon. 20 CS lead, though, in this middle lane has appeared for you, and there's the flash through, trying to get into what's going on. The stun under the tower, though. That big damage. Corsi comes down. 1, 2, number 3 doesn't land. It would have been the kill.
Wow, 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 wow. I tell you what, Dark Passage have turned up to play today. Right now, Fabulous, he's returning back towards that top lane. Rod of Age is still not completed by Koro. They're making the move actually down towards the bottom half. Naru's actually could well be the focus here. I don't think he can brawl with Fabulous at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, the top lane now, Fabulous has a very good hold on that lane. Maokai's not a very strong laner, and with the Brutalizer on top of his Hex Drinker, he not only has a substantial amount of attack damage, but he's got the defense and the armor penetration. So all he has to do is spam his Qs and then get those passive powered auto attacks, as we said, weaving in and out of the bush to gain control. Really, though, we have to go over another one of Clearlove's ultimates ganks foiled here. He has not had the success that we've seen earlier from Rengar.
See if he can fix that here, though. Level 9, his ultimate will be coming up here in just a little while. We do actually have Crystal headed towards the top lane. There's no ward in there either. He will just scan out to take a peek at that. Koro will be forced onto his turret, though, as we do see That Minion wave pushing through. Crystal decided completely against that one. In fact, he's going to come down to this river, try and clear out the wall. Spots you coming through though and decides, I'm not going to stick around. I don't want to fight against that Orianna.
Love headed bottom, but his timing may be a bit off. The recall's already started.
Oh! Quick slam onto Fabulous as he tries to catch onto Koro. That's one way to keep him under control, that's for sure. Just knock him back every time he jumps on you. Wings not quite evolved, about to hit level 11. We'll see whether he goes for them.
Ooh, Name just completed his Trinity Force, so now is a pretty big boost in power for him. As well as a rushed Medjai's here. Not even upgrading boots of mobility or gold generation item. Just straight up Sightstone and then rushing that Medjai's for FCZF. The confidence here.
Dragon is spawning. EDG in position once again. Clearlove goes for it, the stun! Blind stun from the pink ward there, yeah, spots him. Quickly blocks that out, and again, it's another ultimate use.
And he's got those Moby boots because he wanted to have more effective ganks rather than throwing out more ganks and going with the cooldown reduction. So every one of those that does not pay off is going to be a fairly long wait for him. Does mean that they do gain vision control almost all the way around the bottom side river, though. Dark Path is still with their single ward. Teleports available for both top laners as well.
Yeah, one big advantage between them is, of course, that Koro can interrupt Fabulous, whereas Fabulous cannot do the same. So if he was to go back there, there's the Wings evolution from Fabulous. We'll get the resets if they get the kills.
Thing is, yeah, with those two top laners, yeah, Koro could interrupt the teleport from Fabulous, but really, the two top laners, them coming in on teleports, it's good for...
Oh, this is bad news. He's dead, yeah.
Solo.
Caught out completely there. Did actually use his ghost, didn't have a flash available, and, well, Dragon's just come up, and EDG say thank you very much.
Perfect timing right there. You know, even though that ward is there, it would be a very dangerous move to steal the Dragon. Good flash.
Good flash, counter flash. Holy Phoenix trading with him. Hasn't got enough, I'm not sure. The culling going through, but no. Nami takes him down, and now Touch is in trouble. EDG just close the net, pick up the Dragon, and just like that, they get themselves a huge lead over Dark Passage.
Yeah, that one's really going to hurt. Not only did they already have to give up the Dragon, but trying to sneak that kill while everybody from EDG was doing Dragon does cost them 2 more. What I was going to say about those top laners teleporting in, though, is you generally want your tanks to be there at the beginning of team fights. So, and you generally want Kha'Zix to be there, you know, halfway through so he can clean up. So the teleport timings would work out for Fabulous. But now it looks like the teams of those two top laners will be disproportionate in the amount of power. Let's see here. They do go for it. They know everybody's on Dragon, so they're trying to get quick summoners and then get out. Teleport, though, means they can't leave. Koro gets down there. Fabulous, as he said, there's nothing he can do about it. And they lock up 2 kills.
So, where does that leave us then? 4,000 gold the difference for Edward Gaming. 6-2 up in kills. 1 apiece on the towers. If we look down Clearlove again, we'll want to keep an eye on his build. Feral Flare is now finished. Got himself a Vamp Scepter as well, so going full-on damage for this one. Wants to get that aggressive play style out onto the map and really utilize the power that this Rengar has. Meanwhile, Holy Phoenix trying to clear out the bottom side, and, well, I feel like I'm being baited into this one somewhat. 78% of you think that Dark Passage are going to win.
Good morning, Turkey, I believe, is what we can use there. Here we go, Clearlove Stealth coming in once again. This time they will find that target. Holy Phoenix locked up, he goes down, and now Touch. Flash comes out, Clearlove lands the bolo. Will get locked up again with the Howling Gale. He's not going to be able to escape this one, or is he? No, Clearlove says no.
I love how Crystal came in there as well and was like, huh? No, I'm leaving from this one. Fabulous is actually going for Koro here, using his ultimate. You see that Rod of Ages, the power that it gives towards Koro. No mana left for Fabulous, and Koro will be able to just get back into farming.
Yeah, you don't want to get too close to those bushes. Crystal really wanted to try and lend some support to their support there, but if you get too close, then you're going to get caught as well. That's sort of trickling in one by one. Never want that to happen. They have to back off. Really, though, this entire bottom lane side has been taken over Name, after he got his Trinity Force, really putting on some fancy moves here, and they've got plenty of ward coverage down around the blue side. FCZF getting in there to establish their ward line, which will definitely prep them for the next blue that comes up.
So big advantage slowly growing for EDG, and this fits their style. You know, always a little bit slow to get going, but when they get going, holy hell, do they cause pain. And Dark Passage, I got a feeling within the next 10 minutes, some serious pain is coming their way.
And yeah, I am gonna keep my eye on that blue because, oh, never mind, Nara's already wearing it. Those were just taken.
You know, is he gonna be trying to collapse in on this bottom side? Credit to Dark Passage here in their defensive warding inside of River and around that blue buff. Might not help them though, because Clearlove's coming in. But look at this, there's 3 men in there. They do get spotted out. Clearlove dives to the front. It's 1 versus 3 as the rest of the team do finally join in. Holy Phoenix goes down. There's a TP from Fabulous. Here comes you though. Where is the shockwave? There it is. It pulls both of them back in. You get the 1 kill for the Rampage. Touch is gonna fall. That's a double now for you. And Naru tried to help out there, but was sent packing instead. And that is 3 kills for EDG. Possibly a tower with this next minion wave.
Yep, shoving up 2 lanes right now. They didn't even need Koro for that team fight. Doing his best to get that mid lane into the turret as well. Gonna be a secondary here for EDG.
Yeah, Naru, oh, Clearlove coming around the backside of him. He's got the stun ready and waiting. Oh, flashed it out of it. Nicely done. That will save him for now, but it will not keep the tower safe. Mid lane, meanwhile, you do see Koro. He's rotating around. He's going to join the rest of his team. They now have 5 members down the bottom here. They could keep the pressure on.
See a recall here from a couple of members of EDG, but all of a sudden that gold lead moving up towards 9,000. It's a big, big lead that they've built up, just trying to catch those guys that were recalling. FCZF just escapes in front of Crystal's eyes. Nothing that Crystal could do to stop that one, but DP actually trying to get some deeper wards in here. Let's have another look at that one, and again, it's Clearlove stealthed up.
Yeah, look at that pause. He pauses right here too because his ultimate reveals, oh, there's more people in this bush than we thought. But after taking stock of the situation, yes, we will take this 3-on-3. Immediately targeting Lucian. He goes down so quickly. Teleport is canceled because he knows they're outnumbered and the AD carry has already gone down. So a good cancel there by Fabulous. Able to at least make sure that he doesn't die as well.
Interesting to see how the stacks are building actually on FCZF. They must be starting to clock in there. He got that a while ago and he's definitely picked up a chunk of skill. There you go, it's already at 6, so that is not quite money worth. It's when he gets to 8, I believe it is, the actual count on that one. I'm sure people in the world of Reddit and Twitter will correct me if I'm wrong. So, EDG, big advantage expected, honestly, but Dark Passage, they started off well. This is a good early showing, but no surprises. Crystal caught out. Oh, gets away by the Lantern. Nice.
Yeah, he was trying to stand on top of it there to prevent him going back, but not quite working out for him. And again, it's Clearlove that tries to make those plays with that Rengar ultimate. This Dragon not going to be challenged by Dark Passage, and that will bring the gold almost to 10,000 here for EDG. So look down the scoreboard, you having a great game at 5-0-1. Deathcap, Athene's Void Staff now added in as well. We've got that Blade of the Ruin King on Name.
Yeah.
Other side, there's a Ghost Blade Infinity Edge for Holy Phoenix, but I'm not sure that he can just trade with him at this point.
No, I mean, Trinity Force and Blade turn your AD carry into a much more substantial fighter. Kog'Maw here, he's got so many different speed boosts to rely on at this point, and so many sources of sort of burst damage there with the active as well from Blade that it's even going to be sort of scary for Fabulous to jump in on him now.
This is where the split push can work out for DP, because that's really their only saving light right now. But the problem is, they need to be 5 members to prevent this EDG powerhouse pushing through. Fabulous, we haven't really seen him other than that opening aggression. You can see him down the bottom. Yes, he's probably going to get this inner turret, outer turret, but going to lose an inner for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone with that Hydra that we talked about. He can split push very quickly. He does have the evolved spike rack, but as you said, a bottom outer turret, not quite worth the Baron control. that EDG are setting up right now. Notice how deep the wards EDG are placing right now. The full red side jungle lit up for them. They've got lane pressure as well. Even Name and FCZF keeping the rest of Dark Passage busy right now.
This is an easy Baron. Well controlled, two-man Baron. They're going to get a little bit of support from Koro towards the end, but Clearlove has done all of the hard work. Baron is secured for EDG. So, big advantages. Every objective, Dragon and Baron taken by them, 4 towers to 2. And Dark Passage are slowly but surely being suffocated back into their base.
Gonna be a very hard comeback for Dark Passage. This is, the scenario that they really needed to avoid, falling too far behind. And I think this is what happens a lot, that, if the underdog team, actually we'll just forget this because EDG are going to go in for this one. They've actually got towards Touch and just gets blown to pieces. Crystal actually going for the absolute zero. The Cully coming back, but it hardly dents Koro, especially with Command Protect on him. And that's another turret going down. Second inner turret for Edward Gaming. Fabulous doesn't want to stick around there. They will jump on you if you're not careful. But my point was that this, I think, happens often when you have a big favorite in a game, that a lane phase can be close, but you really see the skill gap difference between the two teams as the game progresses, and things just snowball out of control.
Yeah, EDG completely playing by the books here. They've cleaned up the map right now. Now they can easily siege up here. They do have the Kog'Maw, so it's easy for him to get a shield, activate his W, a couple of long-range hits, and you cannot really engage on this EDG team. There's so many options for them to peel for Name. It's ridiculous to try and get to the backlines. That's why you can see Fabulous is not even thinking about jumping in. They're just trying to pelt them. Xerath and Kha'Zix trying to do as much poke as they can. Lucian's culling coming back up soon, so they may be able to culling one more wave, but that's about it.
Name just stood waiting. He's like, yeah, you're not going to hit me. I've got to move in, just to relax, just chill here. Pushes forward, takes himself another turret for his team. And you talked about it, obviously, the difference in this one. I think it was really all about that bottom fight. Dark Passage came out on top, but the instant reaction from EDG to come straight in, take the dragon, pick up 2 kills. And that is really the difference, the instant reaction, the instant decisiveness of the teams between them. And EDG obviously far more experienced, despite Dark Passage being the big Turkish champions. They've won heavily in their region. The fact is, the Chinese region is a much stronger region. EDG have dominated since their creation back in the spring.
One thing that I have noticed about watching both EDG and Royal Club, it's very hard for their opponents to find times to return to base for healing or purchasing. Anytime they get an item breakpoint, it's very hard for them to work in the small window of time to actually go back to base. Just basing against these teams is an objective in itself. And EDG, they finish that dragon before the replay is even up. And then they clean up some extra kills because you're trying to get there in time to answer what they've already started.
Continuing to use this Baron, just a minute left on it. They're going to see if they can take maybe an inhibitor turret. They've got the top lane being pushed in by Koro. And this 4-1 split, is going to work well in their favor. Can they catch anyone off? You can see Clearlove stood on a ward. Will spot that one, sweeps it out. Ultimate being used by Naru just to keep them at bay and throw everything they can at Name. But he's quite confident that he's going to survive through that one. The shielding from FCZF keeping him safe. And now they're just seeing if they can draw anyone into the jungle. I don't think Dark Passage are foolish enough to fall for it, though.
Well, they'll probably die if they do. See there, Touch warding over the top of the wall, and Koro just walking between middle and top lane here, pushing that wave out once again, and they're just going to go straight in. The box used so early there from Touch. They do manage to hook in Clearlove. Can they burst him down? Less than half HP remaining, but he's able to walk away. That turret going low. Now they will get the kill on towards Nunu, and that is the in-him turret going down. They do hook in Clearlove once again. There's the shockwave onto Fabulous. You right at the front here, and that will force them off. In-him going to EDG.
Pretty easy cleanup for them. I mean, they don't have to even dive. Just Clearlove popping his ultimate there. Name easily can hit the turret from range and they can play it safe, but they're just so far ahead that they can just bully their way right into the base. One inhibitor down means that the second push will be that much easier. They've got plenty of money to spend here. Go up and fill up their pockets with the extra Dragon Gold.
So suffocation, the name of the game, and you can see it up to the 10-minute mark. Good start by Dark Passage, but EDG patiently played it out and then just slowly turned the screws as the game developed and used every little bit of their advantage they've had. Successful ganks along the way. Still really yet to see. This Kha'Zix, of course, you know, picked in that split pushing, but it's just nothing to do for him right now. He's trying to keep them at bay, but they have such a good team comp, such a strong, solid team comp.
Yep.
You know, the big tanky frontliner, the brawler coming in from Clearlove, double shielding for Name to keep basically the superstar of the team completely safe.
And that's why it'll be a pretty easy siege for them for the secondary inhibitor. They don't actually have to wait for Baron. They've got complete control of the area, and they could set up wards and go for another pick. But they could just as easily go up and siege another inhibitor turret right now. Looks like they are making that call. Top will be the target. Name gonna come up mid. Maybe he'll clean up one more minion wave and swing over to the rest of the team. Dark Passage, this is their chance. While Name is mid, maybe they can make some sneak attack work for them.
Oh, last roll of the dice and Fabulous shows himself.
Well, they've got a pink ward here, so they're just gonna try and wait it out. They don't have too many options. No. Everybody rush!
Yeah, they kind of caught on to the fact Clearlove here, all on his own. He's just going in for this one. But Fabulous will try and join in. The box comes down, and Dark Passage just scared of Clearlove as he dives right on top of them. And that really opens things up now. EDG moving towards this top lane. I really like the fact that Banshees and Randuin's is picked up there by Clearlove. With the fact that Naru can just blow up these waves, they realize that actually Clearlove and the rest of the team kind of have to dive to get in there to start these off. And there we see once again the shockwave comes in. Naru going to be blown to pieces. Crystal will also get picked up. That's 2 men down for Dark Passage.
Holy Phoenix going to get focused. Fabulous trying to lead them away. And Name has by far the damage to deal with him. That is a triple kill picked up by you. 4 members of Dark Passage down, and EGG will close out the game here. FCZF just bursting that monsoon down to top everyone off so they can walk in and tank down the turret. Dominant performance from EDG as they progress from the lane phase. 17 kills to 2. I don't think this is any surprise to anyone in this matchup, but Dark Passage, it's a good start from them in lane. They can take something from this one. They played against the #1 team in China.
They did, and they held their own in the very early game as well. Man, actually, both of the Kha'Zix and Rengar ended up level 16. They almost, I think the hunt might have just started off there. Did Clearlove win the hunt as soon as it started? Split seconds, we'll have to go back and look at that replay.
Well, it's another win here coming in for EDG. I say another win. That's only their second game. And they lost the first game against Samsung White.
They've won games in the past, Joe, so technically you're not wrong.
Exactly.
I'll give it to you.
They've won another game in history.
Another game.
For sure. It's been 2 incredibly action-packed days as well, so forgive me for that one. For Dark Passage, of course, not exactly the ideal start to things, but, you know, this is also a big experience for them. They're from a new region, we can definitely say, with Turkey. They've dominated that region as well, and this was kind of the next step for them. Come out on the international stage after winning Wildcard very impressively. And to be honest, yes, they've just lost to EDG, but we're talking about EDG here. This is no easy team by any means.
And all the teams that did come to Korea to bootcamp for Worlds for this group stage got so much extra time to practice against all of these very high caliber teams. Dark Passage didn't actually come over for those boot camps like everybody else did. So, you know, practicing against the other teams that were left in Europe, not quite the same amount of training. So these actual games here of the group stages, this is basically the highest quality training that they can get against these very, very tough opponents where they can learn a lot from these different map movements from EDG.
And one thing we should take away from this, obviously, for Edward Gaming is, yes, they do look very good. They are a solid team. This is what we expected. They are the #1 seed from China, of course, and we had already heard rumblings before this tournament even began that they were giving Korean teams a very good run for their money. So, honestly, they are up there in the favorites. I'd love to see what, you know, if there was odds going on with them, how high they would be, because they've beaten the Samsung Whites of the world in scrims, but they can't quite do it on paper just yet, but they took them very close.
And let's be honest, it was only the one single game. The second time that they meet, which will, funnily enough, be the final game of the group.
Yes.
It's going to be a very, very interesting one to watch. And now there's a break in the action. Make sure you guys head over to Twitter, that's where it is, and share your favorite moments from today's games by tweeting hashtag World's Big Plays to @LOL Esports. But now let's check in with our analyst desk to get their thoughts on that win.
Thank you very much, guys. I think the result that everybody was anticipating or expecting. We'll talk about the positives first. Dark Passage, they did come out. They did pick up first blood and aggressive bottom lane. And for the first 10 minutes, held even. But that's EDG. EDG are always slow out of the gate. Before we talk about gameplay, picks and bans. What was Dark Passage thinking about their team comp in your mind, Crepo?
I mean, they were just going for comfort picks, and they just say like, okay, I like playing this into this and this into this, and yeah, the Kha'Zix top, maybe that's a cheese aspect. Lucian Thresh is a really aggressive bot lane. You can still surprise even the best players if you flash flay into hook, into exhaust, and hopefully kill them over and over again. And that was their only hope to win. And I know probably has a thing or two to say about Xerath and Nunu combo. So
yeah, so I did like their picks and bans in a way because I think that was their best chance of winning. They picked favorable matchups, and especially the mid lane, it sounds really goofy, but Orianna has no escape. So if Nunu walks up and snowballs you, Xerath gets all his free poken, and that can kind of snowball a lane and snowball a lot of pressure for your team.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
At the other side, though, I really like EDG's comp. I think it's really a little bit too much late game focus, and against better teams, you can get punished early. But look at it. It's Maokai, Rengar, Orianna, Kog'Maw, Janna. It has double engage from Maokai and Rengar. It has triple peel from Maokai, Orianna, and Janna. And in the back line, who you're peeling for? The best hyper scaling carry, Kog'Maw. So I really like the composition as is, but I think it can get abused in lane a little bit too much. But I think it was a solid comp.
I think it's very much EDG style. You know, Dark Passage, they started strong, as you said. They did pick up that first blood. Mechanically, they made some mistakes as the game went on. They could have got more.
But it wouldn't have mattered.
I feel the same. What was EDG doing right that actually helped them pick up the win? I know in the mid lane, you managed to 1v1 Naru. What else about the team, sort of stood out in your mind, Prolly?
I thought the most important thing was once they took the mid turret, the Janna and the Rengar pushed up all the vision, and at that point, Xerath can't farm, and then their bot lane can't farm. So it almost snowballed all the gold lead to a point where now the enemies can't farm, and you get to farm whatever you want. So it kind of kept Dark Passage from ever getting a foothold in that game.
So Edward Gaming will be playing off against AHQ in the last game of the day. Is there anything from this matchup that AHQ can learn to maybe take away, look for ways to take down the #1 Chinese seed?
If they open themselves up for too much of a late game composition and are this week early, then maybe they can lose the early game. But I mean, they're solid. They've played these type of compositions before. They know exactly what they have to give up in order to just not lose the game straight up. But that would probably be AHQ's only hope.
I do think AHQ is going to be able to see a lot from them banning Syndra on blue side. I thought that was really interesting. They didn't want to pick it for themselves. They wanted to ban it out, and I think AHQ is going to be able to pick something aggressive mid lane and kind of be able to catch them off guard.
Oh, we'll see if they decide to take that route. We are going to switch gears for a minute to see how all the fans are enjoying the action out of Taipei. To remind you, earlier in the show, we asked the Twitter sphere, how do you guys worlds? And our first response comes from @itson2d over in Sweden, who shows us how he worlds with his buddies at Umeå University in Sweden.
Somewhere in Sweden.
I'm trying. Yeah, I can't do that. Anyways, our next one comes from @Peachy, who shows us how she and her future League of Legends protege watch the games. And finally, @GardnerBO2 shows us how they world in the United States Navy, where it's not just a job, it's an adventure. Great. Thanks for those photos, guys, and thanks again for sending them in. Remember, you can share how you world by tweeting your photos to us at LOL Esports. We've got more action coming your way. Next up, it is China's Starhorn Royal Club taking on the SK Gaming from the European LCS in Game 3 here of Day 2. We're going to check in on the teams very quickly. Starhorn Royal Club watching all the matches from the sidelines and are waiting for their team, their turn to take the stage. TSM, they're in the building. We'll see what they can do.
Is that their substitute?
And now they might go down as well. Solo finish from the ring. Oh, fabulous.
Good flash, counter flash. Holy Phoenix trading with him. Has he got enough? I'm not sure. The culling going through, but no. Nami takes him down, and now Touch is in trouble.
Where is the shockwave? There it is. It pulls both of them back in. You gets the 1 kill for the Rampage. Touch is going to fall. That's a double now for you.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. I'm Ify Shokzaportra here with Samsung White's AD carry, Imp. Imp, the first thing I want to ask you is that in the video leading up to this in Road to Worlds, you talked about how it was a failure last year. Try and express how bad you want the title this time around.
그 작년 월드컵 때 이제 삼성 5존 팀으로서 좀 살짝 실패를 겪었었는데 이번 월드컵에 임하는 각오 좀 들려주세요.
저번 시즌에 저희가 되게 자만을 많이 하고 무너지게 됐는데 이번 시즌에는 팀원들이 그때 탈락한 이후로 한마음이 되어 지금까지 연습을 열심히 했기 때문에 저번 시즌과 같은 일은 일어나지 않을 거라 생각해요.
For last year Worlds, I think we are a bit too overconfident. But after we lost last year, as a team, we really worked hard and we really want to win this tournament.
Well, you mentioned it yourself about being overconfident. You had a great first day yesterday. How do you keep yourself from maybe going down that path again?
이제 그 자만심에 대해 얘기하셨는데 어제 1일차 때 되게 완벽하게 2대0으로 승리 거뒀잖아요. 근데 작년과 같은 실수를 저지르지 않기 위해서는 어떻게 해야 할지 좀 설명해 주세요.
작년과 같은 실수보다는 저희가 그 작년 이후로 정말 지금까지 열심히 연습해왔기 때문에 해왔기 때문에 일어나지 않을 거라 생각해요. 아니, 꾸준히 열심히 해오면 뭐라 해야
Yeah. We practiced really hard, and I think with that practice amount, I think we can stay confident and to remain to win this tournament. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the AD carries in the scene. Last year it was Piglet that got all the fame as Korean ADC, as maybe the best, and they brought home that world championship. How much do you want that people call you that?
작년 롤드컵 때는 이제 피글렛 선수가 SKT1 K팀이 우승하면서 최고의 원딜러로서 꼽혔는데 어떻게 이번 대회 때는 그 자리가 탐나나요?
작년 롤드컵 때까지는 피글렛 선수가 세계 최고의 원거리 딜러였다고 생각해요. 피글렛 선수는 작년 롤드컵 때 자기가 더 돋보일 수 있음에도 불구하고 막 팀의 승리를 위해 더 열심히 그런 플레이를 했기 때문에 SK가 작년에 우승을 차지할 수 있었던 것 같다고 생각하고 저도 이번 시즌에 피글렛 선수처럼 제가 돋보이기보다는 팀의 승리를 위해서 공헌하고 싶습니다.
So I think up to last year Worlds, Piglet was the best ADC. It's because during the games he put his team in front of him and he sacrificed for his team's victory. And also for this year Worlds, I want to do the same thing. I want to focus more on winning rather than my own fame.
So does that mean when some people and casters maybe put Name ahead of you and as AD carry or best AD carry in the tournament, that doesn't bother you at all?
그럼 그렇게 치자면 이번 월드컵 들어가기 전에 앞서서 많은 사람들이 나메이가 최고의 원딜러라고 꼽았는데 그게 좀 신경 쓰이지 않으세요?
저는 그렇게 생각하지 않아요. 나메이 선수가 최고의 원거리 딜러라고. 저 같은 경우에는 일단 어제 경기에서 저를 이기지 못했고 저 같은 경우에는 제가 생각하기에 한국에서 라인전이 되게 약한 원거리 딜러라고 생각하는데 그런 저에게도 좋고 만약 남메이 선수가 최고의 원거리 딜러라는 이름을 가지고 싶으면 일단 저를 꺾고 8강에서 데프트를 만나 꺾어야 그때 최고의 딜러라고 말해야 그때 최고의 원거리 딜러라고 말해도 늦지 않을 것 같다 생각합니다.
So I don't agree that Name is the best ADC. Yesterday when we played against them, he lost to me, and I think I'm not that much of a lane bully among the Korean ADCs. So in order for Name to become the best ADC, I think he has to beat me and Deft, and then maybe he can reclaim that title.
Well, we will see if he can pull that off. Thank you very much. All right, now to preview our next match, let's send it over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shock. Some strong words there from Imp, as usual, I think. All right, it is time for our third match of the day. It's a battle between the Starhorn Royal Club from the LPL and Europe's SK Gaming. So for Starhorn Royal Club, they got off to a strong 2-0 start. They remain the front runners of Group B, but it was not an easy start yesterday. They really had to bounce back against TPA, who pushed them around in the early game. What do you think, Prolly?
I think Starhorn really just doesn't care about the early game. They're really ready to make their team comps work. They do the support mids and then strong carries top. They're not just doing Maokai, tanky tops. So this actually really accentuates boom team comps, You think about it, normally when you have a tank top, you see the two threats as being the mid lane and the bot lane. Starhorn's coming at it with three threats, with a top, mid, and bot coming at them.
And you can't ignore the jungle threat either.
Yeah, I mean, their jungle's really good as well. But what's interesting to me as well, you talk about the team comps and whatnot, is, and the early game especially, is you've got this really interesting cycle in this group where TSM beat SK early game, SK beat TPA early game, TPA beat Royal Club early game, and Royal Club beat TSM early game. And you've got this circle where they're all doing different things to each other in the beginning of the game, and so you can't call the beginning for any given team here, which is very confounding, because you normally have a really good idea of how those teams are supposed to stack up in the laning phase. But ultimately, yes, I think Royal Club come in here with really amazing mid game, as you come to expect from them, and that's been killer.
And Insec was killer. He single-handedly destroyed TSM yesterday with his Rengar. We switch over gears a little bit talking about junglers in this matchup because Gilius earlier today, he stepped up. In contrast from yesterday today, he's definitely impressed. So between Insec, who's playing for Royal Club, and looking at Gilius and what he did earlier and helping SK's early game, how are we going to see that jungle matchup play out? Let's start with Prolly.
I think the biggest thing is, I always come back to it, I think the mid lane. I think Gilius and Jezz are starting to get it together a bit, and I think that's where the jungle pressure is going to be. It's going to be mid lane. And for Starhorn's side, I feel like it's going to be more of waiting for the dragons and for the grouping phase for the jungler really to shine.
Yeah. And I can't really agree with you enough about the mid lane focus for SK Gaming, because when I think back to their prior game today, they had actually sacrificed their pick and ban phase to get a good mid lane out there. They picked their Tristana and Sona first round to see what the enemy mid laner was, saw it was Syndra, and said, okay, great, Ahri and Jarvan, great gank synergy, great follow-up on a low mobility mid laner to make sure they can get the kills. And you saw Gilius repeatedly have strong ganks there. I think that's going to continue to be the focus for SK.
Let's see if it's going to be enough, because it's time for our experts to play Oracle, predict who they think will win the match, starting with Starhorn Royal Club or SK Gaming. I want to know, Freak, who is walking away with a victory here?
I think it's Starhorn Royal Club. They're still my number one for the group. I think they're going to come out undefeated, and they've got to beat SK to do that, so it's going to happen.
And Prolly?
I'm going to say SK will win the early game, and then Starhorn will take the game overall.
Okay, all right, let's see if it works out. You guys at home have been sharing your picks over on lolesports.com, and the majority of you are also siding with the Starhorn Royal Club and seeing that they will come out on top. Let's see if it actually happens. Teams are ready for the Rift, so as we send it over to our casters, Starhorn Royal Club's team has been undergoing an evolution with the addition of its 2 Korean players, and while they're still adjusting to communication issues, they believe it is change that will set them up for long-term success.
안녕하세요. 로얄의 서포터를 맡고 있는 제로라고 합니다. 일단은 제가 로얄 클럽에 오게 된 계기는 코치님하고 인석이 형하고 먼저 로얄 클럽에 가게 됐는데 그 후에 저까지 포함해서 제가 테스트를 볼 수 있게 계기를 만들어 주셨어요.
经过了一段时间，我们联系了韩国那边的俱乐部，然后引入2名韩国选手跟1个韩国教练嘛。这个阵容对我来说我是比较满意的。
我们说中文他们听不懂，他们说韩文我们也听不懂。
웬만하면 고 하나로도 좀 고 하나로 많이 쓰는데 뭐 적에 블루를 찍고 고라고 하면 이제 블루 컨트롤 하러 가자는 뜻이고 용을 찍고 고라고 하면 용 먹으러 가자는 뜻이고 그냥 그런 식으로 간단한 용어로 이제 좀 많이 해서 그냥 서로 알아듣게 하는.
感觉挺好的吧，因为我们都知道韩国选手挺厉害的，最怕的问题就是他不知道怎么跟他交流这个团战啊，或者是对线怎么打。
소통 문제 때문에 좀 더 친해지기 위해서 여러 가지 다른 이제 경기 말고 같은 LOL로 하는 게임이지만 이제 다른 방식으로 승리를 취하는 걸로 이렇게 재미있게 팀 내 이벤트도 해보고 했었는데 그런 부분에서 영향이 그런 부분이 이렇게 효과가 없진 않았지만 어쨌든 간에
我觉得我们最近打得比较好的原因可能是因为默契越来越好了。 虽然交流上不方便，可是配合的时间长了，默契就会变得越来越好。
저희가 대회 때 LPL 때 백도 했던 게 제일 기억나요. 이 디비전.
当时英赛克先发了一个信号，然后我们就心照不宣的觉得要偷基地，5个人就都跟过去了。
我们目标不是就这一年的 S4 嘛，我们还有 S5、S6， 对不对？
Great to hear the ins and outs, really, of the communication there in the team. And interesting, the final note in that one, that they're not only looking at Season 4, but Season 5 and even Season 6 as well.
Yeah, this is a team that's looking to the future, and we obviously heard from them earlier on, you know, Hiddensek obviously in the interview, and clear to point out that there is no problems within this team. Obviously, there was a lot of reports externally, internally, maybe, before this tournament began, but very much clear to say we are playing as a unit right now, and we are here to win.
Yeah, they're in it for the long haul. And also, I was talking to some of the refs, actually, who do get to listen in on the comms now. They actually speak in 3 different languages, because they do have that simplified English, but sometimes in the heat of the moment, it breaks down, and they use their native languages. And so that kind of separates the team, right? You would think that may be another reason for why Insec often ganks bottom lane.
I think there's a lot of goes going on in those team fights. But guys, let's check out the two teams on the blue side representing China's LPL, the Starhorn Royal Club, with Kohler in the top lane, Insect in the jungle, Korn in mid, Yuzi the AD carry, and Zero on support. I almost said Uzi.
I've not heard Yuzi yet. That's a new one on me.
Yeah.
Over on the red side, it is, of course, SK Gaming from the European LCS. That means Freddy122 is in the top lane. Gilius possibly in his final match in the jungle. Jesus as the mid laner. Candy Panda on AD carry. And then Rated on support.
I did it a bunch yesterday, Joe. Right after we found
you made
out.
the point.
Yeah, you're the one who made the point, man. You're the one that went out on a limb. You're the one that talked to him. It is Uzi.
It's hard to break that habit.
It is
drilled
hard
it
to
into
break
our
that
heads
habit.
with the prep.
We made sure, and then we go and speak to him, and he says, no, it's this way. It's just,
That's how it falls sometimes.
All right.
Let's talk about the game here, though, because this is an important one for SK Gaming, I think, more than, I mean, every game's important here.
You don't want to be 0-3, though.
You don't want to be 0-3, and then looking at your last 3 games thinking we have to win every single one of those. I want to start off with saying that last game from SK Gaming was a marked improvement on the 2 previous ones.
Yeah, definitely a marked improvement on especially that early game. So we'll see what they do this time around with Gilius, because facing Starhorn Royal Club, obviously Insect's Rengar is a big target here. So that's probably going to be a ban. Don't think Gilius would be confident bringing that one into the playing field here.
Everybody coming against SK Gaming has one thing clearly in their mind. Freddy, we're banning you out. Nidalee and Aatrox once again. Will we see another Maokai ban maybe against them? Because Freddy has just been forced onto this Mundo every game.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's worked for everybody else. So every consecutive team that plays them is just going to keep using it until they actually see a different result here.
And Freddy, you know, he's come such a long way. If we think back to spring last year with the Gensel Authority, it wasn't that impressive at all, but he's really made his mark in SK Gaming. And again, 3 bans targeted at Freddy, which means that, you know, the likelihood of a possible Mundo coming out for him again is real. We see Zed banned away there as the final ban.
Interesting choice here for Royal Club, because they have very high priority on both Ryze and Zilean for their team. Zilean, just because of the way they like to play with their top lane threat, as they mentioned on the Analyst X, plus their jungle and their bottom lane and their mid. It kind of enables everybody to go very aggressive. But the other one is Ryze for that top lane. And there we go. He already switches over to it. It's not going to be the Jax or Aurelia that he also likes, but Ryze definitely a very big flex pick for these guys. It still could go mid, and they have the option of pulling out that Aurelia still.
Were SK Gaming baited into that one? They instantly lock in that Zilean and say, no, we're having it.
Yes, I don't think it is a bait, because, I mean, the mousing over it, Royal Club definitely do have a high priority on that champion, but they're happy giving that up this time for Ryze.
Well, you say that, but Jesus has not played Zilean this season.
Nor is Enrated if you're looking.
No, it's a takeaway. I mean, it's a high priority for Royal Club.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's taken away, but who's going to play it? Is it going to be Enrated? Is it going to be Jesus? The Kha'Zix, of course, was locked in. It's something we saw Gilius on previously with Unicorns of Love as well. Ooh.
Nah, he did this yesterday. He did it yesterday as well. He's just playing.
Sadly for us, as we are going to see that Janna coming out. What is Insect going to go for? Lee Sin is the obvious choice here, and it will be locked in. Janna also been picked up by Zero for that bottom lane.
Obviously, the roar goes up from the crowd. Everybody loves to see Insect on Lee Sin. However, he's playing this into a Zilean, and if you try and pull one of his classic moves in that late game, you kick somebody in, that guy's going to have a Zilean ult on. They're going to get that Zilean ult down. The problem is, can you extract that guy when he gets back up?
Well, we'll see how it works out. Of course, the Janna, once again, for Zero this time around, starting to become very popular at Worlds here. You can see 75% win rate. 4 games already picked out. What will SK go with? Is it going to be the Twitch? It's all about positioning. Has Candy Panda got it in him to play so well against such an aggressive Starhorn Royal Club team? That answers a few questions, though. Zilean is support, and it will be Syndra in the middle for Jesus.
So SK may actually be looking for a lane swap, even though they're working with a substitute jungler. Lane swap's really hard to pull off with substitutes on your team. Everybody does have to be coordinated and down with the times. Everybody has to be on that same page. But, you know, with them going up against Uzi as their opponents in the lane and with them having Twitch, lane swap's looking like a real possibility here for SK early on.
Yeah, I don't know about Syndra for Jesus. He's played it once all season. Trouble. Could be dangerous. We are going to be seeing Yasuo locked in here.
How did we get through the ban phase without talking about the most bans against them, always focused against Korn with his Fizz and his Yasuo? 24 bans against the Yasuo and 20 on Fizz. Both of them get through. He gets his pick of the litter, saves it till the end. And we do get to see Korn on the famous Yasuo.
This is actually possible. This could be the first showing of Gnar, but looking by the cheeky grin on Chris's face, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, you say that. Gnar is actually a champion you can use to split push effectively. Freddy does love that style of play. And Gnar also does bring a lot of team fight crowd control. He can lock you down when he gets the ultimate. Okay, never mind. We'll stop talking about it.
Being the lip reading master that I am, Freddy was saying, I can't play it. I can't play it. I can't play it. Which is obviously an issue when it comes to, you know, the World Championship and just taking picks that you can't play.
Nobody can really play it right
I mean,
now, let's face it.
There's a whole list of people. I was talking to a whole bunch of top laners back in North America that are saying, yeah, they really thought it was going to make an appearance here at Worlds. Somebody was going to bring it out as a surprise. But as he said, you know, in the boot camps, people were trying to refine strategies. They weren't trying to learn new champions that they could bring out. And Gnar is definitely something that takes a long time to actually learn how to play well and learn to play with your team because of the unstable nature of the champion. All right, we can get off that now, though, because they're not going to use it.
So let's look at the team comps. What do we got going for us here? Because the Yasuo has snuck through. Surprise! I mean, as you mentioned, 24 bans against Starholm Royal Club throughout the summer and the playoffs. And how did he not get focused by SK?
In the research that all teams are going to do against Royal Club, the two things pop out to you in ban phase are Korn and Insect. So you ban out the Rengar, oftentimes the Lee Sin, and the two for Korn are the Fizz and the Yasuo. That's 4 bans, so everybody always has to sort of pick and choose between those. But because they opted for, you know, the Alistar they didn't want to give away, and then the Zed coming out here for SK, they had to give them all up. And it's going to be very scary for them because these are comfort picks for Starhorn Royal Club. And them on comfortable champions when you're the ones with a substitute on your team makes for a pretty awkward situation.
Well, we are going to be getting into game then for this one. It is, of course, Starhorn Royal Club versus SK Gaming. And as ever, you can also tweet to us at LOL Esports with SHR win or SK win using those hashtags. And we'll figure out how that vote goes a little bit later on. But for now, into an important game specifically for SK. Already 0 for 2. And they've got a formidable opponent here with, honestly, some pretty formidable comfort picks as well.
Yeah, I mean, Insect known for the champion, and as we already went over, Korn very big for Anya. So maybe it signals a little bit of lack of preparation from SK. Or maybe they have perfect things to deal with it. Now, the lane swap definitely even looked like more of a possibility here. N-rated gone with a Doran's Ring for his Zillion to start it out. And if they're looking for lane swap, they might want to do an early invade to get some wards down.
Oh, flash in the cleaver misses. Uzi's gonna come around the side from this one, blocking out. That was really nice from Uzi, blocking the cleaver, knowing that he's got his jump available to get away.
The thing is, that does hinder their lane. Last time we saw this from Uzi, they, of course, like to get the early shove with the Tristana lane, leveling explosive shot. Now he's got his rocket jump. It will be a bit harder to shove. That all being said, though, if the lane swap does play out, doesn't even matter.
Well, so,
ring around the rosy.
Where you going, Gideus? Now he's clear. Uzi's like, I don't fancy it. But level 1 rocket jump. That's forced him into that one. But while that's all happening, Cola and Insect are just like, nah, we got it. We're going to take your red.
Yeah, they're pretty much expecting the move here from SK. The SK got some very deep wards in the jungle there to try and see where they'll shake out. Sneaky red steal, though. It does go unnoticed. SK didn't have defensive wards on this side, so Insect does get to start out at his opponent's red without giving away any intel. When Cola gets there, though, they'll see he's coming from that red side and at a delayed time, so Gilius can infer starting location.
Yeah, so keep our eye, see where he goes. Straight to red. Oh, but Insec. No, it's going to go blue. It's going to be a standard start. Boom.
Yeah, bit of a swap over there. Gilius moving in. Will be spotted though by that ward, so they know that Gilius is in there.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Going for it.
Yeah, they could shove out their lanes too. Let's see if how early they call this collapse. There's the ping. They're saying go now.
Gilius will spot him. Sonic Wave catches. Only on the red buff. That's going to delay him. Now Korn's going to be the focus target. Gilius fancies that one. Didn't get the help from Jesus that he required. And that does mean he's going to be starting a buff down, as Insect will be starting with 3 buffs.
It costs their mid laner a little bit of experience, though. And a decent chunk of life as well. Let's see what Gilius does. Now that he's got no extra buff to go after, maybe he goes for an earlier gank. He does have a blue buff, though, and that's the most important buff for him early so that he can clear easily through the jungle.
See what he goes for in this one. Certainly was more impressive in the last game. Then Rated going to take a lot of damage. Uzi dives in for that one. The ignite down from Zero, but they're not able to pick up the kill. Meanwhile, Candy Panda putting a lot of damage back. He flashed in for it, but wasn't able to get those last hits down.
Does draw the heal from Uzi, but that is going to be a summonerless support Janna. A little bit more vulnerable.
Let's check into that one. Rune Prison coming down. I don't think the damage is there, but Freddy might be in trouble and will be forced to recall with that one.
Very aggressive start from both sides. Zero low on hit points, and Rated low on hit points, but does have Ignite still. Of course, did start out with that Doran's Ring, so those bombs going to be doing more than your average support start, that's for sure. Teleport used by Freddy. He returns back to the top lane. Serious trading going on between the two junglers at the moment. You can see, of course, both taking the rates. We'll see whether they collapse on that mid lane. Bomb again on Uzi. Very low.
Look at this gank here from Gilius, though. He's got perfect moves, perfect positioning here on Uzi's lane. And they are summonerless. Remember, they burned Zero's flash in the level 1.
Oh, this is bad news. He's going to try and get in there. Howling Gale will knock him off. He's going for Zero, gets the kill. Kohler has TP'd down, but he's not got the damage. He can't finish up. Meanwhile, Gillian's going for Uzi. He's going to go too deep. There is the jump from Insect in, and Korn joins in. It was actually Uzi that got the kill. Overextension there from Gilius.
Well, it was completely worth it. Gilius gets first blood money, plus he draws away all the solo laners. SK solo laners have 2 free lanes now, plus the teleport is going to be down for Cola to get back to that lane. Gilius just relieved a lot of pressure there.
But I would argue, after getting that first blood, he could have escaped. He could have just ran straight to his turret. Well, he would have still drawn everyone towards him.
Rise was in his way. Rise teleported in between him and his own turret.
But one person, is he going to stop him? He's only going to use that Rune Prism for a couple of seconds, and then he can get away. Not sure on that one.
Well, one thing that we are at least sure on is that Uzi has now a pickaxe coming back into this lane. We'll see how that all works out for him. We can see that Enrated actually picking up that Mana Crystal as Insect is going to come down bottom. Enrated needs to be very, very careful yet.
He's on his own.
He does not have good ward coverage either.
Or a flash.
They're completely blind.
Well, they're waiting this one out, so Candy Panda is actually going to get back in there. That wave going to be naturally pushing thanks to the explosive shot, but they're going to come out from this one. Howling Gale, oh, nice speed up there from Enrated. Gets Candy Panda away from that tornado coming flying in behind him.
And look at this choice from Candy Panda as well. He's gone for a very early lifesteal here, going Vamp Scepter to sustain through these constant trades. Zero and Uzi always trading in this lane. So he's going for the early sustain to try and sit through this one, because Dillionizer support won't be able to help you.
You know, all of this trading back and forth, all this movement from Star Wars Royal Club has actually bought Jesus some time in that mid lane. And if you think about, obviously, when he played Bjergsen on Yasuo, it did not go well for him, so he's got himself a little bit of a reprieve so far. They've both hit level 6, and we'll see whether he manages to hang on a little longer against Korn, because this is a matchup that has not gone well for him in the past either. At the moment, though, kept up in farm.
See if he can keep going on that front. Actually going for the Chalice first of all.
Insect's got the timer for this red, remember?
Gilius is actually pretty low here. Well, Insect having the timer, but I think realizing that it was probably there, decides not to push through.
And there's another trade down bottom, but there's another small little thing. Insect placed his pink ward in the back of that red bush before he actually walked into it. So he didn't know there was an SK pink ward there. And since that was already available before he placed that ward, SK now know where Insect already placed his pink ward. So it's not going to provide a whole lot of value for him. They can work around that information.
So, whoa, Candy Panda going down, he's got him! Uzi straight up taking him down, and then Ready now in trouble. One more hit should do it. Uzi gonna go down in the process. No, the shield! Oh, he saves him, and that's a double for Uzi.
Questionable aggression there from Candy Panda, going pretty deep onto Uzi. Maybe he got heel baited there, thought it was still down.
Yeah, completely mistimed it. 3 kills on Uzi now, on a Tristana. Yeah. Big problems for SK Gaming.
This is getting out of hand quick. That is not only a BF sword, that's BF sword plus pickaxe here for Uzi very early on.
Bad news for his bottom lane, and you know, I said it in that last game where they face check, gave up first blood, struggled in the lane as well after that. That this should be the rock for SK Gaming in this scenario where they've got that substitute coming in. Insect. Well,
okay.
He got the kick, he dashed to the ward. Sadly for him, he kicked Jesus away.
Not quite the Insect kick maneuver that we're used to, that's for sure. So Korn.
That's version 2, D-Man.
Next level.
This is...
Oh, this is tricky. This is tricky. SK going for this one. They know that Insect's kick is down. Korn's ultimate is, of course, available. They've got 3 members collapsing in on this blue buff. They got their own secured a moment ago. This might have to be a smite fight, and you can see Gilius takes it.
Blue buff steals are a pretty high percentage when you do have Syndra on your team too. They did a good job timing that one with the base of Cola. So they take a small window and they get the objective just in time. Good shot calling there from SK.
Bottom lane again, pressured 72 to 60 CS here. Favor of Uzi, it's those 3 kills that are the real problem for SK Gaming. You can see the damage that comes out of Uzi with that BF sword and pickaxe combo that he's got in there. If you look in other areas though, Freddy doing an exceptional job in terms of farm, 87 to 61 CS, but Cola, you know, only going to be getting stronger tier and Catalyst in there at the moment. Meanwhile, Insect is having to move down. He's at Golems right now. Could end up coming in towards his bottom lane if they want to push out this turret. We'll have to have a see.
Yeah, there's an important ward here in that side lane bush from the SK bottom lane. That will see a lane gank here if SK goes, but it does have 2 hits off of it. So Pro Club know there's a ward here, and they will alert Insect to try and work around it.
Ooh.
Or just recall.
Ready timing it right, or is he? That's the question. Turning it around. Korn getting jumped on. That wind wall doing itself a favor and stopping him. That was crucial. That could have been the mid lane going down, but Starhorn Royal Club, they're trying to take advantage of this. They're going for Dragon. Gilius is going to find Zero here. The rest of Starhorn do claps on towards him. Gilius sidesteps there from the Sonic Wave, but he gets kicked in. And there's the ultimate from Korn. He held his nerve, and that will be Dragon for Royal Club.
There's the classic Lee Sin Yasuo combo. And you got to see there how it's such a big advantage when your bottom lane is constantly pushing up. They instantly collapse on the fight mid and roam up there. Candy Panda is caught. Ooh, pink ward. He flashed before the pink ward went down there even.
And we saw the mastery of Yasuo from Korn as well, the dash behind the wind wall to stop that extra little bit of damage right at the end that possibly could have finished him off in that mid lane. Either way, it's Royal Club here taking the first Dragon of the match and sitting at a 2,500 gold lead. This top lane, Freddy, as I said before, got a solid CS lead. We saw the trade back and forth, which for Freddy, is not really that big of a problem because, as you can see, his ultimate regenerating right back up.
Yeah, Freddy's doing, once again, a magnificent job on this Mundo, farming extremely well. But we can't talk enough about the bottom lane of Royal Club. Whoa, Gilius jumping over the wall for this one. It looked kind of cool, but just a couple of slows, not enough.
Well, he did evolve his wings at level 6.
There you go.
That's one thing, you know, if we'd have seen maybe that from the last matchup, it could have been so much different, but no. Still 4-1 in favor of Star1 Royal Club. Big advantage in this bottom lane for Uzi.
Right, this is the second. Oh, gank towards mid. Can he get the knockup?
Oh,
Easy.
yes, he can.
Yeah.
Jez is going down here. Sonic Wave lands. Thank you very much. I'm going to steal that one for you. Kill secured.
Oh, bottom lane as well. Uzi trying to get a bomb on his head, but may have done enough. N rated super low. Uzi actually had flash and heal. Zero had a flash as well as an ignite there, so possibly could have finished off. Maybe Insect will come around in time for this one. There is a ward in that Tribush. There he's going to show himself. Candy Panda instantly hits the stealth. Can he land the Q? Oh, Candy Panda almost walked into that one.
Juked himself. almost. That could be the turret. Star1 Royal Club will take their first one of the game here.
Jungle invade continues though.
Oh, and he finds Gilius there, and this is going to be a close trade. Gilius, thankful that he evolved his wings so he can leap away to safety, and that is going to be the blue steal, or is it? Because Gilius N-rated and Candy Panda coming back around. Insect not quite close enough to get the steal. He will land the Sonic Wave and gets the steal secure.
Insect doing the right thing, playing off the bottom side of the map where they're strong. Second game in a row we see this bottom lane. Whoa, okay.
They found N-rated in there for that one. Insect lands his Q. His ultimate is on himself there, N-rated, so won't actually go down from that one. Insect almost being bombed to death in the end. SK trying to use the position in there to get this middle turret, and they will get it. That's the first one of the game for them.
That's a first of many. They're the first to take the tower down, and Star1 Royal Club could have taken the objective earlier on. Candy Panda taking low. The Ignite is running. The slowdown on Uzi puts a couple more hits in him. Freddy now tower diving on here. He's going to get baited out. Oh, he's in trouble. He gets Cola, but it's the return kill. And that was double flash between them. Not sure it was worth it. It does, of course, wipe away the wave from Cola. So overall, bonus for him.
Yeah, definitely a good move there. He's able to kill. Whenever you're able to kill him under turret, they do lose out on way more experience. Freddy, though, he's really the shining light for SK. He is the one who's got the lead for them. That's where they should try and take control of this game. Maybe some more jungle attention. They can get down that turret, get some extra global gold. Here we go. Let's see. It's just going to be briefcase after briefcase, and then the ring around the Rosie. Good flash on that one, but Freddy's right back on top of you.
I'm not sure when SK Gaming were coming into this tournament whether Freddy envisioned playing Mundo for the first 3 matches back to back, but he's still doing a good job in terms of farm in that top lane. Has himself an advantage building. We saw how much of a monster he can be against the Type A Assassins on that champion. We'll see whether the rest of his team can keep up. So far, it is Star1 Royal Club with the advantage in kills, but still it's a tower to SK.
Gilius actually on the bottom side of the map once again here. Trying to stop out this Corn Wraith.
Oh, knock up there.
That's a level 12 as the 9.
Yeah, no follow-up from that, but could have done some good damage. Jez was fairly close. Here we see Insect coming in once again, up to the wall. TP's coming down as well. The Q from Insect hitting the minion there, and Gilius didn't thank his lucky stars because of that teleport from Cola. There was a lot of people around there with a good amount of damage. They might try and put down the damage onto the tower. Good wave clear from Jesus though. That means they force them off.
That was a bit forced there. I mean, that was probably an instance where they ping and say go, and it doesn't work out. They lose a whole bunch of minions up top. Teleport's going to be down. There's nothing they can shove. The dragon's not up. They can't even prep for this one. So definitely a little bit of a misstep there. Royal Club trying to force something mid. Insect was standing on that ward, so the whole plan sort of turned around on them.
Yeah, and all they did is they took Jez's flash. Maybe we'll see whether it gets turned into a big advantage, but SK Gaming will be happy to keep that pressure on in the top lane, because Cola's starting to struggle in this one, but this bottom lane, this is becoming a serious problem right now. Infinity Edge already picked up by Uzi, and they're continuing to push it.
Almost 50 CS is a lead that Uzi's got there, and you know, you look at Royal Club and you say that Uzi one of the biggest, he's not the biggest playmaker on the team, and Rayton is going to get his ultimate box here. They need to jump away. Candy Panda starts to move in. Gilius is there as well. They get the slow on to Zero, and not sure they've got the damage here.
He's going to cut him off.
TP is going to be coming into that one. Freddy is behind them. Zero surely will go down from this one, although he's got him low. Gilius does get the kill, but will fall himself as well.
But it's not over yet, because Freddy's round the side here, and he splits off. There's 3 members of Royal Club coming around him. Insect chases him down, puts down the briefcase. Is he going to be able to walk past him? No, knocks into the ultimate. Has he got the heal regen to try and get out of this one? The rest of his team coming around the side. Corn locked up and taken down by Jesus. SK Gaming come out on top once again, just in time for Dragon.
Perfect timing for SK. Royal Club committing everything onto Freddy, the juicy tank, the Fed member on the team, the one with all of the power for SK. Freddy takes the hits, he gets them the objective.
So where does that leave us then? Just, well, it's less than 2,000 gold at this point. We know SK Gaming stronger as the game goes on as a team generally, and the fact is here that Royal Club, we heard it in that last video, as we see that fight once again, that their problem lies in communication, and look at it, it was a messy turn of events from Royal Club.
Well, as we watch this unfold, this is like everybody starting to collapse here through the jungle, but they don't leave wards behind them. Royal Club doesn't leave any blue wards here through the jungle. So this is why they spend everything on Freddy. They think they've got him outnumbered. They're like, okay, this is great. 3 versus 1. We can surround this guy, we can burn everything, but all of the members of SK are still coming down. And when they finally get there, it's a beautiful stun from Jez's, and they can easily pick up the kill on the Corn.
Uh-oh, he's dead.
Yep.
Whoa. Well done.
Yeah, not much to talk about from that one. 3-on-1, you land everything, he's going to go down. Jez's caught out of position. Look at this, Uzi and Cola coming in. Freddy this time will get knocked up. Has he got enough health? Has he got enough regen to survive? There's 5 of them over there, and it's taking a hell of a long time to kill them off, and Freddy survives it against 5 from Royal Club.
But look at the choice here. Candy Panda's shoving mid this whole time. SK just trying to delay this whole team of Royal Club here. If they can keep them up here long enough, they're gaining mid-secondary turret.
They're taking a hell of a lot of damage here. The whole of Royal Club trying to back off, and SK are not letting them. They're going to keep on pushing along the top lane. The bomb gone to Zero forces him back, and this is buying all of the time for Candy Panda to try and put all of the damage on the inner. Doesn't have the minion wave to finish it off, but great play from SK, and Freddy pulling the entire team to him once again.
Yeah, he's got some sort of magnetic field here. All of Royal Club, again, dumping a lot of abilities into Freddy, only to chase him under the turret and have to turn around because SK collapsed. They gain a little bit more back into this game. That being said, Royal Club still very much in the lead here, and Uzi has hit a very strong curve. He's gotten out of the trough from Tristana.
He's got him.
Flash, he does get the flash, so that's still a win for Uzi.
Oh, Cola here. This could be real dangerous for them. Ultimate is actually on Gilius, so he's not actually going to die. Insect in the meantime going to be flashed onto by Candy Panda. They kill him. They're going to kill Cola as well. SK turning up the heat.
They spend everything bottom. That's going to be the kills plus tower going down. Uzi can answer up top though. Royal Club will be able to get that top side. Will SK actually decide to keep shoving here because it's 2 shoving lanes for Royal Club to only 1 for SK?
I think they should. They're going to keep going. They're going to take down that turret. Remember, the inner's on next to nothing. Uzi will take that turret down. He's going to keep on going in the top lane. Freddy's held out, but they're collapsing in from the jungle. Are they going to get close enough? There's only 2 members here. This is tricky. Teleport is available for Cola if he can go for it. There he is. Teleport into the side bush. SK Gaming are going for this one. Zero the focus. He goes down. Cola in the next run, but they're going to get on towards him. Gilius goes down. Candy Panda drops, and just like that, it's a double kill for Korn. He wants more.
And Raider gonna flash out brilliantly there from that one. Meanwhile, Uzi has taken down that top inner tower as well. Freddy not able to get there to defend that one, so A lot going on all over the map here. Nice closure by Royal Club down on the bottom side, able to get them the 2 kills as well.
Yeah, costly decision by SK to keep shoving down in the bottom lane. Uzi takes down turrets so quickly with his static shift for shoving the wave, and then the Infinity Edge attack damage for taking down those 2 turrets. Gets both of them in time, and he still has enough life to take the hits from Jez's. That's also, by the way, he's got his max rating of rapid fire fully maxed out now, level 5, so helping him take down those turrets that much quicker.
Freddy, TP going in. Freddy comes around the side. They've got to follow. Jez is coming in as well. Can they lock on towards him? Korn's the man they want, but it may well be Insects. They're going to take a secondary prize. He uses the kick, catches out Jez's. He's pulling everyone towards him. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they're going to focus in there. Candy Panda on towards him, locking up as much as they can. Candy Panda focused in. Zero and Cola on towards him on the tower. They're going to dive on this one. Have they got him? They have, and they turn it around. Zero uses the Monsoon, saves Cola's hit points, and they get themselves another kill.
And that's a great trade for Royal Club because they gain control of mid lane, getting down that mid.
Oh, Gillius, you're dead.
Well, that's interesting maneuver.
Don't know what he was thinking.
Look at that, he doesn't know himself what he's thinking. Hands on head, we saw it in the bottom right, and they lose it. Cola's going down. They kill off Jez's. Freddy here, looking to be a hero. Who's he going to go for? Uzi there. Korn now joining in as well. They're going to try and kill off Freddy, but he's coming back. Uzi chasing Enrater to the top side. Here is Freddy back into it. Can he hold off on this one? He can.
Oh, they're all so low. They're all so low, and Candy Panda's back alive. Uzi's going to run away from this one. Freddy's going to continue chasing. Oh, he's got 3 members. He's tried to bait them in, but is it too much? I'm not too sure. Freddy does manage to get away, and just again, this game is wild.
This game is chaos, team, man. Constant skirmishes all over the map. Constant teleports trying to cut off different people on multiple sides. It's everybody not afraid to fight. At least we're enjoying the mid game here. Finally, some focus on the Dragon though. Vision for both teams, so we may see even more fights.
Oh, that was really
quick
close.
attempt.
Well.
Real close. Real close.
Second of 3 dragons going to SK. Freddy, just incredible performance from him overall.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with SK keeping up in such a chaotic game. This is kind of where Royal Club thrive, and SK are almost there, toe-to-toe with them. They're answering back in many of the instances. A lot of times it is because so many of Royal Club's cooldowns are being dumped into Freddy. He's doing a good job soaking things up.
Gotta point out at this stage though, Gillius there, we saw him just completely, well, I'm not sure what he was thinking.
Maybe?
Yeah. And we saw that in the last game as well. Remember, in a turret with Jarvan as he dove into the team and ended up dying and they lose the turret. Those are the kind of mistakes that can end up costing you games. And a team like Royal Club aren't scared to really capitalize when there's a 5-on-4 in front of them.
All right, so it has calmed down a little bit here. But let's take a look at a couple of these items I do like from SK. Candy Panda's got both of his blades right now, so you do have to worry about that roaming Twitch if you're Royal Club and set up a little bit more ward coverage. Plus, they've got Jez's with a really early Zhonya's Hourglass for that Syndra in the mid, before he goes with Death Cap or before he goes with a Void Staff, because there's been so many skirmishes across the map. If he's able to get off his active for the Zhonyas, then that can be the difference between life and death. Just buying a few more seconds for the rest of your team to collapse.
That ward's too
also
it's out of range of the pink ward there, so they didn't actually see that.
Also, it allows him to deal with the Yasuo combo here. He can spam it in between knockups.
The problem is that Uzi is 6-0. He's low past that mid-game low.
Oh yeah.
He's got himself the static shift, last Whisper and Infinity Edge. Nearly 100 CS advantage over Candy Panda, gigantic.
A full item
between them, yeah. And this is the problem, because they're so far ahead, they can take this Baron down.
Gillius is nowhere to be found. There's no smite to answer this.
Yeah, and that's with Vision. SK's ward at the back was out of range of the Royal Club pink, so Royal Club didn't know that ward was there, but SK, Gillius had gone back, no smite available. It was actually on cooldown anyway, so he was obviously off doing something in the jungle before that one got started. Well, that's a big pickup here for Royal Club.
Yeah, that right there, that could be the nail in the coffin. This Tristana right now is getting out of control. Uzi's even picked up a defensive item. He's got the Negatron Cloak, which he may turn into Quicksilver Sash for a quick answer to a long-range stun from Jez's. But yeah, he has the 3 main damage items already.
That's a massive question. Really, lack of judgment. I'm not too sure what was going on. Gilius said there was 0 pressure on them. You know, they were just farming out, clearing out the waves, and for some reason he decided, I gotta go back to buy this item right now, when Freddy clearly already pointed out that they're in the pit. They're trying to bait this one out. Something is going to go down now. Guys, we need to be on point. He was in the base.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the World Championships here, and a player who's drafted in at the last second.
This is tricky.
Yeah, you don't want to take that fight. No. You know, brought in at the last second with no real experience. He's qualified for the LCS now, of course, but no experience that can prepare him for anything like what he's experiencing here at Worlds.
All right, so as everybody starts to group up and we see this siege from Royal Club.
Whoa! Oh! Well, the zillion ultimates on him, but
can he leap away?
You were talking about action earlier on. He can't do it. Uzi gets the reset, goes for Candy Panda. There is Freddy once again on the backside trying to do this. Insect is tanking on the turret there. May go down. Jesus though is low. There is Freddy killing off one. Jesus will in fact fall, but Cola may go down as well as Freddy comes back in. There's the monsoon. The heals coming out, and they kill off Freddy. They get him, and Cola did die there in the end. I think it was the tower hit that got him.
Tower hit finished him off, and that's the ace. That's the aggression that Star Royal Club have been looking for, and it was all once again the insect kick. It finally worked.
Yep, didn't even get time to set it up. There it was, the insect kick, and you get the zillion ult on top of it. But yes, can't extract your member from deep inside of the Royal Club. Here he goes. This time pulls off the flash to ensure the kick. Instant reaction from the entire team. And his legs are not strong enough to hop out of there. Uzi, though, he's going to jump right back in and follow up. Wow, that burst onto Candy Panda almost eliminated him from the fight. What it did do was leave Uzi vulnerable for Freddy here in the back line. This was the only thing that SK were getting out of this was Freddy. He picks up one here, then he almost gets Cola, and the turret will finish him off in the end. The whole team comes to try and save Cola, but he just takes that one step down into turret range.
So we're back in the game. Let's see how that has turned things around. Of course, that was a bound up Royal Club moving in. That is now timed out, and SK Gaming are looking to try and get something here. Freddy once again drawing all of the aggro. SK coming around the side. The stun on Cola, not going to happen. Freddy locked up, taking a hell of a lot of fair damage this time around. He may even need the ultimate coming out of N-rated. He's just getting burst down so quickly. No matter how tanky he is, you can't fight this team. They are so far aheady right now. They're jumping in again.
Freddy gonna go low from this one. What are they gonna do? There is the kickback from Insect. They do get him finished, but again, the ultimate out of N-rated. He comes up with no more tail left. Can they get it? They do get it. Stun coming out from Jesus. It's Uzi that gets himself his 8th kill of the game. And they're going to be knocking right on the base. Zero going to heal them all up.
Yep, round 2.
Oh, he's dead. Jesus scored out. The Zonius isn't enough. No, he just about gets taken down. Insect. Gilius leaps in. Insect burning. Oh, no, he survives. Gilius wants it. He gets it. He takes down Insect, but at what cost? That is the question. Candy Panda and N-rated, they've had to go back to Fountain. They're rushing back to this tower to try and save it. 3 members of Starhorn Royal Club pushing in. They will take down the turret, and SK will lose their first inhib of the game.
They're going to look to make a play here, though. Gilius is stuck around this backside. He's still waiting for them. He jumps over the top. What? He jumps too deep. He went too far back, and he ends up going down. Uzi picks up kill number 9. A bit of a comedy of errors there at the end.
A valiant effort, I guess. He was looking for the reset just to snag a quick kill and get out. But man, I'm glad we've got 2 play-by-plays for this one. Dragon gonna be picked up on the exit path here for Royal Club as they lick their wounds.
9-1-4 for Uzi, and honestly, it's all about getting those kills early on for him. He got rolling so early in this game. Let's not discredit the 17 assists for Zero. Where's the Soul Stealer where you need it, man?
Oh.
He's absolutely rocking it right now.
He got so much feedback to go for the Chalice. The kill The game with all the kills he doesn't actually go for. All right, so they do burn everything here onto Freddy. They're not afraid of using the knockups, combos with the Yasuo ultimate to burn down the tank. Not only do they kill this Fundo a single time, but yes, he gets back up and goes down for round 2. SK doesn't deal a lot of damage while Freddy is soaking up everything from Royal Club. There's just not a lot of extra threat here being put out by the rest of the members. What a shot there. And the last seconds on Yes will not be enough.
Oh, Freddy caught out here in the mid lane, and he's got to go down again though. And Rayton gets him back up to half HP as the revive comes in, but he's not going to escape it. That's 2 kills coming down, and Rayton going into go max range, follows the jump of Gilius, and that's another one. It's a double for Uzi to put him on to 11, and surely the game here now for Royal Club.
They can keep on pushing through. Candy Panda just recalled. Jesus is the only other man standing on side. There's the stun. That's on a gigantic cooldown now. Jez is locked up. The ultimate coming out of Candy Panda, but he's just forced back onto the mountain and taken down by Uzi. He is just that strong. He gets the reset, gets the tower, and gets the game for the Starhorn Royal Club.
He got the Mikhails active as well. First botting gets the first one just in time before the victory screen. What a game for Royal Club, though. You knew it was going to be the Uzi show when he got those early kills down bottom lane, and he did not disappoint. 13-1-5.
But for SK Gaming, they've not looked that bad today. That was the final game with their sub. They've got 3 games, they're down 0-3. But honestly, when Svenskeren comes back, I think they could take a victory off one of these guys.
Yeah, and they should almost treat this as kind of a scouting round of games, you know. They've gone 0-3, looks a lot better today. They're going to bring Svenskeren in, who this entire time has been with the team backstage, making sure that he watches these games. Obviously, you know, it gives an extra pair of eyes to help you break down what's gone right for you, what's gone wrong for you, what needs to improve going forward in this, because one thing's for sure, SK have to now win all remaining games.
And they need somebody to do them a favor as well, if I recall. You know, if you just go through the group stats, 3-3 is going to be tricky to get through. You've got to hope that somebody else in your group takes a game off one of these top guys.
They do not have a lot of breathing room, so their SK fans better be hoping that bringing Svenskeren in is going to be a whole new face for this team. And after that game, there are definitely easy places for them to improve.
So Royal Club themselves, while they're picking up victories here, they're not safe wins. They're having a few problems.
Well,
yeah.
Obviously, yesterday's TSM was a pretty safe win, that's for sure. But
I was thinking more the first.
Speaking on the other side, TSM could take a game off them. So you look at the whole group. We know before Group B even started, we were saying this is actually a really tricky group. You know, everybody could take games off everyone. That may just go into SK fans' favor, but it's a big ask. Starhorn Royal Club, though, a little bit wild, honestly, to tell the truth. And if they were up against a stronger team, they would have punished them.
You got to give credit to SK for being able to match that aggression from Royal Club, though. And that's not something that I was particularly expecting out of SK, knowing how chaotic Royal Club can be.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun game to watch. And, you know, talking about Royal Club, yes, a lot of the games have been, you know, really exciting, really kind of messy. They're 3-0 in this group right now. So you talk about the situation that SK, and it's completely flipped for Royal Club. They're sitting pretty right now.
Perfect record for Royal Club. And for an in-depth look at that win, let's check in with the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it's a good point that they're raising. You know, talking about Starhorn Royal Club, they are 3-0, and the rest of the analysts on the desk were talking how it's going to be TPA or TSM that could be the second team to make it out of the group. We'll get to that later. Let's talk a little bit about this particular matchup, because I think for a long period of time, both of these guys were super even. SK held strong in the laning phase despite losing 2v2. Candy Panda and Rated just looked outclassed.
Yeah, and the thing is, I want to go back to picks and bans that a little bit, because you basically have a champion like Zillion, who is this very non-committal sort of poke champion in that he's going to toss a bomb on you and then has very little follow-up since he's got exactly 1 damage ability. Right? No shields, no defensive abilities, still 6. And when you have a champion like Janna, she can match the bomb damage with a shield and then actually have some follow-up. And so it's an automatically losing lane. Plus you're adding Twitch to the matchup, which is also a very weak laner, probably the actual weakest laner of AD carries. So you've got a horrible 2v2 and it played out exactly as you expect. Uzi gets to win in CS as a Tristana and they get the heads-up double kill as well. Like, that's such a bad way to start the game out. And they opt into the lanes and they opt into the matchups as well.
Yeah, and really with the Zilean pick, it seems like you want to get your carries strong and fed. And with Twitch and Syndra and even Kha'Zix, they were fighting too much. They never really got farm. So Zilean's not going to matter if you're not getting these big ticket items. And they kind of were fighting and then rezzing someone who had like double Doran's pickaxe. It's like it's not going to be a big deal when you res someone like that.
Yeah, the one person that was farming that did a fantastic job was, of course, Freddy and that Dr. Mundo.
Yeah.
This game, in my eyes, felt like Freddy and friends versus Starhorn Royal Club because he really carried hard. I feel like his involvement in the top lane and teleports was strong. I know probably you were talking about how he was involved in a lot of the big objective plays in the mid game for SK.
Yeah, the play bottom that happened actually was Starhorn Royal Club pressing a big advantage. And Freddy noticed that, hey, these guys are way too far out, and right now I'm hitting a big tanky power spike. So he did a big TP bot and just let top, rise free farm. And what happened is something that went bad for SK turned into something good because Freddy saw an opportunity and took advantage of it.
Yeah, it worked in their favor. The other side, of course, it is Royal Club that came away with a win.
Sure.
Uzi, once again, a stellar performance. I would say probably more aggressive than we've seen out of all 3 games. He's got over a 15 KDA throughout Worlds. What did you take away from this Royal Club matchup and maybe Uzi in particular?
I mean, Uzi, I think the game went kind of you expected. Gilius fed him a free kill early game. He tower dove him kind of for no reason and gave him the first kill. Again, the double kill bot lane, where the Zilean lane all ins pre-6. It's like, you're going to get 6 first. Wait till spray and pray, wait till the Zilean chrono shift, then all in, not a wave early and give up 2 kills to that one. Like, SK had these tools here that they just used improperly. And at that point, you've got a team with very little threat against Tristana. He outranges the Syndra, he's going to outrange the Dr. Mundo. Triss is one of the best champions at killing Mundo as well. And so the game is just set up for Uzi to win, kind of like handed on a silver platter by SK, so of course it's going to play out that way.
This particular matchup, I think more than the previous 2 games from Royal Club, reminded me more of how they played in the LPL regional qualifiers. It was very chaotic, it was very all-in. Royal Club didn't necessarily, in my eyes, have that same level of control that they demonstrated against Team Solo Mid yesterday. Do you think there is still possibilities for this team to suffer losses? They've beaten all 3 of their opponents.
Yeah.
They have to redo that over the coming days. How do people bounce back against the #1 team in Group E?
I think you can take advantage of the fact that Uzi's going to play a little bit aggressively, about the fact that this team still is uncoordinated, right? They don't all speak the same language fluently, which means you're going to have these missteps. And any aggressive team is going to have this sort of 80-20 split of it's going to be right a lot of the time, but sometimes it's completely the wrong play. And you got to hope the 20 comes up.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it's almost a double-edged sword. The way they play really aggressively is borderline reckless. And it really just takes one team to know what they're doing like very well and have very big decisions, and it's going to crumble really quickly for them. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take control of a game that's, falling out of their favor.
Well, they did it sort of against TPA, but that's more TPA's mistake than them regaining control. Right, so we talked about this. Let's talk about the standings, rather, and see how these teams are stacking up. We're halfway through day 1. And, of course, we're going to kick things off with Group A. Samsung White, clear favourites 2-0 in that group. We will be seeing them playing next up, actually, against Dark Passage. Over in Group B, I think this is the interesting one. Team Solo Mid 1-1. TPA 1-1, and despite SK 0-3, if SK's opponents, Team Solo Mid and TPA, suffer losses, SK can go 1-3, their opponents are 1-2, they're looking closer.
So basically, as long as TSM and TPA beat each other once, like assuming Royal Club 6-0s, what I think is going to happen, if TSM and TPA go 1-1 against each other throughout the group stage, SK comes back with Svenskeren and beats TSM and TPA back. All the teams are 2-4. They can all just have a big, nice 3-way tiebreaker with all 1-1 against each other, and I think it's actually very possible.
Typical European team in the group, and there's the possibilities of tiebreakers. We'll see how that pans out. I have to refresh my memory on how those rules work, actually. Anyways, guys, we are going to take a brief break while Dark Passage and Samsung White load onto the stage for our next match. We will be right back with more coverage from Taiwan.
By the way, this guy is insect, so flash before he can insect you. So he kicks you in the other direction.
Okay, boys, we just got taught how to counter an insect.
Gilius sidesteps there from the Sonic Wave, but he gets kicked in. And there's the ultimate from Korn.
Insect in the meantime going to be flashed onto by Candy Panda. They kill him. They're going to kill Kohler as well.
SK Gaming to go for this one. Zero the focus. He goes down. Kohler in the next drop, but they're going to get on towards him. Gilius goes down.
Kohler may go down as well as Freddy comes back in. There's the monsoon. The heels coming out, and they kill off Freddy.
Jez has locked up the ultimate coming out of Candy Panda, but he's just forced back onto the mountain and taken down by Uzi. He is just that strong.
Continuing coverage from Taipei, and I want to welcome Team Solo Mid Senior most member, their man in the top lane, Dyrus. Dyrus, first off, while you get a fantastic applause. Wow, well, you know what? Just talk to them for a minute first, because the fan support for you guys is amazing here.
I love you guys. Thank you.
And they love you. Now, first off, can you make sense of the madness that is your group right now? Because you guys absolutely crushed SK. Then they're doing pretty good versus Royal Club. And you guys did not do good at all versus Royal Club. TPA is looking pretty good. Make sense of the madness.
All right, so to start things off, with SK, they don't have their jungler. But of course, their sub-jungler is also pretty good too. We had a plan. We executed it when we played against Royal. We had a plan, and things kind of went not our way. Personally, I don't think that game really represents our skill level at our very, very best, obviously. And we're going to try our best, do better, and not come in cocky.
Well, talking about skill level in that matchup, you seem to be struggling a lot with that Aurelia Rise matchup. Is that something that you're not comfortable with?
It wasn't really about the champions. It was how we played with the champions. And personally, one-on-one, there's a lot I could have done that I didn't do. And I'm going to look to fix that next time.
Well, when you look at that defeat, I heard you talking in the preview show how at PAX you were very emotional and you thought that actually wasn't a good mindset to be in as a team. So how do you kind of keep from doing that when you got a game like yesterday?
Well, for the first game, we had it in control because we'd be getting too excited, like, oh, we're winning, it's so easy. And then when we're losing, it's like, oh, we're losing, what do we do? There's two different mindsets, and it's a lot easier when you're winning than you're losing, obviously, for every single team.
What lessons have you drawn from the matches you've played so far, and actually specifically the matchup versus Starhorn Royal Club? How big do you think the gap is between you guys, that team, maybe Chinese teams overall, and then one step further, maybe the Korean teams?
Well, when I'm talking about, the gaps and stuff, like, no matter what I say, it's like, Darius, you're full of it, But personally, like, I don't want to say anything until we've proved it on stage, because actions speak louder than words. And last year, I said certain things also, and I didn't back it up myself. So before any of that, we're just going to show you on stage.
Well, you've got a fantastic chance to prove that later on. You will be fighting the team that is a home crowd favorite here, TPA. What an important match in this group. Tell me your thoughts on the matchup.
TPA is definitely top 3 in our group, and I'm not too sure how it'll play out, because when we watch them play compared to playing, it's a lot different. And we'll just show it on stage once again.
Well, we will see indeed. Finally, Darius, you were telling me kind of about your experiences here and the things and the fans you've been able to meet. Tell that story for the guys out here, because they do love you.
The story of the fans?
Yeah, that you told me before, how you were meeting all of them out here.
There's so many fans here that support us as TSM, as you can all see. And everyone here is so humble, happy, and there's fans everywhere we go, but we don't know how many and how much they like us. Like, there's different levels of fans. Like, some will come up and hug me, some will tell me to sign on inside their shirt, some will give me gifts. Like, here it's been very humbling.
Good save. Well, thank you very much, and good luck in your later matchup.
Thank you.
All right, now let's send it over to our guys at the desk to set the stage for our next match.
Thank you very much, guys. We are gearing up for Game 4 as Dark Passage will be taking on Samsung White. And Dark Passage are going to have an incredibly difficult time against Samsung White, because even though early in the day they sort of held off the first 10 minutes against Edward Gaming, Samsung White are much stronger, much earlier in the game. And I'm very nervous for the Turkish champions. How are they going to withstand this Korean powerhouse?
Yeah, I honestly am not sure their best strategy. I would say right now it's kind of, what's the word, like damage control. Like, make sure it doesn't crush you guys, because they still have a chance to do stuff in this group. So I would say take this game with a grain of salt, kind of do as well as you can, and then, learn something from it and apply it to the next set.
Monty, what's your take? I mean, there's very little chance. We've seen HQ pull a risky strategy yesterday, and it didn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, and AHQ is, of course, arguably the better team than Dark Passage as well. So, I don't know. It seems like the cheese was read really well yesterday. White responded beautifully to that, and it gave them an even bigger advantage. So, at this point, I think you just kind of have to choose how fast you want to lose.
Well, let's highlight one person on Samsung White who I was quite impressed by, Looper. His first professional game was last year at Worlds. And in his first game here at Worlds, he pulled out the Rumble, surprised many of us, played incredibly well with it, is still performing as expected, really. He's one of the best top laners in the game. What's your take on Looper and the rest of the team here?
The first professional Rumble game from Looper was actually quite a surprise for me because that's really not a Looper-style champion. I mean, when we think of this guy last year when he made his professional debut, it was a lot of, particularly his Singed play was very notable. And then from there, he's moved into, he's always been a big Mundo player as well, but typically he plays these top lane tanks. So for him to play kind of a mid-game carry was really interesting to me. And so I'm curious if he's going to start transitioning into a more aggressive style, or if we're just going to see him, as we run deeper into this tournament, go back to his old comfort picks.
Final thoughts probably before we move on?
I think something it could be reading too much into it, but since you're saying he has a typical playstyle of certain champions, maybe the Rumble pick is something to terrify his opponents later on.
Yeah.
They're going to go, oh wait, this guy plays Rumble now? What do we do against this? We thought he played this, this, and this. So it could be a strategic thing or just, we really wanted to play Rumble.
And if Samsung White are feeling very confident in this matchup, they could also pull out some more surprise picks this game. It is time to lock in your predictions, gentlemen. Who do you guys think is going to win? I'm going to start with the conductor himself. Do we even need to ask?
No.
So Monte Cristo is going to pick Samsung White. He's very confident in their individual play as well as their strategic ability. I am going to ask Prolly, do you know who's going to win?
Yeah, I got to go with my boy Pawn. I've loved him for a long time. He beats FLICKR, and I don't hold it against him, so I'm going to go with Samsung White.
Right, fair enough. We'll see how well Pawn can perform. All right, the fans are in agreement with both of you guys, and according to LOLesports.com, they are also saying Samsung White. Preview show called this group David and Goliath. We'll see if David can throw any of those slings. Teams loading on a champ select. Let's send it over to the casters to get us back into the action.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and hello, everyone. We've switched out the desk. I'm Rivington Bism III, along with Joshua Jat Leesman and Martin DeFisciolunga. This is going to be some amazing matches, and it's already started the day off crazy.
Yeah, man, this is going to be really good. This is our first time actually casting as a trio, so I can't wait. We got some world-class games about coming up. This one, definitely David and Goliath, though, so we'll see what ends up happening.
It's been so amazing. We're going to dive right into our next battle with a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Dark Passage. That means in the top lane, it is Fab Fabulous. In the jungle, it's going to be Crystal. Mid lane is Naru. At AD carry is Holy Phoenix, and supporting him is Touch.
And on the red side, of course, it's Samsung White, the Giants right here. Looper in the top lane, Dandy in the jungle, Pawn in mid lane, and of course, Imp and Mata in the bottom lane.
Really, absolutely the Giants, and it's going to be tough for Dark Passage this game. We'll say that right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to say it. They don't have any pressure on them to perform here.
True.
Go in there, play the laning phase, see what you can get from it. Maybe you can learn a few tricks playing against such a great team as Samsung White and see what you can learn.
We saw their game earlier today. They actually had a pretty decent start in the laning phase against EDG. I think this game will really be about small victories for Dark Passage. When they were coming into Worlds, they didn't really say they were going to go win the World Championship. Right. Really, after Gamescom, they just said they wanted to play against Korean teams. They wanted to see how they stack up, and they're going to be able to see that specifically in the laning phase. The individual accomplishments, if they can pull something off, is all they're going into this game hoping for.
They are still strong individual players. When you see the team fights come together is when the coordination starts to fizzle for them, and you can see world-class teams really start to come out on top. They are able to make some moves, but it's going to have to be early because that's when Samsung White will take a hold of the game. Take some bans.
Now the question is here, will Dark Passage try and go for a bit of an AHQ kind of comp against White where you can try and make some early moves, see if you can get a lead and try and snowball the game? It obviously didn't work for AHQ. The level 1 was a big deal back then or in yesterday's game here, but we could see Dark Passage try and do the same.
I feel like you only get one pre-minion spawn ace per world championship.
Well,
we could be wrong.
We will see.
Pretty heavy top lane focus bans here from Samsung White. They know Fab Fabulous is pretty devastating when he gets going. I like the Kazakhs top lane actually in their last game. It did show some effectiveness. You can tell White isn't taking them lightly just because they're a huge underdog.
No, and it's actually also a thing they were talking about. Like, interview we had with him saying we want to take every game serious. We want to show that yes, our last year was a mistake. I mean, we don't want to underestimate any teams here. So I actually expect pretty serious picks from White and also a good serious performance.
Plus, they got to boost up their stats a little bit more. I mean,
they
had 34 kills in that 22-minute game against AHQ after that level 1 ace. It'll be tough to top that one. Surprising they actually did let them get Alistair, though.
So let's see what Fabulous can do on it. I mean, normally, again, he is the Kha'Zix type. He loves to play in Italy as well. If he builds like 24 static shift on an Alistar, he might be able to do some split pushing. But because you just see him try and roam around, and I'm just going to say it here, Alistar is great for level 1, a bit like Blitzcrank. As long as you get the first move, you can knock up a target here, kill the first target. We might see some level 1 stuff.
And a really great pickup, even with Rengar still on the board. Dandy takes away Crystal's favorite, that Lee Sin, who was actually making some plays on it previously.
Yeah, it's a little bit too bad we don't get to see Crystal play Lee Sin, but guess what? We get to see Dandy play Lee Sin. He was super devastating in that game against AHQ. At one point, I think he was 9, 2, and 11, like 14 minutes in. Definitely a playmaker. I actually expect White to pick plenty of playmaking champions here, because if the game does get out of hand, they're going to know how to have a little bit of fun.
Well, that's also you have the Rise already locked in for the late game. So if we're going to see all these, just in case, this is a backup plan in case it goes wrong in the early game, you can then wait for late game. You do have the Rise here. On the other side, though, for Dark Passage, we did see Touch play Thresh in the last game. He tried to make some big plays. It just really didn't pay off.
You can't have a Dark Passage team not take the Dark Passage champion.
Yeah, that's
they
very
would
true.
instantly lose.
And we've been seeing a little bit more love coming out for Janna as well throughout Worlds here. Consecutive plays from these last few games.
We actually often see also picked into Thresh here, and if you build a Mikhails, you can pretty much stop the entire engage potential for Touch on Dark Passage side here. So we have to see what Mata wants to build. Soul Stealer, of course, could work too if you want to get some early kills.
Yeah, seeing a Twitch from him would be pretty exciting.
Oh,
And Bait would be even more exciting. Deficio and I were actually talking about this just before the game. We're thinking if Samsung White wants to just kind of have a fun game or really prove themselves, we're thinking, which champions are they going to play? And we actually happened across a Vayne Janna lane because it will give Imp the shield and potency to go in hard.
And 1 year ago, Imp was probably considered the best Vayne player in the world.
This is going to be a pleasure.
And now he's going to show it again. Hopefully going to show it again.
Holy Phoenix looking to bring out the Jinx within this game. We'll see if he can do it. The Orianna goes down for a bit of safety around it, but like we said, this is really going to be Dark Passage trying to get small victories out of the game as they are about to face the powerhouse Samsung White. Talon locked in for Pawn in the mid lane.
And we have seen him play it before where he killed a certain Faker in the mid lane. Obviously that was against a Kassadin and not an Orianna, which is a bit safer, but still somewhat the same deal. I do actually like the comp here from Dark Passage. It's very, very strong in team fights. So if they do manage to survive the lane phase and group as a team, they do have a lot of CC. There's some good damage here. Get a target low. You get Holy Phoenix going. He loves to play Jinx because he loves to get the resets.
Yeah, it's a really good point there, Deficio. If Samsung White takes them lightly in the laning phase in the early game, there's a lot that could end up getting away from them. Alistair could get to a point where he's tanky. The Jinx resets could come in and they can make something happen. However, it's probably not going to happen. This is Samsung White, and they also have a ridiculously powerful team composition. The amount of damage they have coming out of those rolls is rather massive.
And the amount of pick potential they have as well. I mean, you have a Talon in the mid lane, you have a Vayne, of course. Everyone here can just kill Dark Passage if they're out of position, which they might end up being in this game.
All right, so before we get any shots fired here, we're going to head over to Twitter. Tell us which team you think will prevail here. Tweet hashtag DPWin or SSWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be tracking how you guys are voting throughout the game.
It's pretty fun to root for the underdog, too. Even with that good lane phase against EDG, I saw they had like an 80% vote at some point during the game. Keep it up, because eventually they'll be able to hear that support, especially coming into this. You need to have a pretty thick skin as Dark Passage to come in against teams that are so much more experienced than you. It's not like Dark Passage has a chance to play 3 years of competitive League of Legends coming up to this. This is kind of like their season 1 or 2, where everyone else is playing on 2014.
I would love to see Dark Passage kind of go hard in this early game. Get Samsung White where they are known to be the best and really give them something else to think about here. It's obviously going to be a great back and forth throughout the entire matchup. We're going to see how much fun we can get throughout this game.
And just for looking at the summoner spells, 2 exhaust from Dark Passage, because again, you are against Vayne, you are against the Talon, even a Rise you can use exhaust against here. So they are really setting up for a great team fight. And once again, it's going to be all about this early laning phase here, if they can survive it, and of course, if they can avoid dying to Dandy on this Lee Sin.
How about a great level 1 coming in right now? It'll be real interesting to see what ends up happening off this one.
Slow but sure. DP is playing very, very smart right now. Not getting too antsy. And these are the plays that they need. Fabulous able to make his way in the brush, keeping Holy Phoenix safe on this one as well.
And I love the fact they're not scared. I mean, they saw what happened yesterday when you tried to invade on Samsung White at level 1, but they're ready to do it again. You do have the Thresh here, land the hook, and then you have Alistar CC. You might be able to get a kill. Samsung White are ready, though.
They're pretty patient right here. They're just hoping that Samsung White is trying some type of delayed invade, in which case they would be able to get the jump on them, but they just didn't luck out in this sense. White had scouted everywhere else. They're not really willing to check the one spot they haven't scouted.
Minions have spawned.
Slow play, interestingly enough, coming in from Samsung White. We'll see if Imp and Mata can control the lane as they like to throughout the start here. Holy Phoenix and Touch known to put down a little bit of pressure as well. Holy Phoenix likes to get himself into some trouble in the early games. Has some trouble dodging the skill shot, so he should be all right if he can just dodge the Howling Gales for now.
I just want to highlight the ward Samsung White will always place in the middle lane at level 1. Often it is simply to spot, first of all, if people are running like from the top side of the map down to the bottom side, but it's also to see what the mid laner is doing, because often the mid laner will actually move a little bit to the side where you're starting with your buff, just to be there to kind of check if anyone is late invading. So they're going to see Naru move a little bit towards the bottom side, and therefore they suddenly know red buff.
It's the free way of scouting for them. They don't need to get the dangerous ward. Instead, they'll place a safer ward, which can still give them the same intelligence. It's only something that happens after a lot of good coaching and strategy.
Small advantages to be grabbed in the early game. Allow the jungler to make those first hits really count. We'll see if Dandy does anything crazy, as he usually does towards the early part of the game, as things are pretty even across the board. Level 2 is about to be hit here in the bottom lane. We'll see who gets the upper hand on that advantage. Oh, it's going to be Samsung White. They hit it fast, but actually a great hook coming in from Touch. The play goes out, and that exhaust comes up very big. Silver Bolts have been taken second by Imp, and that's going to be putting out a lot of damage. Can the reset come in? If it is, Holy Phoenix may be able to close the gap. It's all up to Touch. Can the flay damage come out?
Nice
no,
tornado.
they turn around once again. Mata Flash is trying to give himself the damage, and everybody's going to be alive on this one.
It's not over yet here. Look at the minimap. Dandy's coming down towards this bottom lane. He might try and go for a kill.
There's not very many wards. Holy Phoenix needs to get out of there. He knows it too. He's not going to stick around for the greed. He is definitely recalling, but now for now he's safe. That's a pretty tricky to execute dive, but we'll see if they go for it. Samsung White's a pretty good team.
7 of 8 summoners burned in that bottom lane. Touch still have his flash.
Oh,
great
nice.
teleport was canceled out. Stopped out by Fabulous. He decides not to come down. Looper wasn't close to stop that.
So teleport burned right there. Something that was very wise there was to not end up teleporting him because they'd already disengaged. Even though it was a great hook, it was on the wrong target because he didn't have turret aggro. Right. At the end of the day, it is an advantage for Samsung White because they forced the recall and the teleport.
See where they decide to go from here. A lot of pressure towards that bottom lane. They know the flashes are going to be down, and I feel like Dandy's going to make a repeat trip there quite soon after he clears the top. Fabulous keeping this push for Looper.
And Naru in this mid lane here, he should be able to keep the lane under control, at least in the first few levels before we see the Talon level 6, and then you can really start jumping onto targets.
Yeah, the Talon is not actually a very potent laner against Orianna. It's a dangerous matchup for Pawn to kind of be picking into. It is because he's so versatile, and it's because he has so much confidence, but Naru in his own right is a fantastic mid laner.
Yeah, and I mean, he's shown, first of all, his champion pool is huge, but also the mechanics he's shown on certain champions like Zed in the wildcard tournament really impressed me. But again, Talon in the mid lane, you also need items because you are a bit of an all-in type, and if you don't have the damage to kill targets, when you go for the all-in, you take a lot of damage in return.
And also the biggest thing that Naru didn't face against in the International Wildcard Tournament, as great as you can play against an enemy mid laner, he's also playing against Dandy. So the potential gank presence and his ability to maneuver around wards when they're down on the map, which by the way is very poor ward coverage in the mid lane right now by Dark Passage, is something you can't really prepare or practice for.
Well, in their 20 games, including playoffs, Pawn only took that Talon once, but he did get a victory on it at 8-2-6, so he knows what he's doing, and so far keeping Naru at bay, but Naru's farming up nicely. No kills to come out of that mid lane just yet, or any lane for that matter, and that's going to help DP at least in the early part of the game. They've been able to stave off Samsung White's very early aggression.
Yeah, and been a lot of action down this bottom lane. We also saw Crystal move down in case Dandy showed up. Is they ready for counter gank? Would be very hard for him to actually go for the gank himself because the lane was pushed so far up here. But for now, both teams still fairly even. No kills yet.
So as soon as the death sentence was down, Imp decided to go in aggressively. The Flame Choppers are the only thing keeping them alive there, but the damage is done. Touch can't sustain that back up.
The warding down here, making Dark Passage feel pretty confident about getting some hooks in, but Samsung White knowing when they can trade back efficiently. Clockwork wind up a few times onto Pawn as they keep going back and forth in that mid lane, and he has evened out the CS quite nicely. See a little bit of action towards the top lane as Dandy looking to make sure he can draw any bit of movement.
This is actually when the teleport earlier from Fabulous hurts, because he would have gone back and sustained up, bought some items. Now he's going to miss out on substantial amount of experience in minions, because if he stuck around, he would have been too vulnerable for ganks.
Yeah, exactly. And the only way Dark Passage could kinda win on the situation was if they actually got a gank in the bottom lane. Now the teleport from Luba is on cooldown, and then they could use the Alistar. But that's such a risky play, and of course not the ideal situation.
And you can see the lane pressure is accumulating fairly well here. Pawn actually used his ultimate, very low cooldown ultimate on Talon, just to force Naru back to base. It's continuing to keep the pressure up. They're not having to back on their timers, right? They're forcing Dark Passage to back when Dark Passage doesn't want to, and White is controlling that pace.
Giving themselves the windows to make things work here. Pawn's going to make it back to lane, and really he's going to be able to pick up the CS to keep it even still. Great brush control here coming in from Samsung White. Touch going to fizzle that out a little bit with a beautiful ward.
Once again, down this bottom lane here, Crystal waiting. There's a pink ward from Dark Passage, so they know he's not spotted just yet. But it's still going to be very hard to pull this gank off here. I mean, Imp is very mobile on this vein. You have to Janna as well.
And we're 7 minutes into this game with a level 4 Kha'Zix sitting in a pink ward. His red buff is up.
Yeah, he should be farming.
Needs to clear that. He should just take that red buff before he goes down, because he is not effective at this juncture. Even if he had the gank to go on, I don't think you're killing the Janna.
No, I mean, overall, Crystal has just been wasting too much time. He was up in the top lane as well, and he just stayed there for like 10 seconds, and then he moved away once again, and not really been able to apply any pressure on the lanes. And in this mid lane, Naru suddenly in trouble.
I love this play by Pawn. He's just using his ultimate pretty much on cooldown for the harassment. It's creating so much pressure. Now he has to ultimately respect Dandy no matter what, because the follow could still kill from Talon.
Well, you're getting that Talon ultimate every 1 minute, but you're also getting Crystal here hugging the bottom lane. It's pushed up a little bit too much, so he's not going to get too much out of this. After grabbing the red, he repeats his same path.
And Fabulous, we talked about before how their teleport or the lack of teleport could hurt him. He actually walked all the way back to top lane, and you see once again Crystal is down this bottom lane. Dark Passage, they want to get a kill in the bottom lane and then use this teleport advantage to get a dragon.
And that teleport advantage, even though Fabulous has it up now, before he went back to base, the lane was actually kind of close, but it was frozen as he went back to base. Looper picked up all that farm, and now it may be insurmountable.
It's simply just Dark Passage hoping to get this one kill and then take the dragon. Like, they invested so much into the potential dragon, even lost the blue buff now for Crystal.
Here's the worst part though. If they want to go and get ward control over the dragon area, they would need some type of presence in the mid lane, but Naru has been trapped in his turret by Pawn, so no one can safely go elsewhere. He just continues to pressure him down.
Drew out the exhaust as well. Everything working in Samsung White's favor. I feel like the first dragon is just going to open this game wide, and it's just going to be a run through for Samsung White. DP holding out strong here. 10 minutes on the clock coming up.
And the early armor here for Naru actually saved his life.
Yep.
Brutalizer instantly from Talon or Pawn in the mid lane, and just going aggressive. Every single time he has the chance, jump onto Naru here and force him back.
The dragon. That's exactly what it is. Cool down, cool down, cool down. Every time his ultimate is up, clear it out. Dandy, easy dragon, because Kha'Zix is nowhere to be found.
Strong methodical play, as usual, coming in from Samsung White. Looper staying in the top lane pretty much unscathed, and giving him a safe lane is not what you want to have.
This has actually been a pretty interesting opener to the game. Obviously, Samsung White is winning, which is what is expected. But what's a little bit surprising is the manner in which they are winning. 10 minutes into the game, they still haven't drawn first blood, yet they're still in complete control of the game. I expect them to have a little bit more fun in that sense, but they're just pulling out a nice, decisive victory.
I think they feel you a little bit there, Chad, as they go in quite hard from brush control here in the bottom lane, pushing it out once again. And if they're not getting the kills, they're just pushing the lane out completely, and they're still getting the victory on it.
Well, that was a nice little setup by Samson White. I mean, ulti was popped by Imp, and he then in stealth tumbled actually behind Holy Phoenix here, and then forced him to flash away. So once again, Samson White again, they're controlling the lane, in the mid lane as well. Every single time there's a cooldown red for Fawn, he jumps on, and there's no kills. But it doesn't really matter because slowly Samson White is going to get more and more farm. They already picked up the dragon, and it's just a matter of time before they pick up the 1 kill they need to open the game.
This is all happening as well. 2,000 gold on Imp as they control the game in that bottom lane, so he's going to go back and be even more powerful. Holy Phoenix putting that BF sword in. He has not been able to get any resets on his side.
The most surprising thing to me, actually, was the fact that Mata had saved up 1,300 gold. He did end up picking up the early Sightstone. Normally, when I watch Samsung White, they'll actually complete the Boots of Mobility before the Sightstone, but knowing that Vision is actually not as big a priority in this game as usual, since there's not much roaming going around from Dark Passage, and White is controlling them so well in the lanes, he just decided not for the mobility boots.
It's kind of weird to see more DP wards on the map right now than you would Samsung Whites. This is where Mata really just excels in the game. Right now his pink wards are to come out. That's his other forte. So he's going to be working those now and just denying Dark Passage Vision in the bottom.
I like how Dandy's just been living in the top side of the jungle. He went in for the blue buff. He's been taking the big red every single time as well.
Pretty quiet.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been sitting and farming, to be honest. He went back, he got mobility boots before he dealt the lizards, so we should see him start roaming around. But he's basically just been farming because every lane is doing fine.
And the first team fight we actually see in this game could either give Dark Passage a chance or completely win the game for Samsung White because they're developing such an advantage from the laning phase alone.
One hook, Mata gets hit up. Oh, trying to get the passage over to Crystal, but he missed it on the first touch, and it was a little lackluster on the gank.
Almost managed to set it up and did actually force a flash here. Top lane, Fabulous taking a lot of damage.
I mean, this is one of the things that happens. You fall behind in the lane as Alistar, so you try and build the Sheen, but the Catalyst may have been needed for the sustain. He's in pretty big trouble here.
Trying to work his ultimate to break the roof. Gonna headbutt into the turret. That's not what you want to have happen. It's gonna wear off soon. And that's one last. Oh, wait a minute! It's going to be so close. He cannot try to get back in for the fight, though. Wow.
That was a little dicey there by Fabulous. He ended up almost getting a kill, but at the end of the day, even trade.
On to the bottom lane.
Dandy making his first appearance here for the big gank, but they flash out a well-placed box to disengage the entire lane push there. Dark Passage stays alive once again.
We talked about small victories for Dark Passage, honestly. Even though they're down 2.3k gold, if they won a team fight, they could actually be even with White 13 minutes into the game. If anything, it's a victory to not die to Samsung White 13 minutes into the game and counting.
Had that 38 kill game, 20 minutes, was it? Yeah, I'd say it's a victory right now. Still pushing past the turret. Touch. This is where it gets a little hairy. The flashes have been blown. The kick comes back. Oh, once again! The blaze from Touch on the Dark Path.
Beautiful.
The entire team is now here. Naru's actually out of mana, so I don't know how much they can really chase this. It looks like it's just going to be flexing the muscles, getting Samsung White to push out.
So Samsung White here, they keep their aggression going here. They want to chase for this first flood, but every single time, Dark Passage managed to disengage.
That was a really nice lantern placement there by Touch to just save the day. However, the damage is still kind of done. They're losing control of that lane. They're down 40 CS to a Vayne. That is not good.
The question is just, for how long can they avoid dying? I'm going to say 17 minutes and 50 seconds.
Holding it to them, holding you. Looper with the Rod of Ages coming in the top lane. He is now happy to just charge up still. Waiting to make some teleport plays. He's going to go ahead and actually teleport right towards the blue buff. Does he catch Naru?
Don't worry.
Naru is going to be forced to flash as well. Looper looking to make plays by himself here with the rest of the team to work their way in.
It's subjective bullying right now is all they're really trying to do. They're just trying to force Dark Passage into fighting them. They don't necessarily have fantastic engage on the Samsung White team outside of a Rude Prison, so they kind of need the fights to come to them or get a pick in the open where Pawn can use the open battlefield to chase his prey.
Look at the top lane here. Oh, Pawn going for Crystal.
Oh, great flash over the wall.
Still alive, still alive.
All these defensive flashes, I mean, at this point you'd think the next point of contention would be the Dragon, but because all the flashes have been burned defensively by Dark Passage, they may not even think it wise to contest at that point.
But what we do see from Samsung White, even though they're constantly chasing this potential first blood, they don't over-chase. They're not over-aggressive here. They're just playing it fairly safe and making sure they don't give Dark Passage any kills or any chance actually to potentially win a later team fight.
This is what Samsung White was talking about in their interview footage earlier, is that suffocation game. It doesn't have to come with kills. It doesn't have to be a bloody suffocation game.
they know, even though they can't see the gold, they know that they're pulling ahead fairly substantially. They have the turrets, they've been bullying neutral monster objectives consistently. They can press tab and see that Imp is 30 CS ahead of Holy Phoenix. They know everything is going well according to plan. It's just not as stompy as they may have hoped.
Well, Imp now doing his thing, free farming in the top as Samsung usually leaves him to after the laning phase is crushed. But DP rather, is now going to put a little bit more focus on the top lane. Crystal trying to prep this one for a return gank if they can hopefully take down Imp. He's getting pretty big right now, 145 to 112 in that CS, and already finished on his play to the ring kick.
And I do love all the early cooldown reduction on Atella. I mean, your ulti is already rather low cooldown, and the more you can get off here, the more picks you can go for. You can even engage the fights because you have a Janus, so put the shield on the pawn, let him jump in, and then be ready with Mate from the disengage side, and as long as pawn stays alive, it's a good engage.
Another uncontestable dragon here. I don't know if Threat can be in range of Dark Passage for this guy.
Ooh, Holy Phoenix hoping to get out of the ashes on this one, but I don't think he's gonna come back up. First blood going over to Dandy on that one.
An inch away, and now we can see it's already 5,000 gold. The 600 gold there from the first blood across the team is a lot, and the map control is suffocating.
Absolutely. They continue to put themselves in the jungle of Dark Passage. Fabulous cannot join the team yet. With the ultimate being the tank, everybody is just getting taken out too fast in these fights. Samsung White continuing now to take Dragon, pushing to the bot lane and utterly controlling the map. You can see how fast their wards moved into the side of Dark Passage.
We also see how the warding on the map often is determined by where Dandy is actually running around, because he was in the top side for like the first 10 minutes, but now he's been putting all his attention on the bottom side, and look at all the wards on the minimap here from both him and Master together to make sure, okay, I can roam in the jungle of Dark Passage, I can always walk behind them when they're trying to farm the lanes, like we just saw Holy Phoenix try to do here, and it means at least Crystal could potentially get a blue buff or give it to his mid laner.
Yeah, well, with the second Sightstone being completed on Samsung White, they're going to try and get greater control of the map. Even though Dandy was just on the bottom side, it's up to Mata and Imp there to control this side. A couple good defensive pink wards there for Dark Passage, but they can pink ward to know where Samsung White is. With this gold disadvantage, even if they know, they may not be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's always going to be the problem once you do fall this far behind here. And Samsung White, they know it, of course, just constantly walking in the jungle. Plays a few more wards and
out the pinks.
Make sure Imp, on Vayne can just sit and farm in the side lane.
He is going to be very, very scary. You can actually see Fabulous cannot do much but watch him push down these waves.
I feel like Imp's got to be getting antsy. Like, he wants to kill somebody at this point. He's been farming 177 minions on Vayne. He had that scrap at level 1 that was really close, but he wants to do more. I can feel it.
We've seen that happen. He will do it. I think he'll get himself caught a few times before this game is over. We'll see, though.
Imp's always got that big grin on his face every time he gets a kill. He needs to get that kill here.
Well, he did kill a tower, so...
That's true.
I mean...
Small victories.
Very, very small.
Sated the thirst for some time. He will be looking for those kills, though. That's all in Dandy's hands at the moment, making plays around the map. It looks like Looper getting himself pretty deep here.
This is not really the matchup you want for your AD carry. Down his bottom lane in a one-on-one against a Talon who's already level 13 and can just jump and one-shot him pretty much. So Holy Phoenix has just been forced to actually give up the tower because he couldn't hold it, and even on the tower he would have died instantly.
Fight over blue buff.
Just gonna take it. Come on, Dandy. Oh, he missed. Yeah, that's cheating.
Yeah.
Who says?
My rules.
Oh, okay. There we go. He's going to try it one more time. Going for the red. It's going to be a 2v1. He does decide to give up on this one a little bit, knowing that Naru left lane. And the rest of the team is kind of doing their own thing. Looper's on like solo mission now. Dandy finally joins him, or rather, Looper finally joins Dandy.
No. He didn't even have a smite that time. He stole it with the resonating strike. Sonic Wave, actually.
Mind games. Mind games being played right now.
That one was fair enough. That was fair enough.
Yeah, that was a fair steal. He played by the rules this time. You can rarely see now how, even though Dark Passage was kind of holding their own in lane, they got bullied off of so many objectives without being able to retaliate. It's now out of hand, even though they've only died once. It's one of the risks of kind of giving up all these superior things to a superior team in hopes that they'll dive you and make a mistake. If the team's smart enough to just not dive you and make that mistake, they'll take every small advantage and turn it into a victory.
Oh, this is so unfortunate, too. Holy Phoenix being on some of his favorite champions, but not being able to get resets because he's getting taken down solo on the other side of the map. Dandy's going to continue a 2v1 by himself. Looper says, you're mine, and he may even get another one. The bolt comes flying through, and the double kill for Imp as they start to just choke down on that supplication play.
And suddenly Samson White says, now we're gonna get some kills here. We see the fighter blue buff, 4 kills up there. Oh, sorry, 3 kills up there, and of course down this bottom lane. Again, we just talked about Talon against Jinx. Not really a fair matchup.
And we saw with the way Dark Passage was giving away objectives, if they could have found a team fight that they came out on top of, it would have been able to kind of make up for them giving up the objectives and create a somewhat even game. But as soon as you lose that team fight or give up a couple of kills, the game becomes nearly unwinnable. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. 11,000 gold, almost 10,000 gold at 21 minutes.
Yeah, but again, you just have to try. Because if you keep playing this game, you're going to fall further and further behind.
It's honestly not a terrible strategy by Dark Passage, the way they entered into this game.
No, I agree.
I think the games they watched yesterday with Samsung White, Samsung White was playing pretty crazy. We saw Imp doing some really silly things.
Little intense, yeah.
You know, we saw the fact that they had that absolutely ridiculous game against HQ, but now Samsung White has the lead. They're going to go where they want.
And a touch too much. Looper going to be able to take him down right quick. Teleports in once again, keeping that famed teleport on lockdown. He gets himself right in the fight. 4v1 for himself right now as the team comes in from the backside. Health bars are being completely demolished right now. The double for Looper as Dandy picks up another one on the side.
Yeah, again, we just see how far Dark Passage is actually behind, because every time they try and do something, they do no damage.
Just wanted that right around the golem.
The longest shot I've seen from Vayne in quite some time. And yeah, you're right there, Deficio. It goes from 10,000 to 13,000, just like that.
All right. Now, Samsung White, close the game out. Or do they continue to chase around here?
Well, they did wait. 16 and a half minutes, was it, for their first kill?
Yeah.
We'll see how many they can get before the end of the game at this point. This fight was just Samsung White being so far ahead. I mean, that Fabulous doesn't get to zone because he'd already used his cooldown, so Looper gets to walk straight up. Imp gets the move speed from his Vayne ultimate, and they can just chase everyone down from Dark Passage. It doesn't matter if you land a shockwave at this point if you don't have items.
Can't believe Mata stayed alive there. That was a very nice flash on the outside of the play. Another Dragon going over to Samsung White, that 15,000 gold lead. And up 10-0 in kills. 5-0 in turrets, shutout possibly to come into this game. And item spikes far and ahead as the Spooky Ghost gets pulled out for Mata.
Deficio, you are the support player. But we'll talk about the Spooky Ghost after this. Imp shot. Oh, another one. Max Rain. Jeez.
Oh,
it's not done yet.
Man, they are still going for this fight. A little bit of brush control is going to be good for this one. Double kill coming in for Imp. He keeps the shot coming. The triple kill for Imp. Looking for the quad.
They want to give him the
and they are going to get it. Yeah. The pentakill to come in for Imp. Pentakill.
Does it count when the Alistair stops running away? I think that's like maybe 1/3 of a penta if you're not actually earning the last guy as soon as he stops. But it's still pretty well earned. 15-0 now, and the surrender.
The surrender indeed. 23-27 on the clock. A complete shutout coming in for Samsung White.
And again, we talked about it through the game, to be honest. I mean, every single blue buff picked up by Samsung White. They got every single dragon. They controlled every single lane. Dark Passage had a tactic. Say, give them the objectives. We don't want to fight too early. Did pay off.
It was a game we expected. Obviously,
Yeah,
Dark Passage had some type of strategy to just hope that Samsung White would get over-aggressive before they had an advantage. But of course they did. They bided their time. They got the advantage in the lane. And when they turned it on, they turned it on.
And let's be honest, if they did get over-aggressive, they probably would have been able to handle it quite well. Yeah. Playing superbly in that one. A great strike at 17 minutes, and they didn't let go after that for first blood.
But still, as we talked about before the game actually started, this is a learning experience for Dark
absolutely.
Passage. And again, as a player, when you face such a good team, just like one-on-one in the laning phase, you will notice some small tricks and you might be able to pick them up yourself. I mean, you're going to see the way they move in the lane. You're going to see when do they actually go for the engages. Like down the bottom lane, you pointed out how Touch missed his hook and instantly you saw him go forward, be aggressive here. And those small things, you can notice them, you can watch a replay and use it actually to improve your own play.
And even the bigger picture stuff, experiencing what it's like to never have safety or not being able to farm in your lane or never being able to push up are things that you can kind of figure out how it happened to you. It just takes a while to implement it. You can't exactly just learn it overnight or even in a boot camp for that matter.
So the David and Goliath matches are coming to be played out as many thought. We do see Samsung White kind of toppling the group so far, but a lot can still come out of EDG. A lot can still come out of the rest of these teams. We'll have to see what AHQ can do as well.
Yeah. While we have a moment, though, I do want to talk about the Pentakill.
Okay.
Was that a legitimate pentakill, in your opinion? I think it's a little bit...
So
because he stopped
First of all, there was no flash for Fab.
Are you going to get away at that
so
point?
he was
never going to get
He
away.
wouldn't be able to escape, exactly. I mean, we even had the Twin Shadows. We barely talked. We didn't actually even talk about it, but Twin Shadows from Mata, he could have used it as well. Would have caught him. It would have been perfect item.
Plus, there's the extended timer on the pentakill. You know, upon further examination.
Yes.
That
I mean,
was
they would have
100%.
killed him no matter what.
That was an earned pentakill. I stand corrected.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, 100%.
'Cause you were also saying that they're going to have to force a fight. So it was a forced fight. They just took it as they could. And that was a pentakill. So, yeah. Locked it down. Great job by Imp coming in. The first pentakill coming in for Worlds, which makes me hope that we'll see quite a bit more. It probably won't be coming from a Vayne. They were able to do a few of the picks that they were able to kind of show off within this game, and it definitely was that pentakill to show it off. Let's send it over to our guys at the Think Tank analyst desk for more on Samsung White's win.
Thank you very much, Riv. Guys, here on the Think Tank, it's not much to break down here. Samsung White executing a perfect game. 0 deaths, 0 dragons given up, 0 towers giving up. Absolutely demolishing Dark Passage. They got themselves the pentakill. I want to talk about the duo lane. Vayne Janna, best lane in the world?
No. Within the context of their composition, it was fine, but when you pick that when you don't even know what the enemy's going to pick, and, you know, Thresh Jinx is a lane where, yes, if you can get a shield onto Vayne and you can get that tumble, it can hurt, but you run into a real risk if you are tumbling like that to getting flayed into traps. I mean, there's so much hard CC that you're probably going to lose, and you also can get poked out as well. So
it's just mechanics practice. Come on.
Yeah.
So it managed to work out for them. I want to ask probably the Talon versus Orianna. We saw Pawn constantly throwing his ultimate over and over and over. Talk to me about the matchup and how he played that out.
So I guess it's kind of counterintuitive because you think about it and you go, all right, Talon without ult, he's not going to kill him. But in that matchup, it's actually really hard to ever get a free kill on Orianna. So using your ultimate on cooldown the way he did with the Brutalizer first buy was perfect because after he uses ult and Orianna went low, he's now able to just auto attack to get all the CS because Ori can't harass that back. She's too low from what just happened. And then it's a ticking time bomb. Talon gets ult in 30 seconds. So it's going to happen again. So it's almost like Orianna has to buy 5 health pots every back and then has to trade really well. So it's kind of like, it's just terrifying to play that lane.
Yeah, it really worked out in Samsung's favor. They mechanically outshone their opponents. One thing that stood out for me was their buff control. We were looking at the gold lead despite having next to no kills by the 20-minute mark. 7 blue buffs and 6 red buffs over the course of the game. In contrast to Dark Passage, they had 1 blue and 2 reds. I mean, when you can't even control your own jungle, there's literally no way you're actually going to be able to be relevant and stay in this game.
No, and not only that, but they were basically Samsung White was running from red buff to blue buff on the enemy side over and over again while the mid turret was still up. There's not really a way to get out-rotated harder than that. I mean, that's... Because basically, when you still have that mid-outer up, you should always be able to reach your other buff faster. And Dandy also, it must be said, I mean, we were just taking a look at some of the information from this game. Dandy was 3 levels up very early in this game by about 15 minutes. And they did that just through objective control and buff stealing and dragons mostly. So it was pretty impressive jungling from Dandy on the whole. And then, you know, I want to talk about the Vayne pick a little bit because this is something we're likely to see a bit more in this tournament with big-time Vayne players like Imp and Uzi.
First Vayne of the tournament and secures a pentakill.
Yeah, and it won't be the last because when you leave the Alistar up and you are on red side, then if they take it and they put it up in the top lane, Vayne is one of those champions through the percent damage and the true damage that will be able to deal with this. Because when Alistar comes in, especially if you have some sort, like if you have Vayne there and you have a zoning tool to keep the rest of the team out, you can quickly burst down a hyper tank. It's good against Maokai as well.
Very quickly before we get to the replay.
Okay, just one thing. So sending Vayne top against that, I think better teams are going to be able to realize that kind of fault with a top lane and not allow that to happen. When Vayne went top, it was very predictable. They should have been able to see that coming after the bot turret fell. And if they were just able to lane swap, they could have avoided that. But it was kind of like Dark Passage wasn't really aware they're going to do this. And after Alistar was stuck top against Vayne, it was just now they're going to bleed turrets.
And that's exactly what happened. We talked about the pentakill. Let's pull this one up onto your screens. It is the first pentakill here, day 2 of the World Championships between Prolly and Monty. Let's talk through this clip as we roll it out, because as Monty said, Impin ain't easy.
Impin ain't easy. Well, I mean, coming in here, I mean, Naro just dies to the burn right there. And it looked a little risky for him. He gets hit by the traps and the Alistar knock-up, but gets saved right there by Mata. And then Dandy's there for a little bit more protection. And Looper from the side makes sure Touch can't get out either. And then, you know, good guy Fabulous.
To zoom in.
Gives up the last one.
That's some classy camera work. Prolly, Jat asked it on the set. Was that a legit pentakill? You're going to be the final say.
I would say yeah, because that cow was not going to get away.
No, there was no way.
He accepted his fate, and he's like, I'm going to think about what to buy now. And just opened up his shop.
became a big piece of steak. Anyways, guys.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing about the takeaway of this, because the AHQ game was a little bit more scrappy, and we saw some more cocky plays from Samsung White. But this game was a very different story. You know, 0 kills until pretty early into the mid-game, very methodical control of objectives. You can see how intelligent White is here, as well as good at skirmishing and maybe overplaying their hand a little. Very impressive to get a perfect game.
I'm actually happy you mentioned that, because in the matchup of Samsung White versus Edward Gaming, they also had missed positions, especially in Imp in particular, that cost them some of those team fights. Anyways, we do want to check out how you guys are watching the World Championships all around the world. At Simon Monk Niels and some friends in class are working on their R's. Reading, writing, and renekton, if you say so. And from Crumbs, he writes, this is how I worlds. He may have the best view, but of course he's looking at us, so yeah, well played, dude. And then at Jack Doonan, he proves that even though, even down under, they're chanting TSM. All right, we got another one coming to us from at Shiny Shedinja. Proves that cosplay isn't just for cons, and writes, this is how I world, 4 AM Renekton outfit, because who needs sleep anyway? Is that really a Renekton outfit? I couldn't actually see. We need a full body Renekton photo from our last photo. Anyways, send them to us how you're watching the action out of Taipei by tweeting at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds. In our next match, North America's Team Solo Mid will square off against the Taipei Assassins for what could be the second team to make it to quarterfinals. We're going to take some shots of a second. TSM in a huddle. Hey, the General's there. We'll see if any strategies he can provide will do better than the ones that worked against World Club. TPA, thinks that's them. Yes, chatting a little bit. Those are serious faces. They definitely don't want to disappoint their home crowd. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dandy's going to continue a 2v1 by himself. Looper says you're mine, and he may even get another one. 4v1 for himself right now as the team comes in from the backside. Health bars are being completely demolished right now. A little bit of brush control is going to be good for this one. Double kill coming in for Imp. He keeps the shots coming. The triple kill for Imp. Looking for the quad.
They want to give him the
and they are going to get it. Yeah. The pentakill to come in for Imp. Pentakill!
winning means pretty much everything to me.
You have to win that World Championship.
한국 같은 경우는 전쟁이라고 생각해요, 대회를.
100 players playing this game, and now there's 70 million people playing it.
Not even making it would be devastating.
People expect us to win.
To the quarterfinals.
Everybody wants to win.
Our new League of Legends World Champions.
Welcome back to our Day 2 coverage of the first World's Group Stage taking place in Taipei. You saw there a taste of the 3-part documentary Road to Worlds that charts the history of the League of Legends World Championship from its beginnings and takes a closer look at some of the giants within the sport. You can check out the whole film over on lolesports.com, and I highly recommend it. It is phenomenal. Anyways, guys, the teams are loading in for the 5th match of the day. It is Team Solo Mid versus the GPL's Taipei Assassins. And yesterday, when I asked you guys who would advance to the quarterfinals, these two teams had our analyst desk split, as everyone agreed Royal Club would be one of those two. TSM is one of these squad, mixed. They completely smashed SK, and then completely smashed themselves. Freak, why is that?
I don't have a good answer for that, ultimately. TSM are being very inconsistent. It's kind of been the thing of the North American LCS all split long as teams being incredibly inconsistent. Krepo can attest, you guys were amazing at the very end of the year and had a really slow start. Dignitas had the inverse going on.
We were really amazing at the end of the year.
You guys were awesome. It just wasn't enough to actually close the games, or to get into the playoffs. But TSM the same way, right? These guys sometimes do really well and sometimes do really poorly. And I don't know which TSM is going to show up, though I kind of expect the latter.
Yeah, now let's talk about the mid lane yesterday. Bjergsen got a lot of love from Amazing's help against SK, and then Amazing has little to no impact later in the day. Probably, as a mid laner, is that Bjergsen calling for it? Is that the team saying let's punish Jezzes? Why was Amazing toasting S'mores?
I think it's more of like Bjergsen and Amazing both just agree on the early game meta. They know that they can get a big lead mid playing the way they do, and they go for that because they know how to transition that. When Bjergsen gets big, they know how to play with that kind of lead. It's not like they get big and then they don't know how to snowball a game with it.
Now, on the other side of the rift, we haven't talked too much about TPA. They're doing pretty well for themselves, had a very strong showing. Game 1 of the day, despite scrappy back and forth with SK, they won it well. Monty, care to comment on Taipei Assassins?
I mean, they have looked good in the early game to a certain degree, and a lot of that has been kind of with Wins' help. But I think he's very dependent on a Lee Sin pick. His Kazakhs just wasn't quite as impressive. I do think that they're going to have a little bit more power in the early game, just because for me this is kind of Wins is the better jungler between Wins and Amazing, and so I'm going to be very curious to see how well Amazing can do if they want to try and beat up on Morning in the same way that they did on Jezzes.
One thing I want to throw to Krepo in terms of TPA and how they struggle to end games. From their region, they've got the longest average game time. In terms of playing. TSM in the States has got the shortest average game time. In this World Championship, TPA has got the longest game time, breaking over 50 minutes. They don't really know what to do late game. We saw that yesterday. It was better today, but what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, game times aren't always the best indicator, but it did show when TPA was so far ahead. They just had no idea how to close it out. They had a good notion, yes, they went for Baron plays, but they didn't know how to exactly do it and have perfect execution. They didn't incorporate mid lane pushing first, disappearing into the jungle, and then going for the Baron vision. They just had this notion of, hey, let's get Baron vision, and it just wasn't enough. And I think TSM strategically will be better in the mid game.
Well, we will find out. Before we send it to the casters, I want to grab all of your predictions on who you think is going to win. I think this one is a little more split than some of the previous matches. I want to start with Monty. TSM or Taipei Assassins?
Yeah, I think TSM's going to take this one. In spite, I mean, I do think there's some certain favorable matchups. I think BB's a little bit ahead of Wild Turtle, but
I think the lane is gonna be equal at best, though.
Okay, all right, man. Anyway, but I do think TSM is going to pull it out here in the end. I just like their odds better. When they have that lead, if they can get it, they have shown just to be a little bit more decisive at closing it out.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Prolly, are you believing in Apple Pie as well, or do you think Taipei Assassins have got this one?
Dude, I'm Apple Pie all the way. I'm not betraying my country. I'm going with TSM.
TSM it is. All right, Freak, you're the man I actually want to talk to next. Who's going to pick up the win here?
I'm going to go against you guys. I am sorry, but I think it is Taipei Assassins here. I do not believe in Apple Pie. I thought TSM was going to be the #2 team coming out of the groups at the beginning, but after seeing TPA and TSM play, I think Taipei Assassins are the better team all around here.
Are we splitting this 2-2, Cripper? You're the final voice.
No, we're not actually. After today's matches, especially TPA doesn't seem that much farther ahead of TSM at all, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the bot lane matchup. So yeah, I'm going for TSM obviously, because I felt like PBNJ were not exploiting their favorable matchup as much, and TSM's weakest point earlier was being actually just exploited in that bottom lane matchup. So I do think Bjergsen will just put on a show, and I think that's where the victory is going to come from.
Well, we'll see if that is the case. Let's pull a fan vote up over from lolesports.com, where 72% of you are calling this match in favor of Team Solo Mid. So that's going to do it for us. Let's send it over to the caster desk for Game 5 as we go. TSM say their time in Korea has been beneficial for their game, but it's also given them an opportunity to take in the local culture.
I think being in Korea was pretty cool. It's my first time in pretty much any Asian country. I think the bootcamp was pretty successful.
It was very beneficial. It allowed us to see how good Korean solo queue is, the NA solo queue is.
We were able to scrim every top Korean team, and in the grand picture we became better as a team. That's important.
I think it really changes the team, and it really defines how a team is going to do at Worlds.
It was nice to have Laspo and Loco around, because both of them know the Korean scene pretty well, like from eating to basic places to be or people to meet, whatever it is.
Honestly, we went to McDonald's like 3 times, and then everywhere else I just ate chicken katsu and had some kimchi.
I have fallen for kimchi every day as a snack, or like a side dish. I always ate kimchi every day, every hour basically.
I really enjoyed being there. Enjoyed the food, the solo queue, the people. I think it was a good time.
Oh, while TSM was enjoying everything, now it's back to game time, obviously, for everyone. So let's get right into it. On the blue side, it's North America's LCS Summer Champions, Team Solo Mid. That means it's Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Lost Boy on support.
And on the red side, it's the GPL's Taipei Assassin with Archie in the top lane, Wins as the jungler, Morning as the mid laner, and BB on AD carry, and of course Jay is his support.
That's right, and for this game, the bottom lane will be getting a bit of a closer look with our featured matchup, Wild Turtle versus BB.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about this. Wild Turtle has not looked good in this tournament. It also comes down to the champion picks. BB's Lucian has been really good in Deficio.
Yeah, and we were just talking before here, should Lucian be banned against BB? Because he's been so dominant. Together with Jay, they've been playing Lucian and Janna both the games so far. And he's the captain, he's the shot caller. Yep. Why don't you just focus on bans on him?
Exactly. I mean, it's totally different story here as far as what these guys contribute to team's overall strategy. Wild Turtle is someone who basically needs to be brought out on a bit of a leash sometimes. Lust Boy does dictate a lot of what he does. He is all about farming and his individual mechanics, whereas BB has a lot more on his plate.
Right. I do feel like, though, in team fights, they do have somewhat the same mentality of they actually like to be in the front, and we can see some aggressive moves, and sometimes it can backfire, but we've also seen some beautiful plays.
Of any AD carry in North America, it does seem like Wild Turtle's one of the most likely to dash in for the enemy AD carry, and that's all we've seen BB do so far here, so I can't wait until they dash through each other and end up just killing you.
Well, he has had like 3 different teachers this year, so he's kind of going through a phase where Lust Boy's being able to rein him in lately, so maybe Turtle can do it this time.
Though, looking at just picks and bans, now we just talked about Lucian potential ban from TSM. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see TSM invest a lot into Wild Turtle and try and ban the Lucian first pick, maybe Tristana, and run this Protect the AD carry comp. At the same time, you could get Amazing on a Nuno if you ban Lee Sin against Wins.
Right, they have a chance to do a Protect the AD carry comp, especially with TPA's inability to close out games, but I also think they have an opportunity to get some of their powerful picks, right? They have the potential to first pick a Rise, maybe get a Zed through with Zillion being banned out, or maybe even get an Alistair again. It really depends on what TPA decides to ban here as the red side team.
Well, last year, Wild Turtle did step up at Worlds, but this time it's been a little bit lackluster for him. A protected comp might be kind of scary for them, a bit of a liability, but we will see. And as we were speaking, guys, they're going to have to do it almost every time, that Nidalee ban.
It does say a lot about Nidalee and TSM, and clearly Dyrus doesn't play it in the top lane. If you have to ban it right here against actually a top laner who didn't play Nidalee all season long, and it was never banned against TPA before now.
TSM bans Zilean as well.
Huh.
This is actually, in my opinion, a really bad omen for TSM as they continue throughout this. They also banned Zilean 7 times in the North American playoffs. So they banned Nidalee every game. They may have to ban Zilean every game against teams that play Zilean. And if you put them on the red side, they'd also have to ban probably an Alistar, which means they give up a lot of stuff to teams when they're on the red side. That's not good for them in the long run.
No, it could be Maokai they would give up every single time, and if you don't have a split pusher to play against it, suddenly it becomes very, very hard here. Syndra ban against Morning, he played it twice already, but I'm actually not been too impressed by his Syndra, so far at least.
Me neither, and especially for Bjergsen, his Syndra is devastating. We knew Lee Sin was going to be a priority pick as well. They end up securing that, but at what cost?
Yeah, so again, my Nuno jungle protect AD carry didn't work yet. I mean, Tristana is open, Lucian is open for BP if you want to do on the side of TPA. Again, their Janna pick, which we have seen a few times from Jay. I feel like TSM, by first picking Lee Sin, we don't actually see it too often, but it's really showing that they want Amazing to be able to carry in the early game. Against Royal Club, his performance on at least compared to Inseg on Rengar, that was miles apart.
Right. I think it's also very heavily targeted at wins.
Of course, you want to
mentioned on the desk, it'll force him onto Kha'Zix where he looked a little lackluster. But honestly, I wonder about this pick ban phase from TSM in general. We got to talk about Lulu instead.
Yeah, so Lulu, I mean, Lulu's always going to be a flex pick. You can go support Lulu mid lane, top lane here. Already from the start though, TPA is doing what I expected TSM to do, protect the AD carry. First pick come in with the Lulu. We have the Tristana. BB loves to be the late game hyper carry. Perfect setup already.
Keep your shot caller happy and the good things are going to come to you. Just looking out for Team Solo mid here. More Janna to possibly be paid. Lust Boy could be locking that in with a Kog'Maw for the bottom lane here at Team Solo mid.
So if they do lock in Janna here, we have to consider the fact that if it's a full protect the AD carry comp from TPA, then they won't run with any hard engage. Right. And then the Janna suddenly doesn't really do anything because of their like you don't need this disengage.
That's a really dangerous pick right here.
Exactly. It's a very risky pick already. Or coming
TPA
in,
can absolutely build this around them if they want to. They could still pick the Nami, they could do the Nunu, they could even pick Orianna in the mid lane. They could put the whole thing together right here if they wanted to.
Right. Could also simply just pick Janna here to make sure TPA doesn't actually lock it in and they wouldn't be able to get their possible best disengage support here.
Wins locking in that Rengar. 2-0 on it.
Exactly.
Does have some plays.
Not super experienced. TPA doesn't have too many games to pull from either. They didn't play nearly as much as some of the other regions in their regular season of playoffs.
That's true.
TSM has not fared well against Rengar so far. Insect did a number on them earlier.
So I really, really like Xerath here from Bjergsen if he does lock it in. It's something we've seen over in the EU LCS where Alliance like to do it with Froggen. If you're against this like passive backline comp where you have like the Lulu, the Orianna, and then a hyper carry, so you know they're all going to be staying in the backline, and there's, except for the Rengar in this case, not any other engaged. You can pick Xerath and you can just poke and you can poke and you can poke forever, and there's never a chance for TPA to engage. Now they do have the Rengar locked in, of course, and that's where the Janna pick will then pay off for TSM. So the risk they took by picking it early pays off for them here. They do now have to disengage against Rengar.
They have to disengage, and they potentially have an answer to the protected carry. There's two ways you can go against the hyper carries. You pick ridiculous dive to try and get on top of him, but against the really good protected carries, sometimes it doesn't work out. This one, if they end up finishing off the Rumble in Xerath, which they do.
Okay.
Whoa.
I'll finish first. It means they have enough long-range siege to still get to him.
Yes.
Even if they're not actually next to him because of their range. Leona, go.
On the other side though, TPA, yeah, they don't want to risk being in a situation where they only have one engage tool, which will be the Rengar, where then Lust Boy is just going to ult, he's gone, engage is gone, and it's all about the poke now from Bjergsen. That's not going to happen because Leona's been locked in, so TPA is securing enough engage here, especially Leona is great at engaging onto someone like a Janna here when it comes to team fights. Not in the laning phase, because Janna can always interrupt her when she tries to E onto her and make it very hard to lane.
I think this pick and ban phase was extraordinarily interesting because it seemed like TPA was going to go for the disengage comp. When they realized they were going to get out-sieged, they had to switch in that last pick, and it still works because they have a bunch of people that can hop on now when they add Leona with the Rengar.
And this would be one of the first times we see Team Solo Mid kind of not just locking in a team that they wanted. A lot of thought went into this one, so they're adapting to what they saw. It's going to be an amazing game. As usual, we're at Worlds. This one's about to go live, so send in your votes for who you think will win. Tweet hashtag TSMWin or TPAWin to @LOL Esports.
Man, I really enjoyed this pick and ban phase here. There was just counter picks left and right, and if Lost Boy didn't log into Janna, I do wonder if TPA wanted to pick it up for Jay. Already played it twice. True. Could have gone like full protect the hyper carry, even log in someone like a Nuno jungle here.
And picking Leona into Janna is really dangerous.
Laning phase is very hard.
So just pick Janna into Leona because you can use your tornado on Leona's engage. It's really just for team fights. The lane itself is trouble.
And we are off. Team Solo Mid versus TPA here. Game 5 on the day. Let's see what these teams have for each other. We do have that Lulu coming in for Achi in the top lane. Like we said, protect the 80 carry for TPA. That long-range siege and poke coming in from Team Solo Mid. Have not seen Dyrus on that Rumble in quite some time. Last seen on it wasn't really comfortable for him. So we'll see how he's grown into that now.
And this is definitely not a protect the 80 carry comp any longer because now it's going to be, okay, where's my Ringer, where's my Leona? I'm going to put my ball from Orianna onto this guy and I can shockwave. We have the wild growth as well. Like suddenly there's so much engaged potential from TPA and it's going to be all about the positioning from TSM and also the way Lost Boy can use this ult and the way Dyrus can use this ult because once the Leona and Ringer jumps in, if you manage to put the ult behind them, then suddenly you can zone away both the Lulu, the Tristana and the Orianna at the same time.
I really also have to wonder how the synergy between Bjergsen and Dyrus is going to be. I remember a nice moment from the playoffs where Dyrus was on Ryze and Bjergsen was on Xerath, and he would rune prison him, just kind of holding the guy down so Bjergsen could punch him a bunch of times. They don't necessarily have that synergy now, so his ultimates will be substantially more jukeable. However, they're adding even another element of long-range siege with Wild Turtle's ultimate on top of all this. It is going to be really hard for BB to actually stand in place and try and fire off because he will be outranged despite being at level 18 like the longest ranged carry.
A plethora of skill shots raining down from the sky as we get to the mid game, but who's going to make it there as the stronger team? Team Solo Mid loves to have a strong laning phase, grab that first dragon and make things go from there.
And we also just, again, we just talked about the comms here. We have to point out the fact, if you look at all the carries from TSM, immobile targets. No jumps. You're against the Leona, you're against the Rengar here. It opens up for TPA to get the engagement they want. We're just going to have to see what is going to happen in these potential fights.
So we mentioned that picking Leona into Janna is dangerous, and we can see TPA ends up lane swapping this out. This is hugely beneficial for TSM. They have not been able to win 2v2 lanes. We've been looking a lot at Lustboy's rune pages and the way he plays. He always plays really defensively, rune page-wise, in lanes, and this is better than what they could have hoped for, being able to get a 2v1 farm lane while still having Dragon support in this matchup.
Yeah, the only problem is going to be Dyrus, because with Rumble, it's a lot about your mid-game power spike where you go back, you get your haunting guys, maybe in the Leandris before the Dragon fights really start breaking out, you have your ulti, that will be delayed.
I actually think all the way back to when Rumble was super popular and they did a nerf on him. His Electro Harpoon lost 10 damage at rank 1. And what that actually did is it made it so he couldn't last hit the caster minions with it in between waves. So as far as if he were to sit in a 2v1 and let the waves hit the turret, he wouldn't be able to CS nearly as well. Rumble is actually weak in 1v2 lanes because of that change, which is why they're double jungling.
Yeah, not so because the top lane is being frozen right now. So BB up in his top lane. What you do in Tristana, of course, if you want to freeze the lane, you simply don't put any skills into your E. You just sit there, you don't want to have explosive shots, you don't want to push the lane by last hitting. And for now, 4 members from TPA in the top lane, TSM responding with 4 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, TPA is no stranger to lane swaps. They actually had a really good answer to Starhorn Royal Club's fast push early on, and at this point, TSM has actually decided to push a little bit, but it's not exactly a fast push. I wonder how quickly they'll kill this turret and whether or not they're going to let BB get as much farm as he wants, because that's the ultimate goal here for TPA, is to get BB as farm as possible.
Well, they're getting what they can out of the jungle, that's for sure. Trying to shut it down, but as we see the 2v1s, your jungle kind of becomes the top and other side of your opponent's jungle. So they're rightfully so in the spot.
Oh, man.
Bjergsen finding some love in the mid lane. A great hit on that, but they're not able to follow up with more slow. Morning, just kind of hanging out on the backside. They know it's intense.
Speaking of backsides,
what in the world? Team Solo Mid coming out of the woodwork here, and it's not going to happen for them a great readjustment by TPA.
But this was simply all 4 members from TSM being down the bottom side of the map, and they noticed the gank in the mid lane. Instantly, they ran from the bottom side into mid lane here. Forced the flash as well. Only heal was used by Bjergsen.
And an interesting move there by Wins. When you're going to do an early gank like that, and when they can prep it out of the jungle, especially since they were jungle buddying, the fact that he didn't come out of there with full ferocity for an empowered Bola is a little bit disappointing as far as his Rengar play is concerned.
Bjergsen, like you said, only blowing that heal, the flash on Morning, so they may be able to make a return trip onto that. Lustboy and Turtle having a much different lane here on the bottom side. Now as we match up 2v2. See BB up on the top side, and he's going to be getting some solo farm for himself. Dyrus will not be able to give him too much trouble. So the game pans out pretty much nobody's favor so far, but the vision's been placed down very well. The Dragon not had by TSM early.
And one of the strong points about Lulu, now we've been talking about Rumble, of course, in a lane swap, is Lulu is not there. I mean, she doesn't really require a lot of items. You can fall behind and still be very useful because you bring so much utility in these team fights here. And because, of course, you have some range, you could pick up some farm in the lane here. So Archie back in this top lane. Darius slightly ahead in CS.
The lane swap was definitely short-lived. I'd say once Leona hits level 6, she has a better chance against the Janna lane, right? So they've withstood a lot of that interesting part here, and especially if Wins can get going too, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, if Rengar runs, I mean, you can even just run from the lane and then set up, land a stun onto Janna, and you can just lock her down, kill her before she can even do anything.
Looks like they have quite a composition. Wins coming in on the back side. If Jay can get there early and blow the Monsoon, he's free to jump. So it's got to be perfectly timed by Lustboy on that. Then he's got to hit the exhaust. It looks quite hard. They can definitely put it onto paper.
That's a really important pink ward kill right there. While Wins is up in the top lane trying to set up a gank. If Dyrus can withstand this right here and not give up a kill, it's going to be very good for Amazing and TSM. But he gets in without being interrupted by the tornado.
One of the lockdowns onto Turtle. We talked about having not that many escapes. Lustboy can only provide a bit of disengage. Dyrus doesn't know that Wins is in the brush. Control from TPA here to the top lane, but Amazing in the back pocket. He gets the cripple down. He's able to lock it. It's Archie going down for first blood, and they could get Wins here. Flame Spitter out, but they're gonna back off.
Just a beautiful turnaround right there. Again, Wins is pretty ineffective on Rengar, not even locking Dyrus down, and he turns around that rank 3 Flame Spitter and just decimates TPA's gank there.
And we normally don't see a Rengar ganking before level 6 here, and Wins, he's paying the price. Lee Sin is so much stronger before level 6. Instant as Amazing shows himself, they turn it around and they pick up the kill.
And I feel like Amazing, this is kind of what TSM wanted him to do all year, and we've only seen this from him recently. Back to the kicks, back into making the right plays. We just saw him take down that pink ward, and he was around Wraiths. He's like, you know, I don't see Wins. My bottom lane is pushed. I'm going to see what's happening top lane.
And just think back to yesterday's game. Insec was playing with Amazing. Like, he was just everywhere on the map, and Amazing could never respond in time. Now the first pick Lee Sin. So that's a lot of priority from TSM onto this one pick here. It paid off in the start.
The start of this game has been a completely different story, and TSM is actually a team throughout the regular season in North America I found either loses slowly or wins slowly. That's been completely different here at Worlds. They've won a complete stomp and lost by getting stomped pretty hard. The way this one has started with an early edge is great for them, since their early games have been the most tumultuous at Worlds.
We'll see what kind of play they can continue. Every lane's kind of even going out through here. Amazing was the one to get that kill. Really just giving Dyrus the haunting guys, and Hachi's going to go for double rings in that lane. Good hits onto BB, making him dodge, keeping him off the CS as much as possible, but he's able to keep it quite even.
Well, Turtle got his level 6 here, so it's going to be so annoying for TBA down his bottom lane. As long as Lustboy is ready with the Hurricane, Jay won't be able to engage, and it's all about the long-range poke then coming in for Wild Turtle onto BB, trying to get him as low as possible, possibly set up a gank from Amazing, and then you can go for Dragon after. And talking about Amazing.
Trying to make more moves. He's going to go ahead and just prep this one out. Simple play here as he goes back towards the top side. Going to try to get some deep warding in on the side of TPA. Amazing is. And Dyrus keeps this one top push. 6 now for Wins. This could be big.
And notice the deep wards here from TSM. They know Wins up in his top lane. They've learned from yesterday where Insect was just running through the lane, kept ganking Dyrus over and over. So good deep wards here by TSM. They know he's up in his top lane. All Dyrus has to do right now is just stay alive.
And it's creating opportunity all over the map for TSM right here. You can see Amazing already stealing the Wolves. Dyrus is going to try and play with him as long as possible to keep him interested. TSM could actually do whatever they want right now, considering Bjergsen has control of mid lane as well.
And this is Dyrus, much better than yesterday. We saw this happen with Rise, and he was taken by surprise. Not this one.
It's all about the wards. All about the wards here, and also smart play by TSM, learning from yesterday's loss. Amazing once again down his bottom lane.
He knows that's warded, so he's going to try delayed entrance right here. It's almost impossible to gank for John.
Oh, but he lands it! Oh, what a flash coming out. Beautiful job by BB, but also a great attempt by Amazing.
That's actually something we talked about a lot when we're watching people play against Lee Sin thus far at Worlds, is a surprisingly low number of people were flashing the Lee Sin kicks. BB, watching the games, experiences Worlds, flashes at the right time to save his life.
And so far, wins on this Rengar. One gank in the top lane, where he ended up dying. Second gank,
warded.
Spotted, warded. Amazing, been forcing flashes. Got a kill as well here. So let's see what TSM wants to do. We're gonna see actually the same build for wins, as we saw Insect do, and also as we saw Clearlove do earlier, with the mobility boots as his first item.
Yeah, it's good for mobility, but without his ultimate up right now, I'm not sure where he's gonna go. If I'm TSM right now, I try and force toward Dragon as quickly as possible. Having Rumble and Xerath in this Dragon fight against, what is it, a double Doran's Ring Lulu if you're comparing top laners, or even just jungle effectiveness, especially if Amazing can complete that Lizard Elder, which he will on his next back, would be a complete wash in TSM's favor.
And also just remember, BB on Tristana here is fairly weak in the mid game, which we're coming towards now. I mean, the problem for Tristana is, once you get like a pickaxe or BF sword, it doesn't benefit your abilities. I mean, it's all about your auto attacks here, so you don't benefit as much from these items. While Turtle doesn't have a Trinity Force yet, and it seems like TBA is actually setting up for this Dragon themselves.
That's a big value pink ward right there. TSM needs to be able to protect these. Over Amazing's taking his sweet time coming out of base, actually. And they've lost a little bit of control over Dragon here. They have the teleport threat up from top laners and a 2-level advantage in the top lane. So if they can get that level advantage to pay off in the Dragon fight, it's what they need. TPA actually wants to avoid that situation as much as possible.
TSM not a team to really give up that first Dragon. You can see Amazing hovering down towards that bottom side. Teleports are up on both sides. Dyrus is going to be bringing a lot more damage to that fight if it happens.
And we have seen before with TPA, they like to play some pink wards, but we also see them just leave them. They want to defend this one.
Very scary for Amazing. Just gets himself out to a safeguard, almost stunned up. Morning keeps himself going strong on this one. They're trying to pull the team in for a little bit more, but it's all staved off by the bottom rotation here. Nobody can get in.
Wins is trying to find Amazing. It's a matter of how far he runs away. Overall, though, that was just really lazy play by TSM more than anything. Not having your mid laners back up when the jungler is MIA and you know there's a pink ward there because their previous wards have been burned out is just begging for a counterattack. Great move there by TPA.
Yeah, and while we were talking about TSM potentially setting up for the Dragon here with the Rumble,
teleporting in.
Suddenly TPA will get it. Instantly stop. Let's see what's going to happen. Bjergsen's the only guy here. Animate's joining in.
With the ultimate, wins very low. Bjergsen's going to find the ultimate kill.
Well,
turned around in the top lane. The polymorph was down. Dyrus was able to go full damage even after the wild growth was used through Achi. And what a
double kill in the bottom lane as well.
Boy, what?
Oh my god.
Still going on the morning. He gets the sombrero to work on Amazing, but it's one quick shot from Bjergsen. They are really heating things up.
Challenge to production, we need about 3 replays right there because TSM did absolutely everything at once. Top lane, mid lane, bottom lane, Dragon, everything won. Now it's 6-0 and a 5,000 goal lead in an instant.
Absolutely amazing. And I was just gonna say amazing. We saw him go back as soon as everybody gets back onto the Rift. They just take down TPA across the map. Great wards come in still, so they know exactly where Wins is. He is not having a fun time.
And what we just saw the Dragon here is actually a thing a lot of teams seem to forget, because we see these early Dragons where people are dancing around the aggro and you don't actually take them. Let's just see the replay.
We're going to try and recreate what happened here. So obviously he teleported, or he flashed to stop the teleport, but that just made him walk into the level advantage. That was Dyrus. So Dyrus pulled it off. Now we get the bottom lane. Deficio take this one.
Well, there's not a lot to say, actually. The fight is already over here. Lost by, I just saw it on my other screen before here. He managed to actually flash behind BB and ult him backwards, and then we got all the damage in from Wild Turtle. And mid lane, of course, Amazing just going straight for Morning.
It was a good effort by Morning, but he actually shockwaved too early, so he didn't trap Amazing in turret aggro, and it set up an easy kill. Like, across the board, it was just mechanical outplays by TSM, but it happened all at once. And what seems to always happen in these big moment TSM games is they're close, and immediately have a 5,000 or 6,000 gold lead.
And again, we talked about this mid-game being in favor of TSM. We just saw it in every single lane. They were so strong. Darius, as soon as he saw an opening, he would go for the kill. Down bottom lane as well, the 2v2 fight. We keep talking about how Lostboy and Wild have been poor. Amazing though, you're in trouble.
That's going to be a problem. Darius getting himself into a sticky situation. Wins just got up. Will he go down? He gets the shield and he will stay alive. Darius throws on the scrap shield and he gets the movement speed necessary. A quick dodge on the Zenith blade. He's trying to get away, but the sun's way too hot as Jay helps to pick up that kill.
Suddenly TPA's not back in the game yet, but they're definitely not done.
Well, they moved their entire team down, and with that came strength. But TSM still has this split push going. Wild Turtle does have a Trinity Force completed to pretty much just a pickaxe of BB. It's a nice start on the way back, but looking up at that scoreboard, there's still a while to climb.
See what they can continue to do after this. Watching Amazing and wins throughout this game. Definitely some people, or the players we have to keep our eyes on as they are making things happen. See where they go from this. Lustboy and Turtle trying to set up a bushwhack in the bottom lane, but it looks like they're only going to get farm out of it. Things starting to slow down now a little.
Bjergsen's Xerath is so good. Whenever he played it in the North American playoffs, he would absolutely destroy people with it.
And TSM at the moment here, going in towards this mid lane, they were actually pushing all the lanes at once, but then I mean, it is a bit risky, especially against the Rengar and a Leon who can roam around to set up these picks. So TSM for now, grouping up. They know they are a lot stronger here against Trinity Force for Wild Turtle. No Infinity Edge yet for BB. He's gonna need it before he can start doing some proper damage. So TSM using the Xerath to start sieging.
This is going to be so huge for TSM as well, because we look at the greater context of the group. This is effectively the halfway point. Everyone will have played each other once. At this point, it's Starhorn at the top, SK at the bottom, and TSM and TPA are tied. If they win this game, they're putting themselves in pole position for making it out of this group.
Both teams 1-1 right now, really looking to get that too. It's going to be difficult. TPA will not give up that easy either.
So down this bottom lane, BB is actually getting to push it all alone because all the deep wards in the jungle of TPA we just saw before here actually meant that Wild Turtle spotted Winds coming, so he just had to back away from the tower. Otherwise, TPA was setting up for dive, and if they managed to kill Wild Turtle, they might have been able to push 2 towers here. So very good deep wards, and all these pink wards in the jungle, they need to be cleared by TPA.
Yeah, they better get to that, because if they don't, TSM will make it back to that spot and be able to set up aggressive plays with that. Teams need to move their pink wards with their levels of aggression. If we actually flip the tables over to TPA, that's one of the big reasons they've had trouble closing games, is they don't necessarily move their wards with them in offensive positions. TSM only has offensive wards right now, which is one of the big reasons that push came in so easily from TPA.
And we see Winds walking by all of these pink wards. They have been there for so long. These things have paid for themselves over and over again here, and they still haven't even been cleared.
Finally, they found one of them. There's still 2 more left. I mean, they have full vision of Winds for the last 2 minutes. They saw the gang down his bottom lane.
There we go.
No. Really?
That sucks.
I mean, fair enough. He's once again going down to his bottom lane, and Wild Turtle, he saw him move down.
Oh my god.
Okay, come on. What is he looking at?
I think we're getting trolled now. Nope. He's looking for more. Also looking at BB.
He's so focused on the rest of the map right now, it must be.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, we do see this sometimes. I remember when the whole ping ward thing came out and people were just always looking elsewhere and never spotting the small bushes.
So there are spots in some brushes where if it goes through a piece of terrain, since wards see in straight lines, that you can't end up seeing the ward when you walk by. The fact that the rest of his team didn't mention that either is very weird. Peculiar to me.
Oh, got that warning symbol. They want Amazing, the playmaker right now, really helping out the team. Darius could throw down a red carpet. It's right across them. Jay gets locked up pretty hard, but the damage really is not following through just yet. BB hops over the wall looking for a reset to get back to safety, or with help from the rest of the team, they are backing off. A lot of ultimates are still up if the fight to continue.
But risky and a little bit sloppy play by TSM here. They had the time on the Dragon. They were staying around, but Wild Turtle, he was still stuck in the bottom lane. He didn't move in time. BB was still alive here, but Wild Turtle, he was just sitting and farming the bottom lane. Opened up for TPA to get the engage and actually trade 1-for-1. They should still lose the Dragon, however.
Yeah, They got the pink ward control, at least, at the blue buff. That's one thing. It makes it even more surprising that they got ambushed a little bit right there. Amazing. In exactly the same spot that he nearly died last time, ends up getting caught. I think Morning got that one, actually, on Orianna.
Yes, he did. Very nicely done.
Dragon is still alive.
This could be a definite contest here. They don't have the ultimate, though.
So it's no ulti and lost by here. The main disengage for TSM, and this ward is still alive. And Amazing tried to get behind Morning here, couldn't actually do it, and therefore ended up just wasting his ulti. So Jules is gone.
Amazing, consistently trying to make plays, helping out the team quite a bit. Looks like everybody's going to back off for now. Dragon still alive, 20 minutes into this one, still the 5,000 gold lead from TSM, but TPA is giving them something to think about here as we approach these objectives.
Yeah, this one is still in TSM's favor, but you can tell they're a little bit gun-shy. That is one thing that comes with picking the Janet composition, is it's somewhat counter-engage focused. It does take a little time to develop, and they need to set up their siege from Rumble and Xerath in the right spots, but they have pretty good vision control. They should go for Dragon shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the vision control, because as you just said, you need TPA to engage onto you, unless Amazing can manage to get a kick. But he has no flash at the moment, and his ult is still on cooldown, so he won't really be able to start the fight. And therefore TPA, they have enough wards around here, they can start it, and it seems like also TSM can start it. It seems like TPA don't really want to challenge. You don't want to walk into something like a Rumble and a Xerath.
Really great item spikes for Team Solo Mid right now, really allowing them to get easy dragons like that, uncontested. BB, usually you'll see at least the BF sword in the static shift finish, but he's had to go for the pickaxe and the critical cloak so far. Still being able to put out a bit of damage, but a little bit less than Wild Turtle now combined with that Living Artillery ultimate. Picking up blue on the side of Team Solo Mid as they regroup and get ready to go back.
They moved the pink ward, actually. They placed another one, so they killed itself.
Well,
victory.
Someone had to kill it. They got a lot of value. I mean, they avoided 2 ganks in the bottom lane onto Wild Turtle, so he could actually stay safe. But TP at the moment, I gotta give them credit here. They're actually playing it very smart. When they do see an opening and know there's not 5 members of TSM, they go for the engage. That's what we saw at the Dragon beforehand, where they trade 1 for 1. And as soon as TSM were grouped up, TPA said, okay, we're not gonna fight you. We're just gonna go, split up the lane, send BB to the top lane. He can pick up more farm, get his Infintage very, very soon, and take a tower as well. So what they do now, just buying time.
And it's interesting that TPA is the team that ends up letting the opponent buy time when they're ahead, but is doing a very good job at buying time for themselves while behind. It's really on TSM to set up the proper siege. They absolutely can. I mean, with the Void Staff being completed on Bjergsen, and even just Kog'Maw being Kog'Maw, setting up a group siege in a lane is absolutely a possibility as long as they can control the side lanes and create some type of individual push up the mid lane. It should be set up 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but it's good you mentioned the side lanes, because TPA has actually managed to push out at least the bottom lane every single time, which is why Wild Turtle was stuck down there as well around the Dragon fight. And once again, it's pushing in. It should hit the tower very soon, reset the whole wave, therefore TSM don't really care about it.
Wave management is pretty tricky when you're ahead sometimes. They push, they push, they push. You just wait longer and longer and longer.
Almost grabbing that one. TSM trying to be a pain in the butt right now as TPA is gathering up their own jungle. See Amazing's 9-3 throughout the season on Lee Sin, one of his mains as well. Wins took that yesterday and was just wreaking havoc on it, but today faltered a little bit early on the Rengar with ganks before 6, and Amazing was really able to capitalize.
They finally set up this 5-man siege that they've been trying to get because the waves are mostly managed.
Yeah, look down this bottom lane. It's going to push in favor of TSM, so they can stay here now, keep TPA in the mid lane, and once the bottom lane wave pushes all the way up to the tower, then it opens up for TSM to move from the mid lane to the bottom lane, catch the wave here. That's actually also why it wins right now, at least moving down towards the bottom side, or maybe he wants to flank around.
I think he's trying to flank for a Rengar Orianna ultimate. This is actually very good for delaying games. Teams are afraid to push up.
But there's a pink ward here. Look at the pink ward from TSM.
Great pink ward positioning by TSM. If he does try and go in, it would probably backfire. Doesn't mean he's not going to try, though.
It's got to be a thought on their mind. There's one missing from in front of us, and you can see him on the outside, kind of playing a walk and back game to see if he can draw attention. Team Solo Mid, they feel like they know where he is, and they're going to stay safe in the mid lane. Things towards the top. They say BB by himself, so we could possibly keep pushing this.
TSM should just go bottom lane here, push in the mid lane, and start moving down towards this bottom lane. You already have a pink ward, so you know, okay, we're not going to face check anyone right now, and they've seen both BB in the top lane, they see Morning in the mid lane, they're moving down towards this bottom lane now, they have a big wave being built up, and they can just push it straight to the tower.
It's just about setting up the siege. That's really all TSM is trying to do right here, and they're doing a good job. They finally got wave management. TPA knows this is coming, so they're trying to set up the pick.
There's the Whimsy onto Rengar.
Wind popped his ulti.
That was the ulti as well.
Did not even land
hesitant.
Didn't even land the bullet. It's so hard to engage on this TSM team. They're staying so far back. Plus, if they don't engage perfectly, Lustboy will reset the fight.
Imagine if they ran down that too with Equalizer. That would have been a bad idea.
They did manage, however, to actually buy some time for BB to clear the wave here, so we're not going to see the big minion wave push into the tower, and TSM just have to deal with the next minions arriving here.
Dead.
But they're always going to get so much damage, and TPA at the moment, they're too far behind to actually engage onto TSM, so they just have to give up the towers.
It could be a potential threat of having that AD carry Shockcaller. He's off pushing another lane. The rest of the team can't set up a play at that point. BB is doing his best to become farm, but he's not at a threatening enough point they can hold yet, and the gold lead is just continuing to grow to Fischio.
Right, and while TBA wants now to go late game because they don't really have a choice, you're falling too far behind. If you look at the comps here, TSM has great late game scaling themselves, so it's not even because TSM have to worry about like a ticking time bomb on the side of TBA. Yes, okay, you do have the Tristana for late game, but that's going to be your main damage source. And on the other side of TSM, you have a hyper carry yourself, and also you have Xerath in the mid lane, so good in late game.
Could this have worked out differently for Jay if, obviously, TPA got ahead early? Because right now, he can't even get close enough to engage.
Yeah, Leona is, in a sense, one of those champions that's fantastic when you're ahead, but very difficult to play while behind. I mean, they did the lane swap. TSM ended up having that miraculous set of plays in the mid-game, and since then, he hasn't really been able to do much.
Yeah, not only Leona needs to be ahead, Rengar himself. I mean, if you want to go for these risky engage, look at the build from Wins here. It's full damage. If he jumps in and the rest of the team is not able to follow, he dies instantly. And his Rengar play, it's not been looking very good this game.
It's been rather lackluster. I mean, but most of that was because of TSM's vision control. There was the one,
of course.
He ganked a little bit too much early game, for one. Unsuccessfully.
Yes.
And then his ultimates were just burned onto wards. Who expects to have that deep ward that TSM had in the top lane early on in the game?
Not him, for sure.
Definitely not.
Him,
well,
indeed. It was
he's had some bad luck with wards this game as well.
Yeah.
Walking over that pink ward about
it's actually back
5 million times.
Oh, dear.
Round 2, maybe. I don't think so. They're just so far behind at this point, they're having to concede objectives.
Wards 2.0. So again, TSM grabbing the dragon. That's going to be all 3 of the game, and they love that because it puts them in such a position to continue pushing their advantages.
And look at the minimap here. On the side of TPA, we keep talking about how they do place a lot of wards. They don't always seem to place him in the right place. Now they have a lot of wards in their own jungle towards the Baron, which is a great thing because TSM's next move, they don't really need the Baron here. They can keep sieging because they keep taking down these towers here. But their next move could be the Baron, and it simply means you go in and you clear every single ward in the jungle. You place your own and you just spot TPA moving in towards you. Because there's already so many wards placed by TPA, they make sure TSM can't do it, at least not right now.
We'll see what TPA can formulate as they come out. They do get that pink ward cleared that was on the blue buff. You see Locket of the Iron Solarion, amazing. He actually gets that Sightstone in as well. So the wards to be pushed forward even more for Team Solo Mid. You can see BB finding one right now as they're just trying to stop this snowball that Team Solo Mid has put together. 7,000 gold lead, and they're dropping turrets like flies. Looks like just focus on mid lane now.
TSM has definitely made some critical adjustments since their game yesterday to Starhorn Royal Club. Specifically their early game play against Wins, and right now their controlled play around the Baron Pit will hopefully yield some good results. They're just pushing out Jay to keep ward control. That wasn't the best move there by Amazing Burning Ultimate, but they still are just kind of biding their time and waiting for enough poke to land.
Poking everywhere. BB trying to get a few shots in himself. You can almost see that he's telling the team, I'm farming right now. We're not going to be in these engagements. A lot of hesitation here from TPA. Team Solo Mid is not having any of that. Moving down the mid lane now. Great item spike across the map for everybody on the side of Team Solo Mid. 7-3 as they push this inhibitor turret.
And as soon as TSM realize there's too many wards from TPA in the jungle at the moment, we can't really just set up this Baron bait. Let's just go straight back to Siege.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder and harder when you do come close to the base, because again, you have to get in this choke point where Leona can really shine if she lands a good ulti. So it becomes harder for them. Top lane tower could still be an option, but on to bot lane for now.
Yeah, they're not really doing a classic split push. Instead, they're just in between the mid and the bottom lane turrets, trying to move back and forth across that spot and land poke. I mean, I suppose because Xerath is such ridiculously long range, they're getting a lot down there, but I'm wondering why they don't just go back around the Baron and play that game, because that's where I feel like they find their kills.
See, like they're actually heading towards that side, making sure these wards are clear. Obviously, TPA is going to be on their heels for this one. Lustboy with the upgraded sweeper, able to make that one count twice. Knows where the wards are efficiently.
So what TSM was doing just before here was actually not really going for the mid tower or the bottom lane tower. They were just waiting for the top lane to push in. It's exactly what we saw happen down here. Dyrus might be in trouble.
Uh-oh, he gets the explosive shot on, but Jay's actually forced to back up. He knows he's squishy as well, and the rest of the team is not ready to engage on this. Morning taking poke. He's already below half. Could it be the ball? Oh, no! They get like one in there. Amazing got hit up. The heal comes out quickly, and they turn this fight right around. Jay finally gets in. The red carpet gets laid out, and they're going to welcome them to the party. Dyrus, he gets untargeted with the Zanyas, but can they continue the fight? There's no minions. They're stepping a little close here, guys. There come the ultimates. One last shot. Hachi dodges close, and he dodges the right way.
TSM just can't seem to finish these kills. One part about not having the big initiation and just the poke, they have to close. There's one.
One indeed, chat. Turtle taking a lot of shots here. There's no re-engage you're going to be seeing. Way too low on the health bars from everybody standing in front of Team Solo Mid. A very chaotic fight to come out with just that turret.
But it doesn't even matter for TSM if they can actually get the kills. It's all about the towers for them. They stayed there with 4 members. Amazing was already dead. It doesn't even matter because Bjergsen has still so much poke.
Yeah.
We saw Lostboy was still there, and of course Wild Turtle just to take down the tower and BB.
Really random thing that just happened. Morning accidentally used his Zanyas in base. Maybe while it was trying to use another item, but it will be down for the next fight if TSM can force quickly. They don't know that, so they won't be able to use it to their advantage, but we will have to watch for it.
We keep seeing all these wards from TPA in their own jungle around this Baron here. They don't want to risk TSM being able to take full control of the jungle, so they're doing a very, very good job with all the defensive wards. They can also just move them a bit further, actually to the river part, and they can potentially try and go for pick onto TSM, because what normally happens in a situation like this is actually the enemy support. So let's say Lostboy at this point of the game would walk in, try and place a few wards. We actually see him do it right now. If you had a few deeper wards and you were standing ready, you could catch him out of position.
I'm glad you brought that up, Fishio, because that is what Lustboy brought to Team Solo Mid. That warding game that has put them on top so much. And look at everybody. Peace of mind to have a pink ward right now to replace if they get taken down as they are. And TPA is only finding these after they've been placed for 5-10 minutes.
And this stall by TPA is actually getting closer and closer to paying off. At the moment, we look across TSM, you see very little magic resistance. If Morning can actually complete his death cap, the threat of a Wins Rengar jumping in to an Orianna ult is a complete game and fight changer. Can pick off 1 or 2 targets if they can complete that quickly and find the right fight.
Right, and we saw it in the last team fight. They went in, they got a kill onto Amazing, and TSM is all about disengaging at first, and then you just keep poking, and eventually you should out-sustain TPA and can then take objectives or pick up the kills.
Plays to be made with double Zanyas on the board now for Team Solo Mid. They may not be too afraid to get themselves into a fight here, but they don't want to give too much away to TPA. Both of these teams seeming to have a trouble to close this one out. TPA from behind, still strong. Looking at a 10,000 gold lead as they take the Dragon, and they're going to walk right back in and ward the crap out of this jungle.
And we just saw the focus once again on TPA's wards. All of them are placed on their own side of the map. Not a single one in the middle of the river here. So they're not going to try and catch TSM out of position. They're simply just going to sit back and keep farming.
That's the only thing they really have as an option right now. It'll depend how nimble BB is on his feet right here versus Bjergsen's poke, because if he gets taken too low, these turrets will become indefensible.
Bjergsen firing everything he has from the outside with the blue buff right now, really commanding the game well. Him an Amazing shot calling through the mid and late game. waiting for the minions to push up. They have the mid wave at the turret. That's going to call BB over. They're really just waiting for this fight on the other side of the wall. Got to be careful because that is a perfect spot to get jumped on as well in a tight fight.
We didn't really talk about support items yet, but Lost Boy with the Mikhails here is basically the hard counter to Leona, and it's such a good pickup because it means whoever Jace tries to engage on, instant Mikhails, the target can now flash away or just move away, and suddenly the main engage for TPA, if you ignore the Ringer here, which can be knocked back by Lost Boys and his ulti, is gone.
One of the big reasons we've seen the low kill score is just because TSM has built that siege-type team, and because in picks and bans, TPA was building towards that the very last second. So even though they have the Leona, it's not exactly like they have a good siege-breaking team. They're going to try right here, though. Wins in a pink ward. That
they throw out the Howling Gale. He gets shut down immediately. Last time he's going to be doing that. Nice shots coming in. Wild Turtle almost able to finish that off with the ults as well from Bjergsen, and they stand on the front step ready to pepper that inhibitor turret.
And notice the ping ward here. It's actually just outside the screen right now, but it's where Lost Boys placed. There was a ping ward, so they actually saw Win started. We're just going to see it right on the Lost Boy here. So they saw him, knocked him up, and instantly just killed him.
Very surprised that Achi didn't even use his Lulu ultimate right there, but as you can see, it is now indefensible. That's exactly what TSM needs. Good vision control. That's been Win's arch nemesis this game, has been those wards, and it takes him down yet again. Costs TPA an inhibitor. Jay goes low as well.
How long would they have been standing there if Wins did not push himself into that fight? They had a good thing going, and finally TSM grab a little bit more off quite a long push here. Now from about 28 minutes to 35.5, they finally take down an inhibitor on the side of TPA. They have a little bit to think about now. It's a great one for TSM to have with super minions pouring in. Yeah, there's a teleport on Achi, but that's a fight for Baron that TSM can start in their favor.
They do still have the same two defensive ping wards from TSM here, which TPA can now actually go in and play. So finally, they actually move into the river here, play some of their own wards. Now they realize our base is open, there's going to be super minions spawning in, and we can't just sit back and defend any longer. Now we need to move out, and we have to get a pick.
And it's because TPA is absolutely against the clock. Achi can push right there now. As soon as TSM makes a move, they can force the teleport, and then it'll be maybe 30 or 45 seconds every time they go for that one. TSM definitely in position to force. It's going to be about pink wards. Luckily for TPA, TSM doesn't have the greatest of initiations, so it's still going to take some creativeness by TSM to make that happen.
And just look at the items. You just mentioned the pink wards. 4 pink wards picked up once again. Ready to place them around this Baron here so they can spot the engage from Wins.
It definitely feels like TSM is picking up and moving their pink wards very frequently by picking up new ones, mainly because Wins has that threat. TSM knows that the only way they lose this game is if Wins gets a nice jump from stealth to set up an Orianna ultimate. But if they're warding like they are now, there's no risk of losing.
And it's so weird to look at a comp like TPA's where they have a Rengar, where they have a Leona, and yet we're standing here talking about how they can't really engage the fights because TSM is so good at warding, and because Lost Boy is ready with the Hurricane and his ulti.
Pays off. It's something that they got right through the beginning of the year, and they used it perfectly.
Perfect timing for TSM. They see where the wave is. They know Achi's going to take a while to clear that one. If he teleported now, they'd lose inhibitor turrets, so there's actually nothing TPA can do here.
Baron going over to team solo mid. This may be what they need to finalize the game. TPA is going to be forced into the base.
And they still lost an Nexus
my
turret.
gosh,
That's
goes
how
down
big that wave was.
with Achi trying to protect it.
Yeah, 4 members from TPA was just running between the base, then ran a bit to Baron, and then actually ran back to the base. They didn't really know what to do. In the end, you get an Nexus turret, you get the Baron buff, and notice how TSM instantly, they move back, take their own buffs, while Dyrus has already been setting up the top wave.
Wave mismanagement definitely there, I would say, by Achi. Not the best job by Lulu, but it sucks for him. He's been behind it levels the whole game. In that mid-game fight where he flashed to interrupt the teleport from Dyrus, he just put him farther and farther behind. He's actually 3,500 gold down against Dyrus and is nowhere near the items he wants to be at on Lulu right now. Not even a death cap.
BB just recalled from his bottom lane. TSM might be able to get a bit of damage on the tower. He will join in. Notice Jay here on your minimap. He's already flanking around. They want to go now. They want
another pink ward.
Jay gonna be looking for a solar flare. It locks down Dyrus, but he's already got the equalizer damage out. Zanya's across the board. You're looking good, gentlemen. They go for the inhibitor turret now. It's 11-4, and TSM's gonna be looking to get a lot more kills as they pressure down on the Nexus turret.
Just no good initiation paths for TPA. TSM knew where they want to go, knew how they want to go about it, and they just lit up the paths towards it to counter the fights. Great moves by TSM strategically.
Yeah, this game is just the best example of how warding will save your life. Because every single time TSM group up and start sieging, there's wards everywhere around them here. Moving on, mid lane. Actually, no, let's just go straight for bottom lane here, because you're super minions spawning.
Already coming in, Dyrus is going to hang out in the mid lane and at least get more pushed if TSM finds some trouble here.
Oh, Dyrus actually gets caught, I believe.
Yep, they're quite deep in. It's going to be Lustboy trying to come to his help. That regen from Baron is really allowing them to just stay on the front steps of TPA, doing what they can themselves, getting suffocated out this game. We'll see TSM. Looks like they're going to back off for now. They know when they've overstayed. They're welcome.
And in a game like this, I would actually have loved to see full tank Rengar from Wins, because he's going to be like the guy jumping in every single time. He went for Brutalizer, went for Fatal Flare. What we see in Korea normally from like Dandy, who's considered probably the best Rengar in the world, is he will actually just keep the Madreds, and then he's just going to get cooldown reduction and just full tank.
Right.
And even sell the Madreds later. You don't upgrade it to Fatal Flare. Wins decided to go a bit of a mix. I want some damage in the start. Okay, I didn't actually manage to snowball, so now I'm going to build some tank, but it's too late.
Stay in the jungle. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it was the fact that he didn't snowball is one of the biggest things that stopped him from getting here. A damage Rengar against a Kog'Maw team is not flawed by any matter. You do need to be able to kill him quickly, but when you fall behind, it just makes it look pretty bad.
TSM looking to dodge another one on this. Pink Ward possibly going down. They do get the shockwave. Lustboy disengages the fight. The Equalizer not hitting much. There is hardly any follow-up though from TPA. It's going to be a wait on the ultimate. The Sonic Wave hits, and he takes it all the way in. Amazing. Pushing back BB and Morning, and it's going to be the last inhibitor turret for Team Solo Mid if they want it.
I mean, finally TPA actually got a decent shockwave, but it was when they had a 15,000 gold disadvantage. This will be the game.
It looks like it is a 40-minute matchup between Team Solo Mid and TPA. They will go 2-1 on the group. A lot of people wondered what would happen in this match, and it's Team Solo Mid coming out with the victory.
By far the most controlled game that TSM has played so far here at Worlds. They had powerful ward control, they played it safe, and Wild Turtle was rather tame yet effective in this one, and that was a big worry coming in.
Every single lane from TSM here in the early game, we had that 1 minute point where suddenly the Dragon went in favor of TSM. They got a kill in top lane, they got a kill in mid lane, and they got a kill in bottom lane here. So every single lane did a very good job, and this game was simply won by warding. Like, it was all about the wards. We keep talking about it, but there was no engage options from TPA because of so many wards being placed by TSM.
And it was definitely once they were able to pull ahead. I mean, it's something that's been true for TSM for so long. During the regular season, it was about their ability to beat the teams that were worse than them. One of the reasons they were so consistent in beating teams that were worse than them is because when they get small advantages, they know exactly how to close. Now that they've improved and gotten better strategically, they can get leads on better and better teams, and they still know how to close. They have that same strategic ability, and it definitely showed in this game.
And a really great play across the board. We kind of question if Team Solo Mid could hold what they came out of the NALCS Summer Split Championship title with. Could Dyrus still put the pressure on? Got a solo kill in his lane. Could Amazing still put pressure on? Get some Lee Sin kicks in, and if he's not on Lee Sin, still create pressure. This time he was on Lee Sin, and it worked out nicely, but the rest of the team stepped up as well, because bot lane was a liability, a lot of people thought, for Team Solo Mid, and it came to the show today.
They managed to get some kills, and I still want to look at the pick and ban phase, because we talked about how Nidalee was banned by TSM, Zilean was banned by TSM on the blue side. Might still be a problem, but the way they actually drafted their champions this time around, it really paid off. The Janna pick, we talked about how risky it was to lock it in when you're potentially against a protect AD carry comp, but because then TPA changed up their style and went for this engage comp instead, suddenly the Janna pick was just MVP.
Yeah, very interesting pick and ban phase that ended up happening. Finally, Lustboy moved away from Nami. He'd played it all 3 games previously at Worlds. It seemed like it was his only champion. No one took it away from him because his effectiveness was a little bit mixed on it. Definitely showing some versatility here is much needed for TSM as they move forward.
Dyrus back on Rumble as well, so what else does he have in his pocket? They, like we said, they're going to have to ban that Nidalee, so things are going to have to open up for the team in versatility, and that worked for them.
The Rumble was a really nice surprise, especially for TSM fans. Dyrus is a type of person who, since he's been in the scene for so long, has been able to pick up and learn everything, but it takes him a long time to learn these things. His early effectiveness on Rumble is really promising for their future.
Yeah, it looks good, and it simply means also now, going into like the next few games, will teams consider the fact there could be a potential Rumble pick? Could it be a ban? I mean, the thing about Rumble is he's so annoying to play against because of his ulti. It can destroy every single team fight. If you go too aggressive, like if your backline, if your AD carry suddenly just steps a little bit too far forward, suddenly gets Rumble in the face and he just dies instantly. So Rumble is so hard to play against in these team fights. Yeah. And the fact that we just saw TSM play with it perfectly in these fights really means for the future you have to worry.
This is why I love Worlds, because you slowly see things resurface. The Jan is coming back a little bit more. There was already a Rumble yesterday. We got another Rumble here. I'm sure we're going to see more because these objective fights are becoming huge. Rumble loves to control those. Oh, yeah. If you see any death-defying escapes or jaw-dropping ganks that impress you, share them with us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag WorldsBigPlays. Right now we're going to send it over to the stage where Shox is on the blue side.
Thank you very much. I'm here with amazing after that victory. First off, congratulations, good stuff. When I talked to Dyrus earlier, he admitted that you guys hadn't done your homework that much yesterday. How was it reflected in picks and bans that you guys have caught up now?
I mean, yesterday we rather tried to pick away something that they're strong on and really didn't follow our game plans. So even though we kind of did our homework, we didn't really show it off. So today we differentiated from it and really tried to get what's strong and what's working for us and what has been working for us in the past, and we follow through with it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it came to show 12 minutes, 50 seconds in, I think, an ace. Tell me how you went from there, and of course, you can't be too overconfident in that moment. I
mean, when you see the ace sign at 12 minutes, you're like, what the hell is happening? And, well, from there, we just got to stay controlled. I kind of went away from that, suicided more or less on top side. But overall, from there on, you just want to be controlled, try to snowball the game, and really be methodical about everything.
Yeah, absolutely methodical play coming out of you guys and then finishing it off. You, very strong performance on Lee Sin. I feel like yesterday you couldn't really put your mark on the game. How come you're able to do it and contain a rising jungler here like Wins?
I mean, yesterday was completely different too, due to our picks and how we approach lane phase. So Insec, who's a great jungler, obviously had a really strong impact, and I basically let him farm to level 6. And this game it's different. It was different, where I had the impact pre-6, didn't let Rengar farm for free, and punish his lanes, whereas he was just trying to get the level 6 and try to have impact due to that.
It seems like you're picking up much as you go and play here on the world stage. I listened to your vlog where you said, well, the synergy between mid lane and jungle in Korean players especially is so crazy. Is there anything else that you've discovered here by playing on stage versus these teams?
I mean, what I discovered is that none of these teams is really afraid to show off what they can do. And they bring the aggression, they bring whatever they have on this stage. And sometimes in SCS you see people being frightened, maybe have the stage fright, but here in World Stage everyone is experienced and everyone knows what to do, and they showed well.
Finally, give me the lowdown on the group. Do you think SK will be able to rack up those wins to go through possibly, or will it be a toss-up between you guys and TPA and who will get it?
SK has shown great promise today, even though they're still playing with sub-jungler. So I expect them to at least go with 1 or 2 wins, obviously not versus us, but they will still get some wins. But overall, I don't think they will be able to make it because it's just too far behind right now. So it's basically a toss-up between us, TPA, and SHRC, and we'll just see who comes through with that.
All right, well, good luck. Fantastic game here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now let's go back over to the guys at the desk to break things down.
Thank you very much. And a pretty solid game, I think, from Team Solo Mid. I want to go back to picks and bans. First of all, wins on Rengar. Definitely not Insec. It was closer to Crumb's level of performance, not Insec level.
Wow.
The game played out a 4v0 meta almost. I want to go early game and throw it straight over to Crepo because we saw those lane swaps, and I know you guys were discussing it backstage.
Yeah, basically what ended up happening is they late picked Leona, and then somehow they were afraid to play it into the Janna Kog'Maw, so they swapped away from it. And that kind of led to something really interesting, especially with how the minion management come. We have a replay coming up. I don't know if it's now or later.
Give it a few points, because I think Monty's also a bit confused about that early game and the lane swaps.
Yeah, it was some pretty sloppy play on the map too, and we had a kind of weird pseudo skirmish in the mid lane. After which, because Leona was already down in the bottom side, I feel there perhaps was an opportunity to go ahead and use TP for Lulu to get into the bottom lane.
Both teams could have used TP.
Yeah,
it was wave on tower.
Yeah, it was. It was actually pretty poorly played from both sides. There wasn't a whole lot to like.
Lack of understanding, misplay. Like, where does it come from? I mean, if mistakes were made on both sides, was it a circumstance of events, champions? What
I feel it was over caution. I think that it was a nerve issue because both of these teams should know how to do this at this point.
It generally stems from not seeing enough people on the map, and then in scrims you'll take that risk and all, but on the world stage you don't want to be that guy to TP's back to lane and just get caught by people.
Well, I disagree. Everybody was in the mid lane like instantly before that happened, so we had a pretty good idea of where everybody was.
But here's the issue: is when a lane is slow pushing and you teleport to it, you signal, guys, 4v0 dive me, where a jungler's off the map, the other top laner can TP into join, and again you've got a Leona down there, right, who's ready to dive someone like Rumble, who has very poor escape tools.
Dyrus could have definitely. By the time nobody could have been even close to Dyrus, but yeah.
That actually leads us to the replay. You were talking about a slow push lane, 4v0. You were very excited about one particular lane management.
Moderately excited.
So let's show the replay where it's meant to be shown.
Yeah, okay, so basically what's happening right now, so if we roll the clip right now, you're going to see what happens in the standard like 2v1. Basically, someone's going to walk out of the brush, get those melee minions to aggro on the same target, then walk back into the brush, and that will allow those melee minions to take one target down. So that's the standard freeze, right? If we keep going, we're going to see that. But I don't want to be mocking Jay here, but he's going to do something but I don't really think is too smart. He wants that relic stack, and that sweet 20 gold he got there actually screwed up the freeze. If you run it really slow, you'll notice how there's one range creep barely on enough HP to get like 5 extra auto attacks, and that will actually break the freeze, and it'll slowly push away. In return, what's going to happen is TP is going to realize it's like, yeah guys, we can't leave our AD carry alone, because if we free up the support, somebody's just going to walk up and take all that XP. So they hover around top lane, having a 4v0 dive ready. TSM spots the fast push on top lane and actually reacts immediately by just pushing in the wave even quicker. I think BB, once he noticed that this wave is pushing, just instant shove it into the tower so he can free up his support. But people are just, we can take the replay down by now. People are just hovering on that lane way too long, and it just, I just wanted to highlight how this one attack, this one minion that you take down 2 auto attacks from creeps too early can ruin an entire freeze.
The hunger for the gold.
Yeah, and the other thing about that too is this is how we used to play lane swaps back in the 4v0 meta, and so the correct response here is if you are going to stack a minion wave like that, you have to figure out a way to zone the enemy top laner off the turret. So in a way, this could have actually been quite surprising by reverting kind of to a previous lane swap meta, but I just don't think they thought enough about that during the game.
No, they didn't.
Let's expand a little bit more. As the game progressed over the next 10 to 15 minutes, TSM completely stamped authority, cross-map ace, plus Dragon.
Impressive.
After punishing TPA for starting the Dragon in the first place. Yeah. And well played. Freak, what's your comment on that?
It was a lot of miscommunications here, because at the very start, you've got these guys starting Dragon, they're trying to 2-man the Dragon, and they're actually going to get it. And they pull off because Dyrus teleports in. And the thing is, Achi doesn't communicate. All he has to do is run in there, and like, you know, he run in and he flash ults to stop the teleport. If he had let his team know he was going to stop the teleport, they finish the Dragon, they don't take that extra 200-300 damage, they don't die to Bjergsen, Amazing doesn't steal it. Now the jungler and mid laner are freed up to not allow that bot lane dive that TSM then gets on them, and then they're not low health so that you know, Amazing and Bjergsen kill the mid laner afterwards. Like, this all stemmed because Achi didn't tell them 2 seconds earlier, I'm going to stop the teleport.
Okay, I can see that working out. Probably you haven't chimed in too much yet. As the cross-map ace happened, TSM got control, didn't let go. They pushed all the way through to the end. What was your take on the matchup? I mean, Xerath being played by Bjergsen, he went 5-0-5. Your take on TSM? I mean, you know them fairly well.
I was actually really happy that Bjergsen didn't get a lot of jungle help this game, because it started off and it seemed a little rocky. He was actually chugging a lot more potions than he should be in that matchup, because I've seen him win it before. And it wasn't going too great, and then he gets that Dragon Steal and hits all 3 ults onto Rengar, and right after that, that just fired him up. And after that, he goes the ace mid lane, and then that game just snowballed off of that. But it was really happy just to see him kind of like do it all by himself, get his lead by himself.
And we know he has the ability to. Right, yep. I'm going to instigate some trouble here. Deficio called Janna the MVP champion pick of that game. Nami was available. Earlier today, Monte Cristo was not convinced that Janna is a good support, and
whoa.
In contrast to Navi,
No.
Explain why.
No.
What do you think?
In that specific composition, in this composition, if we're looking at TSM, when you have, let's talk about the win conditions here. You want to get that mid-game power spike with Kog'Maw, Trinity Force, Athene's onto Xerath, and then have Rumble with, it doesn't even matter how, Rumble can have no items, really. Like, it doesn't matter. And then you want to group up. If you get the shield onto Kog'Maw, he can W the turret safely. You can poke people off. If you need to, you can Rumble ult. You've got great Dragon control if you poke, and you have great early siege. And with the cross-map ace, they got a 14-minute Trinity Force onto Kog'Maw. This is a great power spike. Now, my complaint about the way they played this out was that come 22, 23 minutes, they actually grouped too late. After the initial ring of towers went down, they seemed to start thinking about Baron a little bit. They were not very decisive, and so this game probably should have been over about 8 to 10 minutes sooner. Once they figured it out, and they actually managed to group together as 5, use that Rumble ult to start taking towers, it started working really well. The pink ward's on the flank, perfect.
Yeah.
But I'm concerned about how fast they can make decisions, because then against a good team, you leave a window to get back into the game.
Yeah, and I agree. Janna is this great, again, 20-minute champion. I think she actually scales just fine throughout the game. The interesting thing about this was, I also still contest that was a fine pick in the prior matchup where we were all disagreeing on whether Janna was good or not. My basic thrust here is Janna is that good, and the 20-minute push is that good that even if she doesn't fit the comp exactly, we've seen champs that you pick regardless of their place in the game anyway. Champions like Kayle, champions like Maokai, Apachigo especially, where no matter what you pick them anyway because they're just that good. I think Janna's there for support, so that's my thrust on that one.
Day2, I got to get a thought from Krepa before we roll on, and we will continue this round 3 of Janna versus X fight later.
Yeah, I just think TPA made Janna the MVP pick because Janna was up on the board already, and then they picked Rengar and Leona into it. It's like, hey, we have this crazy disengage support. You know what we're going to pick? Engage. Yeah, and then, oh yeah, I have this one solar flare that's going to screw your team over. Oh, you have Mikhail's? I can't do anything anymore. Or I have to swap away from you. They could have picked anything else, and they could have maybe even won that lane. I think a well-played Braum Tristana can beat any Kog'Maw lane, which I'm very passionate about. You guys are already tired of me talking about that all the time. But I'm really disappointed with the Leona pick and the Rengar pick to an extent, and I think that just made Janna the MVP pick.
Yeah, I agree. I think you either pick a matchup that wins the 2v2 or you switch your pick and get a split pusher to beat a Siege comp and just try to buy time.
All right, we do need to roll this one on. We will talk more a little later in the day. Right, there's still one more game to be played, so let's take a quick look at how the table is set. I'm going to quickly rattle off the results before we go to this ad break. Samsung White is 3-0 at the top of the table after scoring that pentakill, taking down Dark Passage. Group B, Starhorn Royal Club, top of the table, 3-0. Team Solo Mid, sitting relatively comfortable second. Taipei Assassins, the hometown hero, is going to have to pull this one back. Anyways, guys, we are going to take one last break before our final game of the day. It's LPL's Edward Gaming versus AHQ Esports Club. Stay with us.
World Championship 2014, my bro.
But amazing in the back pocket. He gets the cripple down. He's able to lock it. It's Archie going down for first blood. Dyrus can throw down a red carpet. It's right across them. Jay gets locked up pretty hard, but the damage really is not following through just yet. Jay going to be looking for a solar flare. It locks down Dyrus, but he's already got the equalizer damage out. Zanya's across the board. You're looking good, gentlemen.
Welcome back to our coverage of the World Championship here in Taipei from the international wildcard team Dark Passage. I'm happy to be joined by Naru, their mid laner. First up, Naru, I'd like to ask you what it's been like to travel halfway across the world here to Taipei and meet and interact with all those amazing players.
Dünyanın öbür tarafından Taipei'ye yolculuk yapmak nasıldı ve bütün bu hayran olduğun ya da izlediğin oyuncularla beraber oynamak nasıldı?
Yolculuk tabii ki çok zevkliydi. Hayran olduğum ve birçok ünlü oyuncuyla beraber oynamak, aynı yerde bulunmak çok eğlenceli. Gerçekten çok zevkli zamanlar geçiriyoruz. Öyle.
Travel was very good and I'm very happy to be here because I meet all the players and teams that I love to watch, and that's why I really enjoy my time in here.
Yeah, and you get to play versus players that you've maybe seen on the screens all over the world. So even though you guys haven't won a game yet, I do add, what is the main thing you've picked up from playing versus them?
Şu ana kadar henüz herhangi bir galibiyet almamış olsanız dahi onlara karşı oynamaktan ne kazandınız?
Bilmediğimiz ne kadar çok şeyin olduğunu öğrendik. Bunları da ileriki maçlarda uygulamayı planlıyoruz.
We learned that we don't know. We learned many things that we don't know, and in future matches we will try to add this in our repertoire.
Yeah, you of course have matches to go here, and then you go back to Turkey, which you dominated the scene over there last year. How does the experience here set you up to maybe do that again?
Evet, geçtiğimiz yıl her şeyi domine ettiniz. Şimdi buradaki bu tecrübeniz size nasıl yansıyacak ve gelecek yılda aynısını yapabileceğinizi düşünüyor musun?
Geçtiğimiz yıllarda domine etme sebebimiz iyi olmamızdı. Burada daha çok şey öğrenip daha iyi olduk ve domine etmeye devam etmeyi planlıyoruz.
In last years, we dominated the Turkish scene because we were really good compared to other teams in Turkey. And this year, we came to Worlds. We learned too many things, and this will help us to dominate more in Turkey.
All right. Well, I hope you dominate a couple of games coming up here. It's a pleasure to have you guys here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, to get us ready for our last match, let's check in with the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shucks. I think we're going to call it the think tank from now on.
Anyways, like
China's Edward Gaming and AHQ Esports Club from the GPL are loading into our final game of the day. I want to talk about these two mid laners because I think both of these teams do somewhat rely on their mid lane champions. It is, of course, going to be Westor on the side of AHQ, and it's going to be you, the opposite side. Probably you are most knowledgeable on the mid lane. What do you think about these two players?
I think you is probably the best Orianna that we've seen so far, which is pretty significant considering everyone's played Orianna at some point. But so far there are very support-oriented mid lanes coming from their side with you. And AHQ, I think, has an advantage here. They have a much more flexible mid laner who has a lot of pocket picks, and that's going to draw a lot of bans or just a lot of threats because they get purple side this game as AHQ. So all mid lanes that are, quote-unquote safe are no longer safe with the counter pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I think, really important that Westor does well individually. I think he is a phenomenally skilled player in his own right, and I think we're going to see a lot of action come out of him. And I really think that the mid lane is sort of a microcosm of the game as a whole, in that AHQ, I think, needs to step up early, play something aggressive, get the early game going well. It's been shown as a weakness of Edward Gaming, and a fairly decent strength of AHQ. And a guy I also want to highlight about this is Green Tea, the support. Because the best player, and the most important player by far in Edward Gaming, is Name. And Name lost lane due to Mata doing so well on Samsung White. And just like Mata did, I need to see Green Tea do just as well and crush that bottom lane. And that's the hope for AHQ if they want to make it out of this group.
He's going to need a hyperbolic time changer for that one. I don't think 2 days is enough to fix that problem.
People in Korea have been trying to be Mata for a long time.
Sure, I've been trying to be Mata for my entire life. It's not working, boys.
All right, let's talk a little bit. AHQ, they tried something drastic yesterday against Samsung White. They went for that all-in. It got read by Samsung White. It didn't work out. Crepo, do you expect something similar here, or are they going to try to channel their inner Mata or their inner game-changing ability?
I mean, I think if you're facing off against a better team, as said before numerous times on the desk, the best plan is to get an aggressive level 1 team. However, that doesn't mean you have to cheese your level 1 play, because if you get telegraphed there and you'll just lose the game by getting aced, that's a little bit too much. But I expect aggressive lanes, aggressive junglers. I don't think they'll swap. They'll just try and somehow make a play and snowball the lead off that. Probably pointed out, maybe just get an early dragon somewhere, maybe, but yeah.
Well, let's see who you guys think is actually going to be predicting to win this matchup. Gaze into those crystal balls and give me some names. Crepa, I want you to start us off. Who's going to pick up the win and why?
Not AHQ, sadly enough.
Why?
Why?
Wow. Sadly enough was the reason. It's because of a Mumu.
Why? Because they're just simply not up to par. I think the only difference could be Westor outplaying you in mid lane, but other than that, they're just outmatched everywhere else.
Probably AHQ or EDG.
I do have faith in the mid lane carry, and I think Westor is going to carry AHQ this game and dominate you.
All right, next on my line is Freak.
I'm going to go ahead and say Edward Gaming. Edward Gaming are just stronger overall. There's a chance for AHQ, but I'm playing the odds here, and I'm going to say EDG.
And finally, Monte Cristo is a clean sweep.
Yeah. I'm saying EDG as well. I mean, it's really, they are the favorites coming in here. It's hard to go against it. And, hey, man, I got to keep up my perfect predictions so far.
Oh, Monty,
EDG took out Dark Passage earlier today. We'll see if they can do it again to HQ over on LLEsports.com. You guys, the fans, are calling this game also for Edward Gaming with 76% of the vote. All right, with that, let's send it over to the caster desk where Edward Gaming and HQ are heading into the lobby with the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and let's check out the starting lineups as we get right into it. Spawning on the blue side, it's Edward Gaming from China's LPL. That means in the top lane, it's Koro. Jungling is Clear Love. It's you in the mid lane, Name at AD carry, and supporting him, as usual, FZZF.
And on the red side, of course, is the GPL's AHQ Esports Club. Pride's in the top lane, Nas in the jungle, star player Westor in the mid lane, Garnet Devil on AD carry, and, of course, Green Tea on support.
Definitely support plays to be coming out in this one. We saw Green Tea already. We know FZZF can make some plays, so that's going to be a sweet lane to be watching. We actually heard the analyst desk talking a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we might see AHQ have the same approach to the game as we saw yesterday. Just try and pick some champions where you can snowball. Again, the Blitzcrank was pretty good from Green Tea. He had some good hooks.
He had the kill, the one kill on Blitzcrank. The level 1 from the Blitzcrank was a little bit disastrous.
Sure, true, but that's also like a team effort. I mean, it's not only the Blitzcrank saying, follow me, guys, not solo queue right here. But you do have to invade on Blitzcrank and solo queue every single game.
True.
Well, let's see what they have for each other here in picks and bans. AHQ could make a very big move here, but the odds stacked against them. That's going to be the first one out.
The question is Edward Gaming just going to ban Westor completely, Fizz, Zed, and maybe even Twisted Fate? And
oh, no.
No, they're not. They're not. Switching up here. Still, Zed is Westor's, one of Westor's many fantastic champions, and one of the champions he can snowball on.
And one interesting thing why they ended up banning Lee Sin is Clear Love is not a major Lee Sin player during the regular season. It was not highly played whatsoever. Of course, the TF ban, though, which disappoints all the fans here from Westor.
The cow gets taken out. A lot is left up to go through this game, actually. We get the tree for Koro. Maokai picked in.
So Maokai has been picked by Koro twice already, because EDG has actually been blue side in every single game so far, and it's not been banned away. And Maokai in China is such a fantastic pick. Like, just in most regions, we do see Maokai as one of the top tier picks, but especially in China, because you are so strong in these team fights, because you can engage fights as well, makes you so strong. And I actually feel like it's a bit of a mistake that Koro can get it once again, but I know they have to ban Zillion if they want to play Zed, so...
Giving him the safe lane, EDG, their early game safety, that already goes to the top lane. We'll have to see what AHQ can keep putting together. Clear Love and EU to pick.
Based on the rest of the bans, they kind of had to give him Maokai.
That's the problem,
The rise is potentially more
that's
fearful.
why I didn't ban Zed.
I guess so. It's not a big pick in China, as you've pointed out many times.
It's not, I mean, normally split pushing in China, it doesn't really happen. It's all about these team fights here, and Zed already has the problem. He's not super strong in team fights. He's extremely good in one-on-one and in split pushing, but it can be very hard to play team fights here. And I've never seen him play Zed before.
39 games, regular season playoffs and regionals, 0 Zed picks.
He's a utility laner.
Is this you telling Westor, I can beat you on Zed, even though I haven't played it
He says, let's fight blades for blades. And actually, the Nidalee also getting locked in on the side of AHQ. First time through.
Not a big surprise that we see the Nidalee against the Maokai because it's unbanned. It's something that Pride's plays.
Yes.
As far as the Zed pick, though, Yu is known as a jack of all trades as far as mid laners go. Big champion pool. And since they did burn that one ban on Lee Sin, this Zed pick is kind of like a pick as a ban, I think, more than anything else.
But it will, I mean, it is a different playstyle for Edward Gaming, because they are this slow early game, get into late game, we have like full scaling comms, normally hyper carry for Name, you have, again, tanky utility top laner, and then of course we see like this Orianna mid lane for you so often, where you scale into late game and you are so strong in these team fights. This is going to be a different playstyle, because suddenly you is going to be a split pusher now, and of course Ringar for clear off and Twitch login for Name. This is full pick comp.
If you're at Worlds, you're going to have to bring this stuff out. You cannot play the same thing every time. If they know EDG is going to just want to sit in lane for late game and try to win a Baron fight, then you're going to be able to get under their skin. And wow, the Blitzcrank will get locked in again.
He had to do it one more time.
I mean, again, it's a snowball support. Get a few good hooks and suddenly you have a few kills for your team and it's looking great. You have Talon again, give him a few kills. Nidalee can solo carry games by just split pushing. So AHQ doing the same as we saw against Samsung White here. A lot of snowball potential, a lot of high damage champions as well.
I mean, it is a David versus Goliath group. Although I do feel like this game is sneakily competitive. It's the bigger David and the slightly smaller Goliath facing up against each other, so maybe it could turn in. Yeah, they picked a lot of champions that have the potential to take over a game.
Yes, and again, EDG, different play style of different comp compared to what we normally see. Name on Twitch as well, it's one of his like best champions, but the way he actually plays it normally is he's the guy engaging team fights. Like he's in the front line engaging the fight. Now he's gonna have to one-on-one people and pick people off or be around you and then surprise them.
The last time I saw him play Twitch, it was actually in this Zillion Kale composition where he could jump up right next to someone. He can't do that now.
No, he cannot. And it's time right now to do that Twitter thing. Share your predictions for who's going to take this game. Tweet hashtag EDG win or AHQ win to @LOL Esports. And we'll count up your votes shortly as we get into game. We can see their EDG on your screen, ready and raring to go with this composition they're about to kind of enlighten us with.
We'll see whether or not you can become unstoppable. I mean, his Orianna was very good. Zed is a completely different animal right here.
Oh, we'll see it going into game now. We are onto the Rift. EDG on your screen. Name on Twitch. You see him running out of the fountain. Good pickup as we see another Nidalee coming in today. Not too much play for Nidalee coming into the World Championships, but when he, or she I should say, can be locked in, it is going to be in that top lane. Prides hits it up for this game. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on the Rift.
And this lane matchup here in the mid lane is very, very risky to play for the Talon, because early on it can be very hard for Westor actually to get some poke onto you. You can constantly poke him with the Q, and also if they do get an all-in, suddenly you have the Shadow coming in some extra damage for you here, which means Westor will have to actually jump him to outtrade him in damage, and suddenly you are at risk of getting ganked.
And Rengar isn't a fantastic ganker pre-6, but is a good counter ganker pre-6, or even rather threatening if Westor has burned all of his spells early on. So it's definitely a very, very risky lane if AHQ can't get control of the jungle.
We do see him start with Flash though, and his ward here, so going to be a lot of sustain for Westor in this mid lane. And he's going to need it in the start, because you should be able to get a small CS lead, and then once we get the ultis up here and Westor goes back, get his first item, we might see him do the same as we saw, was it Pawn do in earlier game?
Yeah, Pawn was just using his ultimate on cooldown on the Talon. That was against an Orianna though, to just continually push Naru out of lane again and again. I don't think that's as easy against Zed. If you try to hop in with an ultimate on him, he's going to ult you right back.
Could be a difficult situation. Well, going to love to see the fight between these two in the mid lane, hopefully with a little bit of jungle pressure as well.
Speaking of that mid lane fight, there's one last thing we're going to mention here, even though it won't come into play right off the bat. Double assassins, and neither one of them are bringing Ignite against each other, so it's very much an offensive lane. And Name's doing his Twitch thing.
Yeah,
here we
we've
go.
seen this before.
They don't have him hooked up with red buff this
Great read
time,
by Westor,
unfortunately.
honestly.
But yes, beautiful read. You kind of walked forward a little too soon there.
Yeah, but AHQ have done their homework here, because when Name plays Twitch and there is a lane swap, AHQ started the lane swap themselves. Then he likes to go into this mid lane, he has stealth up, get a few hits on the enemy mid lane, and that could actually be enough to simply win the mid lane for you.
It's like we get another lane swap coming into this game. A great mark there keeps Prides pretty safe here, as he has a bit of brush control for himself. FZZF doesn't want to have it or give him too much control over that. And we begin our laning phase. And Green Tea coming down here in a little bit to help out with the Prides.
I still think it was a pretty good start there by AHQ because of the homework they did. Name was a little bit late getting to that bottom lane, and they did set up the lane swap. This allows Blitzcrank to potentially roam.
Yeah, and also down this bottom lane, because Name and FCCF wasn't in the bot lane to actually freeze it up early on, it's been pushing now up towards AHQ, so Pride should be able to pick up some farm.
That's
exactly.
really
There's
critical.
no freeze because they went all in on the mid lane.
However, because Blitzcrank has already shown in the bottom lane, Koro will be able to farm against Garnet Devil in that top lane Maokai for Lucian.
Simply trading, then farm on the top laners. But you need the farm on Nidalee. That's the big deal about Nidalee when you do have these lane swaps. If she gets denied early on, she won't become the split-pushing monster one-on-one. The fact she can actually get a lot of farm here is very important for AHQ.
Unfortunate ward that Nas is sitting on top of. However, his presence alone is enough to deny Koro here. Ward or no ward.
You're gonna have to play this one slowly. Kind of taunting him out there.
At this point, Nas knows he's sitting on a ward, but he doesn't care because he's using it to deny experience and trying to give Garnet Devil a lead in that lane.
Still a win situation for him, and he's gonna be able to hug this one out cleanly. Not knowing where Rengar is right now, though, this could get scary, but he's gonna be in base, so Nas has the good to go.
But we have to talk about Clearlove and his Rengar game we saw earlier. I wasn't too impressed either. I mean, Clearlove for me is a jungler who's extremely strong in team fights and in terms of like counter ganking. But he's a guy who prefers to just sit and farm. In that case, Rengar would benefit him. But the ganks he did try to pull off in the game earlier today where we saw Edward Gaming, they weren't very successful, and I wasn't actually too impressed by his Rengar.
I gotta say, Rengar is probably the most polarizing champion depending on who plays it, right? We've seen Insec on it so far in this World Championship, and it looked absolutely unstoppable.
Yep.
And we've seen some very lackluster Rengars. The champion is like that, though. He's very unforgiving for players who aren't exactly perfect on him or fall behind early.
Let's see if Garnet Devil keeps himself out of a scary position here. Again, Clearlove coming in before 6. They're trying to get something going here for Koro in the top lane, and Clearlove himself.
Best thing about this is he's maxed up his ferocity, so if he lands that first spell, they can lock him down for quite a long time. And he is not showing that he knows where he is. Ooh,
wow.
Whoa!
Okay, that was huge.
That was huge. Game sense.
That's all it is. That is just a sixth sense of knowing where he could be. What a read.
Beautiful.
Even if it was as simple as Koro not throwing the saplings, he is now holding the lane. There's too much freeze. Something alerted Garnet Devil. Crazy
Probably
play
just
there.
Koro's play. That's one really underrated thing about solo laners working with their junglers, not having any tells in lane, not over-baiting. At that point, it seemed like Garnet Devil saying, there's no way Koro would be playing this way if he didn't have backup, may as well check.
Right, because Koro actually, just before Clearlove went to the top lane, he was trying to push out the lane one-on-one, but as soon as Clearlove showed himself for Koro, he started backing away, was hoping for Garnet Devil to step forward and hit him. He was like, yeah, you know what, why are you suddenly playing so passive? Are you actually baiting me? End up checking the bush.
Doesn't take it as a sense of weakness, and he knows to keep himself safe. It's going to be a pickaxe buy for him on the first back, and we're going to get these lanes swapped out. Looks like Prides is going to have himself a top lane now versus Koro.
It's a pretty good lane swap
here. The lane already too.
No, but it's been a pretty good lane swap for HQ in the sense they got farm on Nidalee. Now they get the one-on-one. Might just try and chase for a kill here. Force a flash at least.
Absolutely, forces the flash underneath the turret, twisted it down, goes down, one more swipe, coming out from Koro to stop the first blood.
So close, but Pride's really knowing the damage here. Once you apply your passive with Nidalee, your Q all of a sudden does 33% more damage.
Yep.
And you're just jumping in there, almost killing him.
And those Nidalee spears, though, they're so thin now. The slightest of side steps by Koro right there. Save his skin.
Save his bark, really. Gets out of that one alive. 7 minutes coming up on the clock. We'll see what Prides can do to continue to mark his territory in the top lane. He does have it warded up. He'll be safe to return. Good invade now. No, or rather, not invade, but safety from Nas as you pushing up in mid.
So, as we talked about like 5 minutes ago when we were setting up the lane here, in this mid lane, we talked about how you should be able to have the pressure. He's been doing a good job. 20 CS lead, forced Westdoor back to base here. He did buy the Brutalizer now, so now we have to see if he wants to try and go aggressive onto you, but it's going to be extremely risky.
Talon's not exactly a great pick against Zed matchup-wise. I mean, Frawley will definitely have his own version of how this mid lane matchup goes, but the Talon, in my experience and visualization, hasn't had huge amounts of success early against Zed. Westdoor is paying the price in the early game.
61-43, Brutalizer to Brutalizer as they're going neck to neck in that lane. FCZF starting to get some wards onto the Dragon now as they prep the first objective. Just a 300 gold lead is what separates these two teams, and it'll be quite a fight once we get the teleports coming in.
Look at the first item here from Koro. Just going straight for Ninja Tabi, because on the side of AHQ, it's all physical damage here. I mean, you can just stack armor all day long for EDG, and normally when we see these like full physical comps, they really fall off late game because there's going to be so much armor on the other side of the team, it becomes so hard to actually kill the target.
And that Maokai will be able to stack armor like no other. Even get late game. Plus, he kind of needed the Ninja Tabi to be able to run away from Prides a little bit faster. But they have to get to that late game for it to matter.
Trying to close down on Clear Love, but he realizes people are exiting lane and he needs to exit the jungle as well. Nice arcane smash on the jump in to stop the pounce. Throws a little short on the ball.
And that was very important because once again he had the passive on his head, he would take more damage, completely denies it, passive with off, and back to just standard farming. Down his bottom lane, Name has actually been holding his own on this Twitch. Normally Twitch, I mean we did see the lane swap in the start, but people don't like to 2v2 with Twitch. It's very risky matchups.
Blitzcrank as well though can show some weakness in lane, so it's kind of balancing itself out unless Green Tea lands just the right hook. He's not having too much presence in that lane.
Very interesting on both sides.
Oh, they have a big, big level advantage.
One missed hook means that pressure is down though, so they got to make these count. Level 6 is hit. They're both level 5s. How got Akbo right now? The silence comes in. Is it the death? Oh! The flash flay to stop the flash in coming in from AHQ. FCZF with the plays.
What a close move right there. Name, again an EDG member in the early game, gets away with a sliver of health. Eventually AHQ is going to have to convert one of these kills or they're going to get countered.
I don't know if we're going to see anything of a teleport here. No, it's no teleports coming in because the fight's actually on the teleport in the top lane. Another great arcane smash, but it was before the pounds. They start to execute, and they will take him down. First blood for Nas. But the box goes down, and they're going to try to put Garnet Devil in it, actually. He is supposed to be safe from it. Green Tea now trying to get the hook, but he gets hooked by FCZF. The cleanup in the bot lane coming in for EDG, and Clear Love gets 2 for himself.
That is exactly the gank that EDG needed. Now Clear Love gets the 2 kills on Rengar to build whatever he wants. Plus, because of the double kill, they can take the Dragon afterwards. EDG has survived the early game and made it to the team fight phase that they know and love with that play.
We say a lot that EDG likes to wait. They can wait, but they're not afraid to make plays if they have a chance to.
No, definitely not. And Clear Love here, with the gang down in bottom lane, because Name was already taken so low from the fight beforehand, he knew that AHQ was going to stay at the tower and keep the pressure going. Walks in, gets the laser. Westo is dead.
That's gonna hurt.
No. Where's the Q?
There's no pop.
He got him.
Whoa, yep. And he pulls the R, the ultimate shadow back for safety.
Remember that Westor picked his Talon into Zed. He was already locked in by you, and he knew he was going to have a hard time early game. But now also end up giving a kill. Dragon as well for EDG. You have 2 kills on your Rengar. This split pushing machine you will become is going to be extremely scary, especially because Rengar can always join in and suddenly it's 2v1.
Straight up solo cannot happen though in this game, especially with Westor trying to carry HQ out of this one. I have to go back to that bottom lane though, and one of the reasons Clear Love's gank was so effective. Nope. It's because when they went in, those flashes being burned preemptively were just so critical. It was just a perfect setup for a Clear Love gank. And that's why we said AHQ needs to be able to close out those kills or they're going to start getting countered.
Ooh. Could have a big play here on Garnet. They actually pull in FCZF. He's going to take a few turret shots. No flash available because he gets silenced on that one. Garnet Devil a little too far out, and somehow they change it in their favor for EDG once again.
So it was actually a very good thing for FCZF to be hooked here because he didn't have to use the flash. He got behind Garnet Devil all of a sudden. There was no flash on him. He could just flame, land the hook, and get the kill here. So EDG really showing up in this early game, and once again, because they are playing a bit of a different comp, we should expect them to be more aggressive in the early game. And I talked about Clear Love's Rengar before. He's looking pretty good so far.
Hey, he had a little bit rough in the very early game, but because his first ultimate was so well executed, sometimes that's what makes or breaks a Rengar. The first ultimate they use at level 6.
We were talking about the Rengar builds a little bit earlier. He does start to stack up that flare. He's not going to just sit on the Madrids for now. A lot of pressure towards this top lane. Nas throws down the ulti. He's going to get Clear Love. Clear Love's got full stacks. Uses the ferocity. It looks like they're going to be going in. That's the death mark going down, and Nas hits the floor. Prize over the wall with twisted advance. An unfortunate event, and he goes down as well.
From bad to worse is one of the biggest things we see right there. Clear Love looked like he got a little bit caught out, but EDG, as they always seem to do when we watch their games, collapse faster than the other team and turn every skirmish into a team fight.
It is quite crazy, especially when they start getting ahead this far. You look at Nami to be the AD carry for the team. Hasn't have to be an AD carry or carry for the team. Everybody else is doing a great job right now. Clear Love coming up huge. We haven't even seen you start the split push yet if he wanted to. And it looks like EDG returned back to lane on both sides. Westor picking up blue buff here. Pink wards on the side of AHQ. Let's see where they start putting them.
And look at the items here for Garnet Devil. Because he knows there's going to be so much action early on, seeing as EDG already has the bleeding and just keep pressuring it, he actually decided to get a crit cloak, even though you normally want to have a BF sword and a pickaxe. But this time around, he didn't have enough gold for it. He figured, I need some items now. It doesn't really matter what I get as long as I'm building towards the Infinity Edge. I have to get some items. He could have gone for a Brutalizer as well and get a Ghostblade as the first item just to get some power.
I'm a little surprised you didn't actually just go for more longswords. The critical cloak is going to need a lot of luck to try and pay off. Interestingly enough, we were checking a lot of rune pages early on in the game. So many players are running one red crit rune. It's this incredibly widespread thing in jungle and at the AD carry position.
And support. Zero.
And support, yeah. Zero on Janna. Runs 1% crit. And I've been looking for the jungle crits today. I've seen it once. 6 games, and it was on a blue buff.
Oh man, this could be some pain going into Nas. He does have the mark over his head. He goes down from the death mark on you. Fight towards Koro in the top lane now. It's not going to be any pressure from anyone here. These guys are the only teleporters, and they're going face to face. Looks like it's going to be an extended one with the heals.
He needs the lantern.
There he comes. They finally closed in. Jat, like you said before, EDG is always the one to close in first.
Poor Prides. He is just one man against the world right here, and EDG is always bringing backup.
Yeah, and EDG is just walking around in the jungle of AHQ. They've already warded up, so they could just move between these lanes. Whenever there's action in any of the lanes, expect multiple members of EDG to show up.
All right, see if Green Tea can make a play coming up here. Looking for the hook. Looks like he's getting as close as he can. Koro on point with his sidesteps today, and he's just going to take that one to the backside.
Gonna deal with the revenge. Miss hook, don't care, I'm just going to hit you with my ult.
EDG waiting. They know they're not hatching a ward on this one. Nas just on the other side. Whoa, he does get the alert system out. Nas gets hooked. He's going to get chewed up by Clear Love, and it looks like Prides tries to get back to lane. They do get at CCF. That's going to be a kill for Garnet Devil if he can finalize this one.
Take it, Green Tea, take it.
That's... Yep, the Ignite's going to be coming out, actually.
Yes.
Oh, it's Green Tees. Westor's in the fight. Nami gets out of this one alive. He can still be shooting from the outside, but he's way too low. Now goes the kill for Garnet Devil. They're going to be following Green Tea on overdrive. Will he be able to find one more? And it does not look like he will.
Still chasing.
Slow.
He might. He's got flash.
Flash up.
But this could be a tower as well. I mean, a lot of kills all of a sudden for AHQ here. Actually punishing EDG for being a little bit over-aggressive. They were going for the kills. There's a little Z in the bottom lane, however.
It all started, though, with that Green Tea hook over the wall. That was a very surprising move there by AHQ. They didn't really seem to be fighting back, and all at once, they catch EDG by surprise.
If there's anything we learned yesterday for AHQ against Samsung White, it's that Green Tea is the guy to set up all the kills on this Blitzcrank.
He's not afraid to as well. He'll miss a few hooks, and he will keep going in on these fights. And the best part about it is AHQ usually has a few members there to fight it. The worst part about it is if they don't, EDG always gets there first.
I mean, speaking of kill setups, they do have you on the run. Let's see this.
So where's the rest of EDG? How fast do they get here? That's one, missed one. This is going to absolutely turn into a complete dragon test.
He should have flashed and just knocked him up and then hooked him while he was in the air.
Power fist.
I mean, he would have gotten the kill. They could go for dragon then after and get some more gold here. So Green Tea should actually have flashed for this one.
Yeah, a little bit too much faith in his own skill shot skill right there. You can really see AHQ needs to make this one work, though, but unless they get a pick with Blitzcrank, it's going to be real tough for them to set this one up. I saw Clear Love at the very start of that last engagement. The level of damage he is putting out right now as a level 10 Rengar with damage items is rather remarkable. And HQ has ward control, though.
Monta said it on the desk. If you want to stop a split push as well, Rengar's a good one to do that, so Prides can't really get himself into a situation to put AHQ back in the game. could be difficult. This Dragon still getting hit up, half health. He's going to go back home and heal up. Green Tea could be looking for a hook from the side here, but he does not want the tree.
Look at Westor here on the minimap. He's constantly staying at the mid lane. He wants to flank around EDG, trying to get on Tsunami in the background. Here's the fight!
Locks down Prides, gets hit up very early. No more heals can come from him. They shut down a bit of the utility, but EDG is now looking to keep themselves alive. To the outside goes Clearlove, but he's back into the fight with the rest of the team. Great focus coming around from AHQ, but they just cannot close down the health bars because EDG's got way too much damage.
Where was the patience there by AHQ? They went when they did not have to go. They hooked a low health Koro, which just basically pulled them into the team because you could explode on them. And I believe Westor blew his full combo while sitting on the exhaust because he didn't want to wait longer time.
And he couldn't really find a target. Again, he was staying at the mid lane. He wanted to flank. He wants to get onto like Name or you maybe. Just try and burst one of the squishy targets. But he ended up actually walking in when the fight was almost over.
Far and ahead already. Let's see this one more time. Green Tea didn't want that grab, but he was forced to pretty much make one.
Yeah, Prides gets completely caught out while they're pulling the wrong target. This fight started on EDG's timeline. It was a really good box as well, but I mean, to burn 3/4 of his combo while sitting on that exhaust, if he waits that long to make it in anyway, at least wait until the exhaust is gone, and they could have gotten a few kills.
Problem for him though was that his team were kind of already like either disengaged or already died, so he was gonna be the next target. So yeah, you can try and wait like for one more second, but do you really want to take the chance? Because if a hook had landed for FCCF, we would have been saying, why didn't he ult?
EDG now 2 Blade of the Rune Kings finished to a point in the game where they love. Baron would be quite easy for them to do if they get the vision down necessary to get that done. Still looking for some type of carry from AHQ. Will it be the split push? Will it be Green Tea's grabs? Because some have been missing, but when they've been hitting, he's not getting the people he wants.
Yeah, the trouble with this as well is AHQ's running that full physical composition. They either needed Prides to get ahead enough to create a split push threat. That's not going to happen now against that Glacial Shroud Maokai. And the team fights, especially since Clearlove can pick up his armor now, are going to be a little bit difficult.
Lots of cooldown in the builds coming from EDG here. They're looking to just keep these fights going. Turn them even more bloody. Pride staying on the back here. He does not want to get caught out if he's farming this one early. He's ready to just wait for it to come to the turret. So it seems like AHQ is ready to buy themselves some time. Give themselves a window to farm back up here and get to a point where they can contest these objectives.
And EDG at the moment just needs to make sure you has a one-on-one in the bottom lane, and he can win it and then take a tower. So that's why you see 4 members from EDG moving to this top lane here, forcing AHQ as well to be there to defend. And then it's all about Westor against you down this bottom side.
Westor's Talon has been very underwhelming, I would have to say. And at this point, they're so far behind, especially as Talon. He is an all-in champion right now. I don't see how he's going to find an effective use in this match, especially now that FCZF's exhaust is almost back off cooldown again. I mean, he used it so perfectly last fight.
Face of the mountain as well for him, so you have the shield, you even have the lantern shield, and as you just mentioned, the exhaust, and
wow, right in onto Westor. He does not have a chance to breathe on that one. FCZF looking to continue. Pride's on to EDG. And it looks like Yu is going to stay alive on that one. Prides gets himself in out of the fight as Yu back to the team with a dark passage. And they somehow, man, how do they continue these fights? Beautifully done. Left and right, it's just AHQ trying to find a way out of these fights.
4 for 1, you could really see EDG as just taking control of this game now. Every fight they find is a better one. They're the ones picking the fights against the team that needs to get picks. AHQ is just getting completely obliterated.
Everything they focus just disappears in front of their eyes and then reappears as the engage happens from EDG. It's looked perfect so far coming from them. 304 unstoppable now coming out on Zed. He's doing quite well for himself.
Again, he had a good matchup in the mid lane. He managed to win it. Even killed Westor one-on-one actually in the lane. Getting a top tower now, got a bot tower earlier as well. I mean, the split pushing in starting. And as long as the rest of EDG can make sure they have control of the rest of the map. Let's just see it again.
Crazy.
Yeah, flash jump there from Koro, just setting up an easy kill for you. He actually took a fair bit of damage coming in there. And then Green Tea is the one who gets hooked to a retreating Koro who just ends up helping out with the initiation. At that point, EDG is just piling on everyone, collapsing and making a team fight. Although,
that's a pick.
Very nicely done. Something that made me here.
Late.
Still, yeah, and again, it's also too early in the game to actually go for Baron here, even though they managed to get a kill, and also it was just onto the support. So EDG managed to get a kill, but can't really do anything with it other than place a few wards.
This is going to be tough if AHQ gets pushed back to their base. Oh my gosh, not even in the base right now, and it's going to be EDG that finds a pick for themselves. AHQ cannot let these things happen.
That is a ridiculously fed Rengar, I think is what we saw right there. He basically soloed the solo laner right there in Westdoor from stealth. Look out.
A little bit out of hand on that one. As I was just saying, it's going to be tough for AHQ once they get pushed back to the turrets. Their wave clear is not immaculate, or not too great, I should say. And they're going to be pushed in quite hard. The static shiv trying to be built up by Garnet Devil to supplement that just a little bit.
And again, right now, if EDG wants to, they can just split up in all the lanes. Send you in one lane. You have Koro as well. Like, put Koro in the bottom lane so you do have the Baron pressure where you can teleport up and join in. Have you push the top lane, and then you put Nami in the mid lane. He push out the wave, and then him and Clearlove together can just go to either top lane or the bottom lane and just find a pick. I mean, you can dive people, you can find them in the jungle because you have all the wards placed. There are so many possible picks for EDG here.
You got a lot of options when you got a 10,000 gold team.
And it works out, especially when you're so far ahead. If Clearlove doesn't get the engage he wants, he just finds a dark passage from SDZF. They're out, and they try it again.
So I'm just going to think about the group as a whole right now, because everyone expects Samsung White and EDG to make it out of this group. AHQ needs to pull off an upset to be able to come back out of this one. They're going to be sitting at 1-2. Based on what happened against Dark Passage, they're probably going to beat them again.
Right.
The thing that AHQ needs to be asking themselves during this game is, where are the windows for us to beat EDG the next time they play? Because that's all they need if they want to be able to come out of this group.
Slow pushes into that bottom lane now. Trying to get this down so EDG can get themselves a nice Baron attack. Oh my gosh, on to Westdoor. Definitely going to have to be a better lane matchup if they want that face-off to go any better, Jat. This is going down way too in favor of EDG. A good pickup there by AHQ, though.
Right, but it's also just because everything has gone horribly wrong for Westdoor in this game. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse. Zed can just snowball out of control here. EDG not able to get a tower. Oh, Green Tea with Flash.
Yeah, as you said, just a horrible game for Westdoor. Everything going against him. He got chased down. They were able to collapse, but they still lost a lot of turret pressure. To get back to their windows of opportunity, though, they still have some individual playmaking, but you can see they might actually be pushing a little bit too hard and going a little bit too far in that sense. I think you need a playmaker. Don't make every single player the guy who would try and solo carry the game, because then you don't actually have any team cohesion, and that's really hurting them in this game, I think.
And it's really been a problem if you look at like picks and bans, how every single team going into the games against AHQ can say at least 2 of our bans will go to Westdoor. And then if you pick the third, like assassin out of Zed, TF, and obviously Fizz, I don't know if we should call TF so much of an assassin, but still one of his like main picks where he can actually carry games, it becomes impossible because the rest of the members on AHQ, they don't pull any bans, at the moment at least.
Right.
So there's too much focus on Westdoor, meaning he has to pick something like a Talon and just try and carry the game.
And was he trying to replicate today, right? He's only really played Talon once in the 23 games of their season, so to come out and say, maybe we can just keep that pressure on using my ultimate every minute, did not really work out for him. So they're definitely reaching and grabbing for a few of those things, like you said, that they're looking for.
Oh, here we go, another Rengar. He showed that pink ward. It's done for. I actually do have to point out, though, again, because they played so many games during the regular season, and he just never played the Zed.
That's who
showing the depth of his actual champion pool, because he's played very well on Zed.
Oh, he's been great, to be honest, but it also shows how we had some time between the last few games of the season before World start where people could start picking up new champions, and Zed, everyone knew he was going to be a big pick coming into Worlds, and when you have a mid laner like you, and just when you're on like these professional teams, you have to be able to play like these top tier picks.
And it's a level of training. I mean, we even saw Dyrus pick up Rumble heading into the World Championships as well. These teams did have a lot of time to prepare. And here we go, fight for EDG. They get a nice catch.
Nas locked up pretty much. He's forced to jump out of the fight. Everything happening in defense here for AHQ as they start to go down. EDG closing in, and the stranglehold now down. They get Clear Love this time. He will be going down to the turret. They are forced out of their bases. EDG kind of takes their side of the map over.
They're actually trading 1-for-1 here, and a lot of damage onto EDG, so they won't really be able to push anywhere. Once again, a hook from Green Tea onto the tower.
A pretty slick hook, as you said right there. The main reason that one turned around. Clear Love, because he was getting so far ahead, continued to build those damage items, meaning when he did get pulled into the turret, he was able to get bursted down pretty quickly. So a little sigh of relief from AHQ there. That was a great ultimate by Westdoor. He did a ton of damage to the team. It's the main reason EDG had to back out.
This could be one of those windows. Give them a time to breathe. AHQ could possibly set up their wards. They definitely have to clear the plethora around Baron Pit right now that EDG has. So if AHQ can get themselves into position, you can definitely start to whittle away at this gold lead that EDG has right now, around 11,000. It's going to be tough. We still have a lot of time to go in this game, according to what stands in the base of AHQ.
And as long as they can keep wards in their own jungle around this Baron here, and also keep the Baron warded, of course, they might actually be able to buy some time. But if you do look at their comp and what we talked about earlier with the full physical, against a Maokai, again a Rengar, fantastic late game, you're not really going to outscale. And this Nidalee pick has not been able to do anything in a one-on-one because Pride has been so far behind. So AHQ just have to try and go for these picks, and they need to hope that EDG is going to play like over-aggressive. But they're normally a team who is extremely strong in the late game and won't make any mistakes in the late game.
Right, even if they're looking like they're doing a big dive, which they're willing to do, it's usually much more calculated than the other teams in China for sure. That's definitely their big strength. Even vision control. They definitely bought a ton of wards yesterday in the game against White. This one, however, they're going to be walking through that one ward. Nas got to run
Kill
real
that
fast,
pink ward
though.
again. Yes, 2 ultis, 2 pink wards.
That's efficiency right there. 2 ultis, 3 pink wards, perhaps. They need to get a little bit better vision control. They realized that one gets spotted out. They do have the 4 sweepers, but they need to get some more forward pink wards, actually. FCZF probably needs to move his a little bit further up if they want to get full control and continue to press around this Baron Pit.
You can see they're pretty risk-averse with the objective fights. They want it out of the objective. They want their pick.
Why don't they just go top lane at the moment? I mean, they have wards to spot AHQ. The top lane is pushing in, and this mid lane wasn't pushed. If you go like 20 seconds ago, they got to rush straight for top lane, picked up a tower instead. Starting the Baron now.
They're forcing AHQ into a team fight. Blitz Nidalee without a setup isn't necessarily a great fight. They still need to get a catch of some type, though. It's on FCZF since Clear Love's ultimate is down.
Ooh. FCZF throwing on face of the mountain. He thought he was going to be grabbed by Green Tea, but he's not liking to grab any of the non-priority targets right now. I think he's got it in his head that he's zeroing in on Name, trying to make sure Clear Love gets locked out and really peel for Garnet Devil here. What will they be able to do? It's looking pretty grim.
And they need ulti ready for Clear Love first. I mean, we've seen 2 being used already. Only managed to get some pink wards, couldn't actually get onto anyone else from AHQ, and because there's no cooldown reduction for Clear Love, it does take a while for him to get ulti ready. Now it's up and they're going for it.
The teleport coming in from Koro, and he gets right onto Garnet Devil. That's going to be a lockdown from you, and they just surprise AHQ by showing up behind him and starting the party.
Just a devastating fight. Home guard teleports. That's one way of getting in behind the team. They had the ward control. HQ was trying to control the Baron, and they got wrecked.
Over the wall we go. Clear Love says, hang on, I'm going to try. Make sure nobody else comes from this side. I'm looking for Westdoor. We're looking for Nas right now.
1v5?
It's like they get him. Westdoor goes in a little early. Yeah. Nas on the other side. Is he going to try to do much? And it looks like he's just going to hang out on the red buff for now. No vision to see.
Again, you have Exhaust here. You have the Lantern Shield as well. You have Face of the Mountain. It is so hard for Westdoor to actually find a target.
They're all trying. Everyone on HQ is trying their own version of the 1v5 right now. They're all thinking pentakill.
It's called Gladiator.
But it doesn't quite work out that way.
go in and see if you can come out alive.
That's
so
just
far,
desperation
not working.
speaking.
Absolutely.
Total desperation.
Trying to do what they can. The timer's still relatively low, but it's really not something that's in their favor. They're still dead. It's still EDG picking things up, and they are starting to run amok on the map. Let's see this one more time.
Whoop.
It was that fast.
That was the forest. Anyway, here's the fight. And it's just a beautiful setup with the teleport in behind them. And as soon as you lock down just one target, the rest of EDG can follow up and get all the kills.
First pick Maokai. Definitely paying off for them right here.
It is such a good pick for EDG. They love to team fight. You get hard engaged. And Koro is playing it really well here. So I feel like, again, going into the later stages of the group stage now, I mean, you probably have to consider banning it.
And that's something that we came up with when we were watching Koro, when we did our research, is that great comms and his synergy in team fights is ridiculous. He said, guys, I'm coming in, and I'm going to be right behind them.
I love the synergy in EDG's item builds right now as well. Triple Randwin's Omen against the full physical team. Also triple Ghost Blade because they want to take down those targets.
I love you so much, Green Tea. Oh my god.
Yet another one.
I mean, that was beautiful.
It was a really nice hook, knowing where they're going to be coming for the setup.
The Boom Boom Blitzcrank getting in the good shots when they count, but man, is it too little, too late. EDG is looking to pressure this bottom turret now with Baron on hand. It's going to be pretty tough for AHQ to defend.
And this game, I mean, even though EDG has been so far ahead, they've not been able to take down the towers really because, again, they don't have a comp to siege.
Yeah.
Twitch is probably the worst AD carry, one of the worst to do it. Zed, of course, you can't really do it with him. Which means EDG has just been looking for the picks, and every time they got a pick, either they could, I mean, they've been able to take like 1 or 2 towers off it, but that's been it.
Well, they've definitely been able to take a substantial gold lead as well. And the objectives that aren't turrets. Many dragons, many barons, many blue buffs.
Pink wards.
Yeah, many pink wards. I think it's a matter of time. They have a whole bunch of armor.
For sure.
They're just building up there.
2 Frozen Hearts, doesn't hurt.
Yeah, Frozen Heart on MCCF.
Not gonna be doing too much damage to either the top lane or the support right now. And then you have everybody diving in, pretty much zeroing you out instantly. They're not even building armor past those Randuins. They don't need it. So far ahead in this game right now, 62.8 thousand to 46. This is where they need to close it out though. Teams this far ahead need to start definitively closing out games because they get caught like this. Can EDG close in though? Maelstrom keeping a lot of damage off of Coral right now. He is huge.
A very, very scary tree right now. I mean, that's what happens when a Maokai can itemize only one main resistance because he's such a tanky beast already. You give him more efficiency with those tank stats and he will become that big.
Garnet Devil only facing you on that one. Keeps himself alive, has to flash out of that, so it's not going to be as safe the next time they get the engage. FCZF on the front line takes a bit more damage than he wanted to. But Koro can stand there, so he's going to be the front line for the team, taking the culling as well. That'll be regened nicely by Baron.
Remember, there's no ult for you here, so if AHQ wants to fight it, this is the time. Just try and go for it. Hope the Zed can do anything in the fight. In the end, though, EDG managed to disengage. The ulti is ready fairly soon, and then it's up to them to go for the kills.
Green Tea does have his flash up. I'm ready for the hook. Just waiting for it to come in.
I mean, what are you going to hook him into? Your inhibitor? The inhibitor's not going to help. Prize gets caught.
Gotta try something. Then next to the Nexus turrets now. He does get Koro, though. Not the one he wanted. And it looks like they're going to be able to get through inhibitor. That is you all the way to the back line on the Garnet Devil. And he does get the E hit as well to add the extra damage. Cancels him out. And it looks like it's going to be the Nexus for EDG.
When it's all told, even though they weren't able to siege that well, it's still just 36 minutes. They definitely got a whole bunch of kills, and they close out AHQ.
28-10, 36 minutes into the game. A beautiful game for Clear Love on Rengar. And it's going to be EDG taking down AHQ.
And in this game, we actually have to look at the early game and say there was a lot of misplays, of course, from AHQ. The double flash down the bottom lane, set up the gank from Clear Love. And then once we had all these aggressive plays in like the first 5 minutes, it seemed like AHQ suddenly realized, oh, we are playing too aggressive, let's just be more, like, play more safe. So when they actually had chances to do something, they didn't go for it.
And AHQ had the game under control until that bottom lane misplay, right? They were not able to close the kill. Clearlove capitalized, and once Clearlove got going, he's such a good team fight initiator and pick catcher once he gets a little bit of farm that he was able to end the game on that way.
Right, and again, I'm thinking back to Green T when he's chasing you on Z. He has the chance to actually flash, knock him up, kill him, get a dragon for his team, and almost even out the gold. That's where you have to pull the trigger if you want to come back in a game like this, and that's where a team like AHQ, a team like Dark Passage, they don't have the quick decision making yet, or they don't know exactly, okay, now is the time we have to strike if you want to come back. Otherwise, we saw what happened. EDG just kept getting more and more gold, getting more and more picks, and
we also realized EDG is damn good at dodging skill shots all day. This could have been a completely different game if 50% of those hooks hit for Green T, because they were on point when he was in position. It would have been Twitch a few times, and then even when Korra was weak enough, he would have gone down.
Think back to the very beginning of that game, the level 4 Nidalee coming into the level 5 Maokai. The last little sidestep on that hook. If that hook lands, Nidalee completely takes control of that lane. It sucks ClearLove up away from the bottom lane. It allows Garnet Devil to get going. Maybe it unlocks Westor a little bit in teamfights. Skill shot dodging, pretty big.
Definitely a winning factor in that game for EDG to come out. When we saw their play style of slowness, again, the way they do it, different from Chinese teams, but not afraid to execute when they need to, as we saw ClearLove do in the bot lane.
And the thing is now also, if you are in Group B and you're like TSM, your Royal Club, and you're looking at EDG and Samsung White here, and you see how dominant they are against these teams, it is going to be pretty scary going into the quarterfinal, because obviously number 1 from Group B is going to face number 2 from Group A here. And as it looks right now, EDG is going to be number 2 unless they can beat Samsung White next week.
Yeah, we're at that halfway point right now. So I think specifically Group B has a really interesting road ahead. Starhorn Royal Club, even though they are 3-0, they had 2 rather close games, right? They probably should have lost against TPA, and they were the closest to losing against SK of a lot of the teams, so it's not like it's set in stone up there. And even though EDG was very good in their showing against AHQ here, I don't think they were nearly the same level that we saw Samsung White. So I think that Group B definitely has so much importance on the number 1 seed as we move towards the next 2 days to close out the groups.
I'm 100% agree, of course, because facing Samsung White, the team everyone was talking about and hyping up and saying this is probably the best team in the world. As long as they dodge Samsung Blue, they can take the whole tournament. So getting the number 1, it simply means Group B is going to be so exciting tomorrow. And now for EDG and Samsung White, it's just all about finishing up the last few games against Dark Passage and AHQ, and then it's all about the big final, which is going to be in 2 days, I believe. I said tomorrow, that's wrong. In 2 days, and then with the big final.
Well, EDG came in saying that wasn't their focus for Samsung White, and they've started to, get the wins they need in other spots in the group. So that's somewhat working out for them.
EDG has been able to secure themselves a pretty good position. No, they were not able to beat White, but they had very convincing victories against the other 2 in the group. That's all they really came in here looking to do, is make it into the quarterfinals.
The problem is, however, if Royal Club secures number 1 in Group B, and we have EDG against Royal Club, it's actually not a matchup which is too much in favor of EDG, because Royal Club is so damn good at getting this early lead and snowballing it, which is where EDG sometimes tend to be weak in the early game, and it could be a very risky matchup.
Well, what else can we expect from EDG now? We see you coming out with Zed for the first time ever and playing it very well. So what else do they have?
It seems like they're really versatile. Definitely the most versatile team in China. I mean, that's the reason they were able to win both the spring and the summer splits. They play controlled, and they adapt to the situation more so than anything else.
And Name, a 3-title LPL winner, he knows what it's all about to be on the stage. So these guys really got it going. For an insider's view on that match, let's send it over to Shox, who is on the stage with a member of the victorious Edward Gaming.
Thank you very much, guys. And I am indeed standing by with the AD carry, Name. First off, you guys built up a strong advantage here very early. How come it took kind of long for you guys to close this game out?
好，那美想请问你一下，其实你们队伍在前期就已经有蛮大的领先，那为什么这个比赛打了这么久才结束？
因为有一波在上路由于交流失误吧，然后导致我们死掉了3个到4个人头，然后就是让他们打回了一些局势吧。然后所以后面由于机器人的原因，我们也不太敢就是过于冲塔那种，因为会有机器人这种英雄，如果你追得很深，会导致很危险这种。
Okay, so basically we have one team fight that we lost on the top lane, and we died around 3 to 4 players, and I'm not so sure. But for that fight, we actually get them that HQ got some advantage back. So we weren't like so sure about our economy lead, so we weren't able to do some risky moves like diving. So it kind of make it long.
I see. Well, you had a great game. How have you managed the high expectations that were surrounding your play here from both the Chinese scene and the foreign scene?
大家都知道，其实 EDG 是中国一线战队。那中国的不管是观众或是队伍，都对你们很大的支持。那你想必也会有很大的期待。那怎么样面对中国跟来自海外粉丝观众的期待呢？
尽我们最大努力走到最后吧，希望我们能进决赛。
I'll just do my best and hope we can make it to the championship.
Well, as you guys said, it is the most important thing to get out of groups. Yet, last game on Sunday is that rematch versus Samsung White. What can you show us versus Imp this time around?
OK， 所以礼拜天最后一场比赛，你们要对上三星白。那你们会怎么对上 Imp 跟 Meta 呢？
我们就是尽力而为吧。
We'll just do our best.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Let's kick it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Another game, another correctly predicted one from the analyst desk. First things first, I want to talk about the mid lane matchup. Prolly, the Talon into Zed, you really didn't like that from Picks and Bans.
I was really upset about that. I mean, the sad thing is I learned how bad that matchup was in solo queue. It's not even possible in competitive when the other player is, knowledgeable about this matchup. And the biggest power spike in that matchup for Zed comes when they hit 6. Because it turns into an ult chicken, but with Zed with a huge advantage. If Zed ever ults first, he can probably still win that. If Talon ults first, he instantly dies to Zed. So there's almost... I don't see any way to win that matchup unless you get, I don't know, maybe jungle camped, some kind of big external factor to change the way that lane goes.
Well, talking about jungle camping, we've seen another Chinese Rengar. Yep. I'm going to choose my words here. Despite Insect being Korean, he's playing on the Chinese server, Chinese teams. The only other person that has pulled out Rengar was Wins to a very lackluster performance. No other team's doing it yet. But again, another very powerful, strong Rengar play. I mean, Freak, what do you think of that?
Yeah, this is interesting to see the regional differences, basically. In North America, it was copying the, I'm blanking the name, the Dandy build, right, which is Madrids into Cutlass into CDR into Tank. And I don't know if I love the high damage Reckless Rengar builds, which is Finisher, Feral Flare, grab a Cutlass, grab a Brutalizer, build Squishy until 35 minutes in, or maybe you grab a Randuin's. I feel like that's too risky. But I guess we'll have to see. They're making it work, but it's an easy group is the problem.
Yeah, I'm skeptical that the Insect build that we saw that was like Flare into Yomu's Ghostblade is actually going to work out in terms of higher level play if they were against a more challenging opponent that you weren't so convinced that you were just going to assassinate immediately.
I just wonder if you're going to see more Rengar once Lee Sin and Kha'Zix are going to be entered into the bans, because usually both make it through. One team pick up one, the other team will pick up the other, but this time Lee Sin was banned, Kha'Zix is early picked, and then what's left as an answer really? Yeah, there's Rengar and then maybe Elise, but Elise doesn't really spike at 6 anymore, and these play like most junglers have been relatively passive, so once they hit level 6, you're just so far behind as an Elise, so I don't even know what other junglers are going to be picked.
Well, the thing is, I actually feel like we're seeing less engaged junglers than we're sort of supposed to strategically. Like, I do understand why Kha'Zix is good, I understand why Rengar is good and all this, but like, I feel like we're missing all the Vys and the Jarvans that are still incredibly good, still good damage, decent duelist, but actually good at ganking junglers. And especially when we see so many mid-lane focused matchups, you grab a champion like Kha'Zix, who doesn't have the best ganks, whereas when we saw like Gilius's Jarvan, he actually had some good things going for him, and I'm just sort of surprised to see less gank-focused junglers, basically.
Yeah, and in terms of rounding out the pack too, we've seen a little Nunu, but no Nocturne yet. And a lot of the Korean teams do, in fact, like to play Nocturne.
Group C or D might have...
Yeah, Watch has been playing it in Najin White Shield, so this is another pick that we may see come up.
It could also be something as saving their picks, maybe. Playing the standard ones in the group stages if you don't need to pull those out, but we'll see how that goes. Let's talk a little bit about the standings, because another day of matches have been consigned to the history books. Let's pull up that graphic and see where the teams are placed. We are exactly halfway through both Group A and Group B. We're going to keep this graphic up for a little while as we look at Samsung White 3-0, Edward Gaming 2-1 in the Davids and Goliaths group. We really feel there's not much chance of HQ or Dark Passage really taking games off his top team?
There is really no surprise here. Exactly what people thought would happen ended up happening.
And I actually want to bounce off what you said a second ago, quick shot about these teams hiding their picks, because actually back at All-Star 2013, Rapid Star, I believe, was the All-Star mid laner for Korea, and he played mid lane Kennen every single game just to make teams think he cared about Kennen, so he could bring out his real champions when they played the Chinese All-Star team in the finals.
It was Ambition, but yeah.
Ambition, sorry,
yeah.
Thank you, the other.
Now, let's talk Group B, because this is the interesting one for me. Starhorn Royal Club 3-0, Team Solomid 2-1, TPA 1-2, SK Gaming 0-3. SK gets Sven Skeren back tomorrow. TPA and TSM going to be looking at who's going to get that next matchup between them, and there's a possibility that second place could be up for grabs.
Yeah, there is an outside shot that we have a three-way tie for second place if SK Gaming can win all three of their games, and we can see TPA kind of take out TSM. Now, realistically, I think SK Gaming is probably going to lose to Royal Club, but they can still play the spoiler here, and that's what's so interesting, is that this now full-power SK Gaming could, in fact, knock somebody out of that second seed.
Well, there's actually two ways it can go. They can still lose to Royal Club. They just need TPA to beat TSM. Just kind of flip the group around, you've got a three-way tie. Or, yes, they beat Royal Club. Then they're actually in control of their own destiny. They can go 3-3 and just be a likely second-place auto berth.
It's going to be an interesting one to talk about. Prolly, what's your take after seeing TPA, TSM, SK? Is there room for these upsets? I mean, we still feel Royal Club are the favorites, but they were pushed super hard today by an SK squad with a sub.
It has been touched on a lot these last couple of days, but I think Svitzeren coming back into the team is going to kind of light a fire. They're going to look at their losses and go, we could have won that game. And I think when he comes back in, they are going to kind of bring it back in the group stage. TPA, on the other hand, I don't see them really clawing back in this stage. And TSM, I think, is just going to keep getting stronger.
I want to ask Crepo, after seeing TPA and some of the mistakes and problems they've had, full strength SK with Sven, who scrimmed with them in Korea, will they be able to punish TPA's mistakes?
I think definitely SK will rise above TPA. I think once they got Lee Sin away from wins, it just all started like crumbling down. TPA just, yeah, they have some good elements in there, but we saw, you know, their bot lane just didn't punish didn't use the windows of opportunity they had. Their mid game like calling wasn't good. Their like some rotations were good, but then something was lacking every time, and I think SK will come back with a new passion. Like, they want to perform, they want to show the world, hey, we made it to Worlds for a reason. If you go back to European playoffs, they actually were a good team strategically. They have this very like unique style that Monty highlighted as well, and I think Svenskeren is definitely gonna come to play if his like mental capacity is stable, because a lot of things happen, you know. If he's coming in calm and the crowd is not going to be against him too much, then maybe, but it'll be a factor.
I like the fact you do highlight Monty talking about SK, because before the suspension, you actually had SK to make it out the groups. After seeing the teams, having some insight and knowing some of the mathematical possibilities, if you were given the chance to change your prediction of the top two in this group, do you think SK would feature?
I mean, no, not now. They've lost too many games. I mean, if I were to say they were going to get second place in the group, I wouldn't have thought they would have beaten Starhorn Royal Club at all. So, assuming that they're going to lose again, the best they can do is 2 and 4.
Yeah, and then they rely on TPA to beat TSM, which again seems like is not going to happen. You guys all predicted TSM to win the matchup the first time. Looks like it's not going to change again. So yeah, mathematically, and again assuming TSM beats TPA, then there's no chance for SK.
Well, we'll see how that works out. And it's I don't actually know when their game is. It's coming up fairly soon. Regardless, we'll get to that a little bit later. It is now time for a lesson in the League of Legends etiquette, the jungler style, in a segment that we introduced yesterday. And it has got a lovely title of Thank You Very Much. First one is going to be SK versus TPA. This was a tower dive. Freak, do you want to talk me through this one? It was pretty heavy.
Yeah, so they tried really hard as the flash EQ ulti. Right here, we don't need the flash crescendo from Sona, but this is actually why I like champions like Jarvan, is you can just force kills.
Yeah, that's
and
for sure.
Sometimes you snowball an Ahri because of it.
Worked out very well. We got another one. This is going to be a very aggressive Rengar dive from Edward Gaming. Clearlove, he's going all in.
Yeah, there's pretty much nothing they can do. They cancel Absolute Zero there with Janna. Kog'Maw's not being touched. I mean, at this point, the game was very far ahead. You saw Orianna cutting down immediately as well. It is basically cleanup. They were even contemplating on teleporting. It was like, yeah, let's just have 3 people die instead of 4. So at this point, the game's over. But I do like the Rengar ganks, just well executed.
Really, really strong Rengar play from Clearlove. this is a nice one from Amazing, because he's going to set himself up to counter gank wins and what ends up being a no gank you in return. Monty?
Yeah, and the no gank you here is really a mistake from TPA. Actually, they had just seen Amazing clearing out the pink ward behind the red buff, and so they should have known he was topside.
Yeah, somebody needs to give Clear Love another high five, because just more kills being racked up for this Rengar play.
This is kind of what happens when you've got an over-aggressive team. AHQ, I still don't love the Blitzcrank pick for them, and I think they tried a little bit too hard to make plays when I think they could have relied a little bit on individual skill and less on cheeky, really risky picks.
It was good spacing from Name on Twitch though. He definitely dodged that hook. If he got caught there, it could have been like a 1 for 2. But he knew he was safe. You know, he knew his team could clean up, and just a well set up gank. Rengar and Thresh is so annoying to play against, especially when you play something like Blitzcrank where you feel forced to make the move, so you'll constantly be walking forward, and then you realize, oh, they have an invisible jungler. Maybe I made a small mistake.
Yeah. I think the Blitz pick goes back to they're not confident as a team versus the others. They kind of think they have a disadvantage skill-wise, so they're going for this Blitz pick that not many people practice against.
Well, we'll see. It didn't work out today, unfortunately. Yeah. Guys, tomorrow we will be bringing you another full day of matches, and here's who's going to be going head-to-head. Up first, it will be David and Goliath, the Samsung White versus Dark Passage, followed by SK Gaming at full strength, taking on the Starhorn Royal Club. Then HQ Esports Club will battle it out with Samsung White, and will round out the 6-game day with SK Gaming versus the Taipei Assassins. Those matches will begin on Saturday at 2 AM Pacific, which is 11 AM Central European Summertime. I'd like to thank our special guest analyst for sharing their expertise with us today, and for myself, the casters, the entire World's broadcast team, thank you so much for watching. We will see you back here tomorrow.
Yesterday was epic, but I think today is going to be just amazing.
That's going to be Gilius that picks it up, and SK take a very low in the pin here. Candy Panda jumps back in, but it's TPA coming out on top. Have they got the damage? They damn well have.
And now they fight down as well. Solo move from the red. Comes down with the TP.
By the way, this guy's insect, so flash before he can insect you.
Jez has locked up the ultimate coming out of Candy Panda, but he's just forced back onto the mountain and taken down by Uzi. He is just that strong.
This is going to be some amazing matches, and it's already started the day off crazy. A little bit of brush control is going to be good for this one. Double kill coming in for Imp. He keeps the shot coming. The triple kill for Imp. Looking for the quad.
They want to give him the
and they are going to get it. Yeah. The pentakill to come in for Imp. Pentakill!
World Championship 2014, my bro.
Jay gonna be looking for a solar flare. It locks down Dyrus, but he's already got the equalizer damage out. Zanya's across the board. You're looking good, gentlemen. That's gonna be a lockdown from you, and they just surprised AHQ, and it looks like it's gonna be the Nexus for EDG.